to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-Town. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Tuesday to all of you. Nice to be with you. Appreciate you getting up with us. We are with you till 10 a.m. this morning. We got a big show lined up for you. I'm Sean Penn. What's going on, dude?
What's up, man? I was just chatting with my brother-in-law about my brother-in-law's father. I don't know what that makes him. It's kind of like my first cousin father-in-law.
Father-in-law? I don't know. Yeah, it's a layer removed.
He played with John Thompson in high school, and my brother-in-law's father, George Leftwich, was the D.C. Player of the Year 2 years in high school. At one point, when they had John Thompson on the team, they went 55-0.
Wow.
they were considered one. I knew some of this history, but I never had it all fleshed out for me. And then he was lifelong friends with John Thompson. But I went down a rabbit hole on my brother-in-law's father this morning because we're interviewing Mike Tomman, who played football at Georgetown in the last couple years of John Thompson's career there. So if that comes up, I might ask him just about if he ever met John Thompson, because obviously a fascinating individual.
Yeah, no, big time fascinating. 55-0. They never tasted their own blood, huh? 55-0.
They had it easy back in those days. That's what I always say. Those guys didn't know how tough it could be the way it is now in basketball.
Right.
Yeah.
They don't have good hoops in D.C.
They had John Thompson and Tom Hoover, who was a guy that got drafted in the first round, and at one point played for the Houston Mavericks in his career, but they had like a Twin Towers in high school, and it sounds like they were just indestructible.
And your brother-in-law's old man was the Player of the Year on a team with John Thompson and some dude got picked to meet this guy.
He's an awesome old guy.
I'll bet.
He's really awesome. We had Thanksgiving with him this year, and he ended up coaching for like 50 years, and he's doing really well.
I bet he's got great stories, man. Got great stories. I'm looking forward to our conversation with Mike Tomman today. That'll be fun. We got a lot to get to with the new Texans president.
Is it definitely Tomman, not Tomman?
It's Tomman, yeah. I've been told it's Tomman, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Tomman.
I'll try not to mess that up.
Someone even sent it to me phonetically. The T-O-E
okay.
hyphen M-I-N, yeah.
They sent it to the guy who pays attention to details. I got no such email.
It was the day he got hired. I'm like, hey, I need to know how to pronounce his name just so I don't get off on the wrong foot.
We don't need to send this email to Seth so he reads it 3 weeks from now and doesn't mess up Mike Tomman's name.
Walking around the halls in May, just saying his name for the hell of it.
Tomman, did you know it's pronounced Tomman?
That's right. So that'll be at 8 o'clock today. So we're looking forward to that. We got a lot to get into with the new Texans president. Last night, we were talking, Seth, yesterday, how the Rockets are going to be operating with a skeleton crew in all likelihood. Last night, they had a bunch of guys that were just listed as questionable. And if you're looking at discretion being the better part of valor in the whole thing, it's like, all right, this is a game that even with the full complement of players, the Rockets are going to be underdogs in. You got Indiana coming up on Tuesday. That feels like a more winnable game. Why not shove our chips into the middle of the table in Indianapolis? But the fellas fought last night,
They
man.
did. They jumped out to a lead. Hey, and Udoka, in a very non-Udoka, like funding, like he's a JV basketball coach of a bad team or something. Hey, fellas, just go out there and have fun.
And they
got nothing to lose.
And they did for a while. They were trailing by 1 at the half. It was a close game. It was a close game, and oddly enough, like the only star player out on the floor was Jalen Green or anything resembling a star on the floor.
For the Rockets.
OKC had Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. Definitely looked like a star last night.
Did he score 50 or 79 points? What was it?
51 that felt like 100. It was because he kept hitting shots at every point in the game where it's like where you get a little bit of hope. Like he was dashing the Rockets' hope repeatedly with that fadeaway jumper all game long. But, they were doing it, man. Aaron Holiday coming in and chucking threes off the bench, and Jabari Smith was having a good game. And even in the fourth quarter, like in the third quarter, it was close early in the second half, and then the OKC had a run that you were expecting to have happen at some point. They went on like a 10-0 run. They built a 13-point lead about 4 or 5 minutes into the third quarter. And that's when I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to bed. This one's over now. So I'm in bed, and I'm just kind of like scrolling through some things. And I get the end of the third quarter notification. I'm like, hey, but this thing's still close. And they were down 6 with about 5 minutes to go. And I turned it on, and OKC goes on an 8-0 run, and I felt partially responsible for that. I say all this to say, good job Rockets battling last night with a really, honestly, literally a partial G League crew out there.
Yeah, and it was you understand why they had that strategy, obviously, as you laid out. It would have been the miracle on hardwood. That's what it would have been known for forevermore. The miracle on hardwood.
It would have been. Dude, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is so good. God, he's good. What a deal. Like, that was the Paul George. They got Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and a bunch of first-round picks for Paul George.
You know, one thing about the NBA. The one thing that, as much as the NBA has gotten a lot of criticism as of late and recently because of TV ratings and whatnot, I do like the fact that, much like the NFL, it's not like baseball where you feel like the market size really matters. No. It's that, certainly, obviously, the Lakers have a certain appeal, and there's other franchises that have either kind of geographic advantages or legacy advantages, but for the most part, it's as equal as you could hope to get.
Yeah, the leading teams in each conference are Cleveland and OKC right now. Now, that said, as we sit here and say how great that is, we have to put our money where our mouth is and actually watch the NBA Finals with Cleveland and OKC come June.
I'm all big talk right now.
Yeah.
A few months from now, it's like, this is why the NBA sucks.
Right.
You suck,
That's
NBA.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just saying, like, if we're going to say it's great, then we.
Let me put it this way: if you're a genuine NBA fan, it's great for that reason.
Yeah.
In baseball, it just feels like you're constantly fighting on a slanted field uphill against the huge money teams.
Yes. Because that's what we're headed towards, man. Cleveland is up by 7.5 games in the East over everybody, and OKC is up by double digits in the West. There are Surge, Lakers, and Nuggets. Should we be recalibrating our expectations for the Rockets? For the come postseason and everything else.
No, I think even when things were going really well for them, there were a lot of questions and unknowns because they were still a young team. They hadn't faced teams that were really putting out necessarily early in the NBA season. They also didn't have the pressure of teams knowing that they were going to be better than they are. I always felt like, hey, this is a team that can make the playoffs. That's ahead of schedule. And then they might be scrappy in the playoffs. Yeah. And I still think that, yes, they could be scrappy in the playoffs, but they've never once this entire season felt like a team that could really make a push for the championship.
No, even when things were good and they were the 2 seed, and they were a pretty clear 2 seed at one point, they were up by a few games in the 2 seed. Now, just to contextualize it, they're the 5 seed right now. They're a game back of Memphis with a 4 seed. Now they're 4 games ahead of Golden State. So there are partitions going on right now. OKC is ahead of everybody by a mile. They're going to be the 1 seed. Then
they're 4 games ahead of Golden State as Steph Curry is starting to look like vintage Steph Curry is the only problem.
And Golden State's going to try to stay out of that play in 7 through 10. Golden State has something to play for here. The Lakers, Nuggets, Grizzlies, Rockets are all within 2 games of each other in that order. So right now, if the season were to end today and the playoffs were to start, the Rockets would be facing the Grizzlies in the first round in a series where they would go on the road to do that. My hope, my expectation maybe even, when they were the 2 seed, we get home court in the first round of the playoffs, which would be a 1 through 4 seed. I mean, they're only a game back. It still could obviously happen. It does feel like injuries are catching up with them a little bit. The league is catching up with them a little bit. They are, other than Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams, they are out over their skis in terms of experience right now in March and April in this type of stuff. My NBA Finals for them this year would be like if you win a playoff series. If they win a playoff series, I'll be thrilled. Win a playoff series and then don't go down, with just like a glass chin in the second round. You know what I mean?
Right. Oh, yeah, put up a fight.
Yeah.
Put up a fight. The scrappiness and the tenacity that we saw early in the season, you just want to see that more consistently. So if you're in a playoff series and that's all you have to focus on, and some of the young guys aren't necessarily still looking at times like they're just disoriented about what it's like to play competitive basketball.
Yes.
Look, they've played entire seasons before, but they haven't played competitive basketball
That's
for an
right.
entire season.
It's
and it's a much more grueling affair when you're playing competitive basketball.
How excited were you to see Reed Shepherd last night get 23 in a starting role? I was. So as a texter, I still think Reed can be a star, someone texts in.
Yeah, fun. And I think and again, we've gone through this with Jalen Green and Alperen Şengün and the whole lot of them. Cam Hayward still, is that they're young guys.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to sound super, super soft or anything. I just acknowledge the reality of the situation is that, not every the league storm his rookie year, even in his first 2 or 3 years.
Yep.
And there's some time for development.
Yeah, so Rockets back at it tonight, another back-to-back. This is like their 5th or 6th back-to-back in the last month and a half. It's wild. But they play the Pacers tonight. So I'm expecting they'll have mostly their full complement of players. Sounds like Fred VanVleet is going to be day-to-day, game-to-game kind of thing. This doesn't...
Did I say Cam Hayward again? I'm sorry. Cam Whitmore. What the hell is wrong with me?
I didn't hear you say it, yeah.
I said Cam Hayward. I can't get defensive linemen out of my brain. I apologize.
It's a fetish. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're off and running on a Tuesday. Damn it. So close.
It's my fault. I'm a bad influence.
So close. We got Cam Hayward coming on the show later on today. I'm sorry, Mike Tomman.
I'm like a bad influence in the offensive line meeting room. You can't expect the young guys, your young Pendergasts, to rise up to their true potential when they've got guys like me setting a poor
like
example.
Seth in the room.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's all good. It's part of the charm of the show, I think, is what I'm told. All right, you can text in.
This is what I'm told.
Some people say.
People giving backhanded compliments.
Seth and I feel like idiots for 4 hours. They're like, no, it's what we love about the show.
You know, the appeal that you guys have is that you're so incredibly unprofessional. It's really refreshing.
Yeah. We love that.
Yeah, I feel like I'm smarter than you, and that makes me feel good about myself.
You don't hear that a lot on the radio. Yeah, exactly. Those people are employed. Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. All right, we got combine that we need to get to. We've got the Astros yesterday. It continues, and by it is a good thing. It continues, but it's also started a little bit of a dust up on social media that popped up on my timeline this morning. The Cam Smith situation. We'll get into that. And Travis Hunter, soon to be top 5 pick, had a I won't say a controversial comment, a polarizing comment about the difficulty of what he does. We'll talk about that coming up next. But first, speaking of the Astros, if you're looking to get ready for the
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Cam Smith did it again yesterday. Didn't hit it out of the ballpark, but if you saw the video online, and that's where you'd need to find it because very few of these Astros games are on TV during spring training. That may show up in the Pettycast later. But at any rate, which were
Yeah. Why is it that hard? You got to show up for a few games.
they're all there. Like I'm listening on the radio, and Todd Callis is on the radio. I'm like, he's out there. Just turn the cameras on. Jeez.
Just stream it. Stream this.
Yeah, something. At any rate, the video, when big things happen, the video does show up online. And Cam Smith, if you missed it yesterday, he's just having a phenomenal spring. And he hit a triple off the top of the wall to clear the bases. Astros were trailing the Marlins 3-1 fairly late in the game. And 3-run triple, and they go on to win 5-3. And I was listening to that while I was walking yesterday, Seth, and I'm thinking, man, what would Cam Smith have to do to actually make the team out of spring training?
To make the team day one.
To make the team day one, because we know Dana Brown is more aggressive than some GMs in bringing up, in using young players. They've got solutions, not great ones, in some of the positions, but they've got an opening day lineup kind of penciled in already. I think it would take major underperformance for them to stray away from that, and I thought to be reserve. Like when he comes up, he's the guy. So I tend to think there's zero chance of him making the team out of spring training, yet he's doing about as good a job as you can putting a bid together right now.
I mean, he had 5 games in Double-A last year.
Right.
And now this is spring training where at times you're going against Single-A, Double-A, Triple-A guys. So I would be surprised if only because they're going to want to get an extra year of service time out of him.
Shocked. Yeah, that's a good point too. Yeah.
No matter how good he is in spring training, he still has had very little time playing professional baseball at all. And B, there's no hurry right now.
Yeah.
Now, if Chas McCormick starts off the season in right field batting 0.57 for the first 3 weeks or something, maybe then they'll think about bringing him in and moving him to right field
Especially
or something.
if he's hitting. Like, remember when Jordan was just crushing the ball back in 2019 in the minor leagues? Like, you got to bring this guy up. It's batting 380. You got to bring him up.
I mean, and we're not just biased because he's looking good in spring training right now. Everybody in the organization just gushes about him. They love him. And if you're on a team right now that doesn't have a pressing need for him to advance him through the ranks, given the position that he plays, that there's no way. There's no way. The only way is if the Astros get off their horrendous start and there's multiple injuries and everything. But you got to get that extra year of service time out of him at the very least. So I'd be surprised if until a couple, whatever the date is this year, they wait until after that. I would be surprised if they don't wait until after that.
Yeah. Text message, Cam Smith won't be a day one. July, August call-up to preserve his, they call it rookie salary cap for another year. Yeah. Conflating things a little bit. But, team control is
so for those of you who don't know, they can push free agency back one more year if whatever the date
Bring him up in July. It's sometime during the middle of the summer.
It's the old George Springer thing.
Yeah.
It used to be frowned upon around the league, and now it's the standard operating procedure.
So Michael Schwab, who does, he covers the Astros, he says if top prospect Cam Smith keeps hitting like this, he's making the opening day roster, and he's probably starting. He's about 30 to 40. This is a hot take. He needs about 30 to 40 more, or 30 or 40 more at bats this spring before we can know for sure. But I haven't seen a hitting prospect this special since Jordan. I agree with that last part. I mean, it's a very small sample size, but I agree with that last part. I tend to agree with Adam Spolane, Seth, who quote tweeted Schwab and said there is no chance Cam Smith is on the opening day roster in 2025. None, zero. I tend to agree. I like the work Schwab does. I agree with him. I disagree with him on this take. Yeah.
I wonder. I want to see how much time Jordan spent in the minors before he got called up. It was 2013 through. Did he ever play with LA in the majors?
No.
Through 2019.
Yeah.
So if you make the Jordan comp, then this would be vastly accelerated.
Yeah. Cam's 22, and Jordan was probably a teenager when he got signed. But it's all this, even with all the hitting that he's doing, for sure. So the Astros win yesterday, and Cam Smith has a bases-clearing triple. Travis Hunter, shifting gears. NFL Combine is over. We got a lot of leftovers from the Combine that we'll get to on the show. Again, Mike Tomman, the new president of the Texans, will join us in studio at 8 o'clock today. Travis Hunter, who is a rarity, a true two-way player in college football, like playing 120 snaps a game, plays full-time wide receiver at Colorado, played full-time wide receiver at Colorado, full-time cornerback, and both at a very high level. That's why he's forecasted to not make it past the 5th pick in the draft. He was asked whose job is harder. Basically, Shohei Ohtani, we know, can pitch and hit and do it at an elite level, just like Travis Hunter does both of his things at a pretty high level as well. What's harder, what Shohei does or what Travis Hunter does? Here's Travis Hunter.
Probably me, what I do in football, because it's a lot on your body. You know, Tony, he's a great player, but you got to do a lot in football.
Okay. Yeah. So that 7 seconds got all kinds of run over the last
Oh, yeah, that got a whole lot of like, hey, do you actually know how hard it is to hit a baseball or to be a pitcher and all of that? And that was my first initial reaction. And yet, there's the physical demand of it is the thing that would make it, I would say, equally as hard if he actually did in the NFL what he did in college, which I think there's almost zero chance that they ask him to do. Just by way of illustration, he played 113 snaps per game. Number of snaps on offense or defense in a game is 63. So wow. He played almost twice the number of snaps that you're going to play in the NFL. The big difference is he's only done it in the minor leagues so far. He hasn't done it. Shohei has done it in the major leagues, and he's done it spectacularly. So I got more offended by the present tense part of it. Like, what I'm doing is harder than what Shohei Ohtani did. Nah, you've been doing it in the minors. If you actually did it in the NFL, then we can talk, but I don't think there's a chance in hell that a team uses them that way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's such apples and oranges, too. Like, you're talking about, on one side, you're talking about super fine motor skills, like the finest of motor skills to go along with athleticism. On the other side, you're talking about the ability to withstand pain along with athleticism.
The ability to withstand pain, but also it's really, really hard to be a part-time player on defense as a defensive back. You need to get into the flow of the game. You need to start to feel and see formations and tendencies and everything. So if they're going to use them liberally on both sides, and I don't think there's a team out there, even if they have designs on using them a lot on both sides of the ball, I don't think there's a team out there that has a single notion that they're going to play him both ways all the time at any point in his career.
I think the ceiling, and I said this a couple weeks ago, I said, well, probably during the Combine last week, I think the ceiling for him is he's an elite defensive back, like an elite cornerback, ceiling. And they have a package for him on offense.
Yeah,
you know they've got 8 to 10 plays in the playbook, and he gets on the field for 2 or 3 of them a game.
Right, it's on goal line or it's wherever it might be. That's manageable. I think that's something you could probably see by the end of his first year. It seems like, based on the scuttlebutt coming out of the Combine, that most teams are looking at him as a defensive back. There are some teams that are looking more as primarily a receiver. I'll credit him for being open to anything, because the top-paid wide receivers make about $10 million more per year on average than the top-paid defensive backs.
They do. I think it's easier to get paid, though, as a top-flight corner on a bad team than it is a top-flight wide receiver. He's going to get drafted to a bad team.
That's true. Yeah, that's a good point.
Right? Like, Cleveland is one of the, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Seth, I think Cleveland is one of the teams that's talking about him more as a receiver than a cornerback.
Yeah.
You got to wait. Like, the good receivers on bad teams are agitating for trades, like Garrett Wilson. The good corners on bad teams, you don't hear a peep from them.
You know what? Cornerback might be one of the few positions in sports where it's almost better when you're on a bad team, because you get targeted less.
Yeah.
Like, you actually, if you're on a bad defense, then they're going to attack everywhere except you if you're a good player. So it doesn't show. So you don't get the interceptions and everything, but the film looks pretty good. Your average percentage, the number of times targeted and everything, you can build a reputation as a really good cornerback on whether it's a great team or a bad team.
You build a rep as a barroom brawler without ever having to get into a fight. Is what you do.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? No way, man. You know, I'm talking back when
That's
the Texans
a really
were
good
bad.
point, Sean.
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
I'm going to write that down in the Google Doc of good points made by Sean. It's
you.
long. It's a long one.
I appreciate
Takes a long time to load.
Appreciate that. But and that's, I bring that up if that's his goal. Like most of these guys, their goal is to get to the second contract and get paid. That's why I bring that up.
I'm literally creating the Google Doc of good Sean points right now.
It's about
I want to be
time.
able to go back to it, and there's those times when I hate you. Just remind myself.
Remember on March 4th? March 4th, he did have a good Travis Hunter point. That's funny.
Brandy, I'm going to send it to Brandy. She'll be
She can track it. Yeah. The texter raises the point I think you were making. Hunter would have to memorize 2 playbooks. Yeah. Like it's easier. 1 playbook and like 10 plays.
And that's why I would say that the thing that he has not actually done yet, but playing every snap on both sides of the ball in the NFL, I think that would be, and doing it well. That's the other key. That he'd have to be an all-star in both capacities. That would be equally as difficult and as impressive. And in the modern NFL, nobody's done it ever. Yes, guys used to play both ways all the time, but that was back when everybody was playing both ways.
Yeah.
So the standards weren't as high. That would be equally as impressive, but I don't think there's a chance in hell that he ends up doing it. So Shohei Ohtani is still he still has the lead on all of that.
I agree with all that. Now, that said, would you be cool with Stingley doing something like Stingley definitely has the physical tools to do what we're talking about and the ball skills in the hands to do.
I feel like he would almost be like a miniature version of DeAndre Hopkins in that he could make mediocre quarterbacks look better than they are
I think
because
he
of
can
his
make
ball skills.
contested catches. I do.
Yeah, and that's where on the goal line. He doesn't have the ideal height, by the playbook to be your goal line guy, but I feel like by virtue of springing it and having it a surprise element on the against the defense, he should be used on the goal line.
Yeah. I wonder if Nick Caley will agitate for that. I wonder if that was part of the deal coming here. I'll come here. I'll be your OC. I need 8 snaps out of Stingley.
There's 2 things that I need. I need your assistant offensive line coach to be the offensive line coach, and I need Derek Stingley.
Sting, yes. Chad Ochocinco says that these are the 2 hardest things to do.
The 2 most difficult things in life are hitting the baseball and keeping a woman happy long term. The 2 most difficult things in life. You hear me? Very.
Tax on a very at the end.
I was trying to figure out how to take that take. Is that Chad Johnson saying that women in general are hard to please, or that it's a hard job just as a man to sustain a good and healthy relationship?
I would say both.
Because of our demons.
Yeah. I would say probably a little of both.
I'd say the way he phrased it, that was a little bit of like, them hoes.
Yeah, I think it was too. I'm trying to cut him a little bit of slack, but I think you're right.
There's this whole culture on TikTok now where these young men are being they're being fed this propaganda that women are the problem, not you.
Oh, really?
These hoes don't know. Oh yeah, it's really toxic.
That's
It's really tough. I go back to doing exercises to increase my jawline. Not that it matters, because these women, it's their fault that I'm lonely and angry all the time.
I gotta spend more time on TikTok, man. I gotta see these videos you're talking about.
You got to start mewing.
Yeah.
That's what I learned yesterday in an article in Men's Health. Men's Health, which by the way is turned into. This is how bad it is, because young guys don't read magazines, obviously.
Right.
So I like to get. It's the one periodical that I get in paper form still, because I like it for motivational purposes. It's good to just kind of leaf through and you're like, oh, here's a health tip I'll try out.
Yeah.
But Brandy doesn't pay attention to me in general, just very casually. So the other day, she said, well. Hey, I put your old guy's catalog in next to your bed. I'm like, old guy's catalog? She thought that it was a catalog. For almost like what are some of those stores that the older women go to? The equivalent of that. The stores at the mall that we were like, oh, that's a big frilly flowery thing. That's Liz Bryant or whatever.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. She thought it was an old guy's catalog. I'll have you know, that is a cutting-edge health magazine.
Cutting-edge health magazine, so you can be a better version of yourself for her.
So anyway, they were talking about these young men and how they're all into doing these exercises to give yourself a more prominent and masculine jawline.
Oh, really? Oh.
And I thought, that's ridiculous. Let me try 7 of these exercises right now. I'll be chewing gum between breaks right now.
Well, isn't right? You get that muscle buildup. Yeah, I mean, if you get rid of a double chin, doesn't that by definition give you a squarer jaw?
Well, no, it's also about the geometry of the way your mouth cavity and everything is shaped and your jaw fits together.
Yeah.
It's long shot. I'm going to be, the long story short, I'm going to be devastatingly handsome 2 months from now.
I feel like your head is shaped the right way to do that. My head's a little rounder than yours. You got kind of a longer face.
But it's all about what you do with what you got.
Yeah.
Sean.
Just saying,
we're going to be mewing champions.
You've got the frame for it, is what I'm saying. You've got the frame for a squarer jaw.
Wait, what was the good point that you made 3 minutes ago?
It was the one about Travis Hunter will get paid as a cornerback, has a better chance of getting a big second contract as a corner.
Okay. Even though the apex of what you get paid isn't as high for defensive backs as it is for wide receivers, it's more achievable whether you're on a good team or bad.
It's less risky. Like you got a better chance of getting a top of market contract at corner on a bad team than you do a top of market contract as a wide receiver.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
You're more QB dependent, that kind of thing. All right. Are you jotting that down in the new document that you have?
DBs have a better chance of performing well on a bad team.
See how that ages.
Than wide receivers do.
Travis Hunter's going to go out and get 1,700 yards with 5 quarterbacks on the Browns, and he's going to get $42 million a year 3 years from now.
Some guys like DeAndre Hopkins made his reputation that way. He was the QB proof. I called him the skeleton key for quarterbacks.
He did. I don't know that Hunter's built the same way, but Hopkins, Hopkins he's just freaky with all the content. All right.
Catch radius.
Catch radius.
Catch radius and mewing. That's what you got to focus on.
Two big things. All right, let's get to headlines. Astros, another big day for Cam Smith. Rockets, good job, good effort. No win, but a good effort. Cougs last night. Thumbs up on that. We've got a couple NFL nuggets that we'll get to. That's all in headlines coming up next. Got my prize pick.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's start with we'll start with the Rockets. They lose last night to the Oklahoma City Thunder, 137 to 128. That's what happens when you trot out a starting lineup of Jalen Green, Reed Shepherd, Cam Whitmore, Jabari Smith Jr., and Jock Landale. There.
I've been agitating for this lineup all season long, and I feel like I've been redeemed. My most unpopular take: why has Jock Landale been relegated to his role? And yet they ambushed Oklahoma City a little bit.
For a
and
half.
Got off to an immediate lead, yeah. Well, they were scrappy in the second half as well.
Yep.
But this was as laid back as you've ever seen Udoka about an NBA basketball game, I think.
He knew the deal.
He flat out said, hey, I just told the guys we're going to go out there and have some fun. So they did. They went out and had some fun.
They did. They have Indiana tonight. I'm guessing it'll be a more a deeper lineup tonight against Indiana, against the Pacers tonight for the Rockets. Meanwhile, the Astros, they win 5-3 yesterday over the Miami Marlins. The big story.
How's that taste, Marlins?
Yeah, take that. The big story in this one, Cam Smith again with another big hit, a 3-run, a bases clearing triple that was about inches away from being a grand slam. He hit right off the top of the wall in center field.
I was trying to figure out, I don't know who the center fielder was there. I couldn't see on my grainy internet footage, but it was interesting because the guy had no idea where the wall was. It was definitely one of those old, man, the guy's not familiar with his ballpark.
Yeah.
So I wonder if a better center fielder could have made a play on that.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably.
I don't know if he could have gotten to it or not. So like a better center, but it was impressive. It was an impressive hit.
Yeah.
Nonetheless.
Yeah. It was well struck. I mean, straightaway center field, a few inches away from a home run, and Cam Smith just keeps getting it done, man. Got an OPS of 1,714 right now. 1714
Jordan
OPS.
territory.
Yeah. So he's.
So I know some people have started to wonder whether Cam Smith might be on the opening day roster. I would put the chances of that at 1%.
Yeah, 1%.
Maybe less. Yeah.
I'm with you on that. I'm with you. That sounds about right. That might sound aggressive, 1%. So Astros win yesterday. Wisniewski, if we're looking for other little positives from the game, Framber we didn't get to see the game. It wasn't on TV. Framber's box score wasn't great, I guess. Wisniewski, who is penciled in as the fifth starter, had another 3 strikeout performance over 2 innings like he did when we were there last week, Seth. So that was good to see for the back end of the rotation. Cougs win last night. They beat Kansas 65-59. Regular season is now over. We get ready for tournament time, so that'll be great. LJ Cryer with 22 points for the Cougs last night. Franchise tag deadline is today. This has been one of the lamer franchise tag seasons that we've had in recent memory. T. Higgins got his officially yesterday. We knew that was coming. Trey Smith, O-lineman for the Chiefs, got his last week, which is a big one because they group all the O-linemen together, and so he's on a $24 million franchise tag as a guard right now. It's the average of the top 5 salaries at each position. And then it's expected that the Cowboys are going to tag, or if they haven't already, they will tag today, Osa Odigizua, their defensive tackle.
I think that Trey Smith, I know I had talked a lot about him, especially immediately after the season. Even though Trey Smith, the guard, didn't play all that great during the playoffs, he's been a very, very good guard. For the potential free agents that are available as guards, many of whom I don't think are certainly not going to get franchise tagged or retained. Mm-hmm. There are enough guys that I would feel really good about that I stopped pining for Trey Smith before he was franchise tagged because I don't think that paying top of the market for the best guard on the market, that's not something that's necessary to have a good and competent offensive line. So there's guys out there that I would be very happy with if the Texans sign. I think the big thing would be, I think we might get a little bit of a window into perhaps the way Nick Caley wants to operate, depending on whether he gets a smaller, lighter guy that could be in a zone scheme or very, very versatile, or if he just goes and gets a big hoss like Mekhi Becton or something, who's 360 pounds. And up in Philadelphia, they run a lot of zone as well, but it's I'm getting all worked up over a big fatty, Sean.
Yeah, well,
I want a big old hoss.
Save that energy. We got the free agent. I got the top guys at each position coming up in the next segment here. So keep your fatty fetish going here for another few minutes. We'll do that at 7 o'clock for sure. So it looks like only 3 franchise tags are going to get doled out here. And then Seth, this time next week, if this year is anything like last year, this time next week, you and I will be coming in to a slew of texts and probably a few coworkers that are really angry with the Texans for not making big bold
Monday. 24 hours of my life.
Monday of next week, Monday at noon, begins the illegal tampering period, and that's when the deals start getting publicized.
And last year, you and I had the very, very contrarian and unpopular take that, hey,
it's a wait a day.
Yeah, the first day of free agency isn't typically when teams win free agency, and people at the station hated us for it. People outside the station hated us for it. People wanted Nick Caserio fired. That if this sitting on their hands continues, Nick Caserio's got to go. And the Texans ended up being one of the most active and aggressive teams in free agency.
And I thought had one of the best off seasons. I thought most of the moves. Because keep in mind, that wasn't when the Diggs trade was made. The Diggs trade now is somewhat polarizing because of how it ended for Stephon with the injury. But the moves that were made in that window of early or mid-March, that Monday through Wednesday period, you had Azeez Al-Shire, who I think when he was on the field played well for the Texans. Danielle Hunter was the big one. Danico Autry, okay, that one we can debate and discuss. But I think even some of the one-year guys, Mario Edwards and Tim Settle and guys like that, I thought by and large the moves were pretty good.
Well, Danico Autry, when he was healthy, did good things. Yeah. But he also gave the Texans a little bit of a break by donating back 6 games of salary by way of a suspension.
That's right.
So that didn't end up being as big a penalty or a potentially errant free agency signing as it might have been.
The guy's practically a philanthropist.
I'm going to start pushing for guys if they're free agents and they get off to a slow start, just to go ahead and take a PED. Because, hey, maybe you get away with it and you end up playing well. And if not, we get a discount.
Good call, Seth.
And the money goes to the retired players fund.
Now we know what the
full disclosure. I'm in it for me.
Motive. That's right. That's right. Jimmy Johnson retiring from Fox, from broadcasting. I'll miss Jimmy Johnson.
What a lazy bum.
I hated Jimmy Johnson. Jimmy Johnson might have been my most hated sports figure in the late 80s.
Oh, in the late 80s. I'm joking about him being a lazy bum. He's 82, everybody.
Yeah. He
thought about retiring a couple years ago. And he was your most hated fan because of Miami, not Dallas.
Miami, yeah. He was my most hated sports figure from like 86 till he went to the Cowboys. And then I really wasn't all that crazy about him either, but he was out of my life college-wise at that point.
He's the one guy that it never bothered me that he was just up there and not necessarily fully clued in on everything, but was just up there on one of those pregame shows because of his name. And largely it's because of his charisma. I always did he's going to weigh in on big topics. It's not like he was breaking little details down or anything, but he's got that charisma about him, and I enjoyed watching him.
He's one of the few that they can ask to give the forced pep talk on these shows to a team. And I'm like, oh, this is pretty good. A lot of times you go like, hey, man, what would a pep talk sound like to this team going into this playoff game or whatever? And you're like, all right. Here. Jimmy Johnson's were always pretty good, I thought. I thought Jimmy Johnson's pep talks were pretty solid.
So he's 82 years old. He had to travel cross country every weekend from the Keys to L.A.
Yeah.
I got to imagine, even though I'm guessing it was on a private jet, that's to be pretty grueling
a lot of times,
when you're 82 years old.
A lot of time zone change,
Yeah,
That's tough. That's really tough.
He said he thought about it a couple years ago, kind of semi-retired, and then came back in. So it's been a few years he's been thinking about it.
You know who I hope they replace him with? Nobody. There's too many guys on that damn set on Fox. There's like 7 guys on there.
Is Gronk on Fox?
Yes.
He's on Fox,
yeah,
right?
he's on Fox. Yeah, give Gronk more
Gronk's
airtime.
no Jimmy Johnson,
No, but I want him to get more airtime. For all the wrong reasons.
I love watching Gronk work. You just see the gears turning in his head.
He's trying really hard.
I know. He's trying really, really hard.
Yeah.
He's going to get it, man. He's going to get it.
Let me tell you something, baby. This is... I love Gronk. All right, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. I mentioned it. Hey, quick reminder, too. We're giving away tickets to Journey today at the Rodeo, Friday, March 14th. I just found out today I got my tickets. Journey live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. That's in the 7 o'clock hour. Mike Tomman, Texans team president, going to join us in about an hour, about 8 o'clock here in studio on the show today. The Athletic has their top 10 free agents at each position. We're not going to go through every position. Noteworthy observations, especially ones that are Texans related. And is Seth going to get excited about some fatties? That is next.
The Drive. Stu Houston, insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast, into the 7 o'clock hour we go. Mike Tomman, Texans team president, joining us about an hour from now at 8 o'clock on the show. Looking forward to that conversation. So free agency, this time next week, on Tuesday morning, we will be coming in, and I am guessing, if I had to guess, just based on last season, we will be coming in, and we won't be talking about the Texans making a huge splashy move on day one of free agency. That's Monday of next week. Starts at noon on Monday. The illegal tampering starts, but that's when all the reports of deals get dropped. So we'll start learning about guys signing literally like lunchtime on Monday. The first ones happen within 15 or 20 minutes.
Well, or agreeing. They agree.
Yeah,
They're
agreeing,
not
right.
signing officially until. But
Wednesday.
What was that text that you read to me during the break?
I'll read it in a second.
As we approach free agency.
Okay, I'll read it now. In keeping, because you and I just got done talking about the Texans' free agency season last year, and that I think you and I are in agreement. By and large, it was pretty good. For free agency, it was a pretty good hit rate. The crown jewel of free agency, being Danielle Hunter. Although I kind of mixed Joe Mixon into that same group because he was about to get cut, and they traded a 7th-round pick for him. So I'll throw Mixon in there. Probably helps the grade. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, and we'll get into that intrigue me both as a Texan fan and an NFL fan here in just a second. Text message, in keeping with tradition, though, winning free agency never works.
Okay, I have an issue with never because that's false. That's 100% false. For one, I'd say the Eagles signing Saquon Barkley was looked at as a very big move that tended to work out. C.J. Gardner-Johnson for 3 years. I mean, now Zach Bond. Zach Bond wasn't lauded initially as a huge free agency get, but they built that Super Bowl championship team partly out of an aggressive free agency.
Yeah,
and so and this is the thing though. Most things never work, or very rarely work. Yeah, the off-season strategy for the vast majority of NFL teams don't work out. Sometimes being aggressive in free agency is a good thing. More times than not, just like with every other strategy, no, it's not. It doesn't get you to the championship game because only 4 teams get to a conference championship.
Yeah, there's not 10 Super Bowl winners. There's one,
As you pointed out, the Bengals made it to a Super Bowl after an extremely aggressive offseason in free agency.
Uncharacteristically aggressive. Yeah, they signed DJ Reader. They signed Trey Hendrickson. This is back in 2021. They signed Mike Hilton to play corner for them. Yeah.
But I do think that listener is at least partly agreeing with us because we were saying, hey, don't freak out if you're not super aggressive on day one of free agency.
Yeah. And I would submit, and I am reading this text to be about the Texans of 2024 when he says, in keeping with tradition, because that's a little snarky, winning free. I would submit that the free agency class that the Texans signed was not, if anything, that was a positive reason for them going 10-7 in the first place and winning the division.
Well, the other thing that the Texans did with their free agency class last year was that they were aggressive, but they did it with short-term contracts, relatively short-term contracts, all 3 years or less. So it's not one of those spends in free agency that handcuffs you 3 years down the line. You go to a couple years from now, and the Texans are actually in pretty good shape via the salary cap. Mm-hmm. So it was not aggressive the way some teams have gone in the past, whole hog, and signed all these long deals that if you don't win right now, you're screwed. So my big disagreement with that text is the never part.
Yeah.
So whether it's the Texans strategy last year or various other teams, the Broncos when they won their Super Bowl, it was in a year when they went super aggressive in free agency.
Yeah.
It does work, but I agree that you shouldn't get overly excited about aggressive free agency because it takes a lot more than just that.
I think where it really works is if you got a team that's like already a playoff team and you're putting the finishing touches on it with free agency.
Yeah.
Although the Bengals were not a good team in Joe Burrow's rookie year, and all of a sudden the free agency vaulted them, so maybe they're a bad example. But I think in general, like the Broncos are a good example you bring up. I think that's what the Texans felt like they were last year. 10-7, few big moves. C.J. Stroud, rookie contract, we're right in the mix. So this will be fun, man. It'll be a fun week next week to see what happens. It doesn't feel like as sizzly a free agency, a class of free last year, especially at certain positions that we'll get to. But The Athletic has put out their top 10 at each position in free agency. And there's only a couple of these positions I think the Texans are going to be dialed in on, and we'll get to those in just a second. Quarterback is going to be very interesting, Seth, just because of the names, the musical chairs, the lack of oomph in this draft class of quarterbacks. I think there's going to be teams that are maybe a little more desperate to get veteran guys. The craziest thing to me, this is one of those, if someone had told you 2 years ago or 3 years ago that Sam Darnold would be the domino that needs to fall before we know what happens with Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson. Before
we find out if Aaron Rodgers is going to be pursued by the Giants.
Yeah, or anybody, right?
Things.
Yeah,
right.
yeah. So that's what's crazy is Sam Darnold, and credit him, he's only 28 years old too, which is wild. It just feels like he's been around forever. Sam Darnold, still young, a chance to cash in here. And it sounds like the Raiders and the Giants are the two big ones for him right now.
He's going to get a legitimate shot somewhere.
Yeah.
And I don't think it's going to be a team that thinks, okay, this is our guy for the next 10 years. But it's certainly that, hey, we can do something right now. And the Raiders, I'm still confused by the whole Raiders going after Matt Stafford dynamic because either Tom Brady never intended to bump into him into Montana, but also the Raiders made an aggressive offer to him. Yeah. Okay, great, whatever. The Raiders made an offer to Stafford, and Stafford decided, like, hell no, I'm not going to leave. I'm not going to leave a good team.
Right. If I'm Arnold, it's a no-brainer for me. I am not going back to New York. And I know it's not with the same team he was with, but I got to imagine for a guy who, when he was on the field with the Jets, said he saw ghosts, I would imagine he would see ghosts just getting back into that stadium. Plus, I would rather go play for Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly than I would Brian Daboll and Joe Shane.
All right, the seeing ghost things has been way blown out of proportion. That's a football thing that people say. It's when you're overreading the coverages, or you're starting to coaches talk about that when they're game planning and say don't coach against ghosts.
No, I'm just saying don't
start playing out every scenario in your brain.
I get what you're saying. I'm just saying I'm being cute. I'm just saying he might have some PTSD going back to
You can go say he should just get a place up in the Poconos, 45 minutes outside of town, live off the grid, and just drive into the city. He never has to see any of it. He could buy a place up at one of those old summer camps that they have up there.
Or fly
a nice 40 acres. Yeah.
On a helicopter every day. Sam Darnold.
that'll get fan favor.
Yeah, on a chopper. But it's just that the quarterback dynamic is wild to me in this.
Well, he's driving into New Jersey. He's not driving into New York City.
That's
so
true.
You wouldn't have to deal with the really bad traffic.
No, you're right.
You get 45 minutes outside of the Jersey area there, the Hackensack area, and everything, and it's beautiful.
Yeah, it's very pretty. It's very pretty up there for sure. So the free agency, the quarterback class is kind of wild. The running, not nearly as much star power in this running back class as running back need with last year's class of free agents or potential free agents in the case of Mixon. Then this year, the top of this year's class, Aaron Jones, J.K. Dobbins, Najee Harris, and banged up Nick Chubb. Last year, the top of the class was Derrick Henry, Saquon Barkley, kind of Joe Mixon,
Joe Mixon was a trade. But it was in an active free agency where the Bengals wanted to shed his salary and go a different route, so they sign a lesser free agent. But it was all part of that mix.
Josh Jacobs. It's like this is would you any of these guys, are you looking at the list, Seth? Any of these guys that you would?
I'm always intrigued by Nick Chubb 24/7. I got a Chubb,
You're very Chubb oriented.
Chubb is a guy that could come in and maybe doesn't have to have the full workload on him.
Yeah,
given all his injuries and everything, he intrigues me.
Yeah.
But the running backs. I think if the Texans bring in a new running back, I think it's via the draft, and then also I wonder that they're a lot higher on Dameon Pierce, the football player, than I have been. Mm-hmm. But I am very open to, hey, Dameon Pierce maybe with a different offensive coordinator, it can be a whole different deal. I mean, we saw some very good flashes out of him at the end of the season.
Yep. The wide receiver list, Stephon Diggs is the only Texans free agent to show up on any of these lists.
Yeah.
Which I think is noteworthy, and we'll get to the wide receivers here in a second. I think is noteworthy. If you're a Texan fan, that the core is by far the biggest name that's hitting free agency that was a Texan last year, and he was only a Texan for half the season. He's third among wide receivers right now, Seth, behind T. Higgins, who got franchise tagged yesterday, and Chris Godwin, who ended the season on IR.
I thought the interesting thing about this list was that 4 of the top 6 guys in free agency for the wide receiver group in this list are coming off of 1-year stints with their previous team. That like Keenan Allen, DeAndre Hopkins, or less than a full year. DeAndre Hopkins, Amari Cooper, and Stephon Diggs. That I think it speaks to 2 things. One, that, man, the really good wide receivers are either getting retained by their teams or they're getting traded for very aggressively. Some of the wide receiver trade packages have been super aggressive. And there's not a lot out there this year. There's nobody that's necessarily there's nobody I think the Texans should go whole hog on and try to pay $20 million a year and have to give up draft picks if they're franchise tagged.
Yeah, this is man, if you're somebody who is hoping to shop for big-time wide receivers, they're first of all, Higgins was essentially taken off the market yesterday with a franchise tag. The next 5 guys, Seth, all dealt with some level of being banged up over the last couple of years. Godwin and Diggs both ended the season on IR. Chris Godwin, Stephon Diggs. Keenan Allen's been banged up the last couple of years and hasn't been who he was. He's 33. Hopkins, you saw in the playoffs, Hopkins does not have that same gear that he had. You know, he had 1 catch in the first combined, dropped a big ball on a 3rd down in the Super Bowl, and he's 5th on this free agency list right now.
If you look at, and this is one of our listeners a couple of weeks ago had made a point that I think is a better point than I acknowledged at the time, because he had said, hey, name me the teams that have 2 high-priced wide receivers that have won a Super Bowl. It was a really bad point in the moment because the Eagles had just won a Super Bowl with 2 high-priced wide receivers. But when you look at if you look at the teams last year, they had 2 receivers making more than $20 million per year. You had the Eagles, obviously. You have the Dolphins. You had the 49ers. You had the Bears, the Texans, and the Bucks. So other than the Eagles, you only had 1 team that won a playoff game. And the Texans did it without even having one of those high-priced guys on the field.
Yeah.
So, be wary of overspending at wide receiver. I would much rather have an impact tight end at this point to have a broad complement of receiving weapons than I would a $25 million wide receiver to go along with Nico Collins.
Yep. All right. Let's page down, Seth. Let's get to the fetish that's yours, and that is guard, the fatties.
Yes. Yes.
You got some names? Okay, so there's multiple approaches the Texans can take here. We know that the majority, not the majority, but I would say the guard position is more represented in mock drafts for the Texans than any other position. The more the mock drafters have them taking interior O-line than any. We've got the tippy top of the market with Trey Smith, who's franchise tagged. I'm out on that. You got to trade draft capital for the right to overpay him. I'm out on that. But I, like you, am in on some of these guys. And I think these are probably names fans aren't familiar with, but I think these are names that fans probably in the next 6 days need to get familiar with.
Because there's a very good chance that the Texans make a non-marquee interior offensive line signing that ends up being really good for the Texans. Because you don't have to have an all-pro guard in there. We need to have competent guys who ideally have a bit more of a swarm mentality. Yeah, I think that Shaq Mason, when he was in his prime, was a very swarm type of dude. I don't think he's physically capable of playing the way he used to play anymore. But yeah, this is why I stopped being as worried about the Texans going after Trey Smith, the guard from the Chiefs, who's been franchise tagged. Like Kevin Zeitler. Kevin Zeitler is going to be 35 years old this year, but he's a guard for the Lions, and he's still playing very, very well. He's one of the guys that I watched. Every time I turn on the Lions this year, I'm like, all right, these guys just look at that. They're playing with sound technique. They're playing with physicality.
It's tough to watch.
These are the kinds of guys that I want. Yeah, it was hard. I was
as a Texan fan, it was tough to watch. Yeah,
because the Lions did everything very swarmy on their offensive line. So Zeitler's going to be 35. That seems like a classic Nick Caserio type of signing.
Yeah.
You give him a really good 2-year deal. But it's hard for me not to think of Andrew Whitworth, who went to the Rams as a mid-30s guy and ended up playing way longer than anybody thought he would. So there's there's guys I think would be very, very smart signings for the Texans.
I'm looking at Zeitler's Pro Football Reference page, like the back of his football card, figuratively. And I'll go back, like, from the time he was 25 years old, 16 games, 16 games, 16 games, 16 games, 15, 16, 17, 15, 16, 16. He's a rock, dude.
Yeah.
He answers the bell.
I think in terms of culture and trying to get a little bit more of what the defense has on the offensive side of the ball, I think that would be a great signing. I think that would be really, really good. And I think he could he just looks, if you look at his headshot, he just looks like the kind of guy that would be happy to play football until he's 40. So get him on a 2-year contract, a lucrative 2-year contract. I'd feel really good about that. The other side of the spectrum would be somebody like Mekhi Becton. And this is a guy that 2 years ago I would have said, like, what the hell are you talking about? Mekhi Becton is a guard, and why would you want him?
He was a bust in the Jets.
Yeah, he was a bust, but he's done very well as a guard for the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
He's only 25 years old. He weighs 360 pounds. Just the sheer mass. When I saw the Texans at the end of the year actually get some movement against good defensive lines in the run game in the playoffs, that was when you realized, man, boy, Bobby Slowick really did not have a good feel for what he should be leaning into with these guys, that they're a lot better at inside zone in the power game, using a fullback, all that stuff, than I think they thought they were, or at least maybe it didn't click for him until then. But options and ways they could go with this. Looking at the total list of guards that are available, I'm actually going to be kind of surprised if the Texans don't sign one of them in free agency.
Sign one of them. Yeah. Even like off of this top 10, like you're saying, like in the range of this list you and I are talking about here, like a top 10 kind of guy. Yeah, that would be
because there's so many of them too that the price tag might not be as high as you might fear.
And that's not a pricey position to begin with either. Often is guard. Two things on Mekhi Becton, real quick. One, his teammates really seem to like him in Philly. I saw like footage during the playoffs when they were winning playoff games and getting to a Super Bowl. He played for the Jets for 3 years before he got to Philly.
Yeah.
He didn't play in any games that even closely resembled a playoff game when he was with the Jets. His teammates were like mobbing him and super happy for him that he was getting to play in games like this. Well liked. That's what I take away from that. Well liked.
And remember, in the entire playoffs, he was playing next to, at any given time, a center who was banged up or a backup, or they were a mess at center, and they still got it done.
Now, number two, this is more of a question. Somebody you know very well. Jeff Stoutland is the O-line coach there. Do you worry that you're not going to get the same version of Mekhi Becton when he's not under the watchful eye of the greatest offensive line coach of this generation anymore?
I think that's where the big unknown is. All right, what
Cole Popovich?
Yeah, what is Cole Popovich? Same as what is Nick Caley? There's a lot of things that make sense about Nick Caley, but until we see him actually put in action, we don't know. Yeah. So Cole Popovich is going to be as good as the best offensive line coach in the league right now.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you? Is there any shopping you want to do on the defensive side on this free agency list here that you like? Anything on the defensive tackle front? Do you think the Texans shop in top 10 defensive tackle range?
I thought the most interesting thing about this is that Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi are not in the top 10. And that every year we go through this where people freak out because the Texans don't sign enough defensive tackle. And then the next year they get PO'd that one of the defensive tackles you did sign leaves. Yeah. We've been through this multiple times
2 years now, yeah.
We're like, they lost Sheldon Rankins and they didn't replace him. What the hell?
Yeah,
and now this year it's going to be like, they lost Mario Edwards and they didn't replace him. What the hell?
Yeah. Milton Williams, man, that dude made himself some money. He's the number one tackle on the list from the Eagles. He made himself some money. Milton Williams, how about this? This is for the Eagles defense. Milton Williams is the number one defensive tackle in free agency, according to The Athletic. Josh Sweat is the number one edge defender, and Zach Baum is the number one linebacker. Mm-hmm. All hail Vic Fangio.
Yeah. I would worry more about that than what we were just talking about. Okay, is Mekhi Becton going to be as good with this offensive line coach? I would worry more about, okay, how do these guys look in a different defensive scheme, and without perhaps Vic Fangio, the way he was coordinating the game last year, he put guys in position to make plays.
Yeah,
and they did it with playing lot of zone because it was so well coached. Those guys were able to make a lot of plays, and so for the Texans, I wouldn't worry about it because D'Amico is also a very, very good defensive coordinator. But I wonder if their price is going to be driven up higher than it probably should be.
Yeah, maybe so. Maybe so. So it'll be fun, man. This time next week, free agents. These are all names that are going to be flying off the board next Monday. We'll see if the Texans are in on any of these guys. Go ahead.
One of the guards that I would also like is Will Freese from the Colts, just because, and he's the top-rated guy right now. Partly just to stick it to the Colts. I really love
that's
Anthony
why you want to sign him?
Yeah. Specifically for that. Spite.
Petty.
Yeah.
This is. Yeah. I like this. This is good.
I want Anthony Richardson I want him to complete 40% of his passes this year.
Bolsters our
record. And if Casero gives a damn about my goals and dreams, then he'll do everything he can
clearly
to
does, yes.
yank good players away from the Colts.
Yep. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Okay. Do you guys agree with Ron's take that he keeps having that the salary cap isn't real? Seems like you got to pay the piper eventually.
Yeah, no, I don't. He's not. He can't possibly be serious with that take, is he? No, he's not serious with that take.
Did he say? I didn't hear. I've heard. I think their show, Clint and Ron, are generally a little more dismissive of the salary cap than you and I are.
Yeah,
that's not a criticism. That's just the way. That's the lens they look at the salary cap through. That's fine. There's teams that look at it that way too, you know.
Well,
what I mean?
No, they look at it that way, but they know they're going to have to pay the piper at some point. It's credit card spending. At some point the bill comes due.
That's why I need to know different real. Because if that's the case, that's a bad take.
Because he's from Kansas City.
Yeah.
You know, he's followed the Chiefs very closely, and he understands that it's. When people say it's not real, there's ways around it. Yeah. I've never understood when smart people say the salary cap isn't real because it's so obvious every single year that it is. I don't get it. So I think they're just exaggerating the point. There's ways to get things done to work around the cap and to be creative with it, but it's not like every team in the league isn't dialed in on the salary cap every single day and trying to figure out exactly how to work up to it as close as possible.
If it weren't real, there would be no such thing as an unwanted cap casualty. There'd be cap casualties because teams would be like, well, we just don't want to pay this guy $18 million. We'll take the cap savings on it.
Yeah,
but no team would ever let a good player go, Seth.
No. It's one of the dumbest things that I hear smart people say all the time. And I don't get it, and I don't understand what leads them to that.
Yeah.
But I think it's linked to all the other bad things in society right now.
Okay. Politics.
No, I'm not making it. No, not politics. Just everything in general.
Gotcha.
Yes.
All right.
Jeez, Sean. I would have like 29 texts who on both sides of the aisle thinking that I'm making a statement about some politician.
All right, let's get to Hard Knocks, something that everybody can agree on. I don't know if it is or not. Hard Knocks offseason. This came down over the weekend, and that reportedly, I'm so disappointed in this, Seth. Hard Knocks offseason, which was, I think, that was my favorite. Right now, the original, which is training camp with one team. They've got the in-season, which used to be in-season with one team. Now it's in-season with a whole division, the AFC North last year. And they had the off-season one, which by far got the most audio run on this show of any Hard Knocks ever, aside from the one the Texans were involved in 2015. Or on this station, I should say.
It was almost unanimously regarded as a horrible look for the Giants organization.
And an entertaining horrible look. Like, we were highly entertained by it.
And it was, with foreshadowing that they couldn't even produce or predicted. You had the owner of the Giants saying, I'm going to have a really hard time watching Saquon Barkley play for the Eagles.
Yeah.
And not only did he go play for the Eagles, but he had one of the best seasons of all time and won a Super Bowl.
Yes, yeah. It could not have gone worse for the Giants. And this is
yet the GM kept his job.
And yet the GM kept his job. Yeah, it's amazing. So we're going to be Hard Knocks offseason. They're not going to do an NFL team. They're going to do Bill Belichick's North Carolina college program. In offseason Hard Knocks, they're doing on paper, a middling ACC school that happens to have the greatest coach of all time as the head coach. So we'll talk about what it means in a second, but just know that we're going to be deprived of audio like this.
What's the latest? Just on the Saquon thing.
I just got a text that Chicago's driving the price up and Philly's out. I don't know if that's true or not. Which I don't know. I'll make a couple calls. I don't even know if that's going to then it happened.
I have a tough time sleeping if Saquon goes to Philadelphia. I'll tell you that. As I've told you, just being honest. I've been around enough players, so but he's the most popular player we have by far.
Yeah.
I love that last little. Yeah. Whatever, old man. Get out of my office.
And that guy kept his job, man.
Get out of here, Nepo baby.
Yeah. So we'll be deprived of GMs trying to dupe old head owners during free agency now. We won't get to see that anymore.
We're going to get to see Bill Belichick in a different environment than we ever thought we would see him in, and I think that it's going to be fascinating.
Yeah, are you intrigued by? Are you intrigued enough to watch this?
I'm super intrigued by
Yeah.
it. You said greatest coach of all time. He's the greatest NFL coach of all time. One of the greatest college coaches of all time, Urban Meyer, was an abysmal failure as an NFL head coach.
Mm-hmm.
The fun thing about this for Belichick, I guess, is that it's off season, so you don't necessarily get the comeuppance or anything. I think it's going to be a very good look for Belichick because people are going to see a different side of him that people have worked with Belichick will tell you that, no, he's a lot different when you talk to him one-on-one and everything. So we're going to see that different side of Belichick that could probably help him in recruiting down the road.
Oh, yeah.
And people are going to see grandfatherly Bill Belichick, but also with a 24-year-old girlfriend.
Yeah, no, this documentary is being done for two reasons. One, recruiting. You're going to see Belichick. People are going to see the inside of what he has himself called an NFL.
Yeah.
So recruits are going to see how the whole thing operates. It'll be very curated. I'm sure that he and probably Mike Lombardi, I'm guessing Mike Lombardi is who is his GM at North Carolina. They have GMs now at the collegiate level. Mike Lombardi, I'm guessing this is probably going to be a pet project of his to make Belichick look a certain kind of way.
Censoring everything?
Yes.
Because teams are allowed to censor, usually, at least on the NFL version. They've been allowed to strike stuff if they want to.
And Lombardi's been out there in that content generation world the last few years, so he's probably got some ideas as to how that thing could look good. And number two, and you touched on it, this is Belichick flexing to show off his now, I guess, 24-year-old girlfriend to everybody. Was she 23 last year? I don't know. She's still in her mid-20s.
I bet we're going to see more of the coach's girlfriend and or wife than we ever have on a Hard Knocks.
Yes.
I think she's going to...
That part will get curated in.
She does not seem bashful to be on camera or anything. She's not trying to wait in the wings. I'm still intrigued by that initial photo we saw of those two together when it was first announced that they were a pair, where they met on an airplane, and it looked like they were sitting in coach. Yeah. And you're wondering, like, okay, look, it's not like Belichick needs fancy circumstances or anything, but I would imagine he flies first class most of the time.
I don't know.
So I'm guessing it was a Southwest flight.
Maybe.
And then I'm just kind of wondering, we talked the other day about trying to jockey for position when you're getting on a Southwest flight. I wonder how much jockeying went into her all of a sudden, like, oh my gosh, I'm sitting next to Bill Belichick. What a surprise.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I think you're underrating maybe the target-rich environment the coach could be on a plane for Bill Belichick. You know what I mean? Like, that's where the 23-year-old co-eds are. They're not up in first class.
Oh, you think he's intentionally sitting in coach?
Possibly. He's a very smart man. He's very regimented. He has a plan, you know?
It mimight have been Belichick that was the one jockeying for position.
Possibly.
Or just going up to the podium, if it wasn't a Southwest flight, going up to the podium and be like, I want to be on 24B.
Right.
Sure, Mr. Coach Belichick, are you sure you want to be in a middle seat? Yes, this time I do. Do it, get it done.
No, not that middle seat. That middle seat.
That specific middle seat.
That one right there. Yes. I'm just putting it out there that it could be the possibility. So, yeah, I'm with you. I'm looking forward to this. I wonder how the other colleges feel about it. Like, this is Now, here's the thing. With other colleges, most of these big-time schools now have really good social media and content generation staffs. They put out. I mean, I just know my alma mater does. Like, there was some amazing documentary type stuff put out on Notre Dame this last year. So I would say, like, if you're a college that's upset about this, you feel like Belichick's getting an unfair advantage, put out some of your own stuff, man.
I think that Belichick
start a podcast. Yeah,
I think Belichick is probably going to follow the same strategy Jim Harbaugh did at Stanford, which is, all right, because it's an academically tougher school to get into for student athletes, that Harbaugh really leaned into, like, okay, these guys might not be as physically gifted, but they tend to be hyper competitive, or more so, we got guys that really, really want to compete. So it isn't going to be the money side of things. It's going to be for genuine student athletes, and they can give him some money, but he's got to sell him on that NFL side of things. Like, hey, you're not a 5-star recruit, but we can get you. We can take dead aim on those 5-star recruits that think they're so hot, and we'll do everything we can to get you into the league.
Yep.
So it's not going to be a money appeal. It's going to be more so a total package appeal.
Probably. You're right. Probably both, but with Belichick skewed towards the getting to the next level part. I think you're 100% right on that. Hey, man, big doings last night. Did you see this is big doings for me. Dolly Parton's husband passed away.
Yeah.
You know how I feel about Dolly Parton. You know that I feel like Dolly Parton is maybe the greatest person walking the face of the earth.
Oh, you're saying, I didn't even think of this angle.
Yeah.
That Dolly Parton is a single woman for
She's
the first
out there
time
now.
since she was 18 years old.
I got to find out if she sits in coach, and maybe I can get a middle seat next to her. Amy's been put on notice. She knows that. I think her parents know it because they send me Dolly memes all the time. Like, they know. Like, this was something that's going to ratchet up the competition for Amy. Dolly Parton now being available.
When you go to Dollywood, it's as much of a scouting mission for you now as it is a time to enjoy roller
Scouting mission.
coasters.
It's like a trip to Mecca for Hakeem Olajuwon. You know?
I guess a recruiting mission.
Yeah, now it is. Yeah, now it's recruiting. But yeah,
like
before it was worship. Yes.
He was. I'll tell you what, because he was very much in the shadows. He was very private.
The husband,
a lot of people would have never guessed that she had a husband. Very rarely on camera, but and she said that he was really, really shy. It was a good lesson for the younger guys.
Yeah.
18 years old. She had just moved to Nashville. She had put her clothes in the laundry at a laundromat, and then she wanted to walk out. I think it was Nashville, right? Then she wanted to walk out and take a look at the town. She said, I started walking down the street just looking at my new home, and this guy hollered at me, and I waved. Being from the country, I spoke to everybody, and he came over, and, well, it was Carl, my husband.
Wow. He shot his shot.
Yeah.
Look at that. That is a great lesson for the kids, Seth.
When she say hollered at me, I don't think it was like a cat call or anything. He probably just said, hello, how are you? Or
do you
something
think
like
he did
that.
the thing where people stick their finger and their thumb in their mouth and whistled? I can't do it, but he's like...
She was coming from the sticks, and it just showed up in the big city.
Like
so
the
she probably
sticks.
hadn't grown a callus yet to being approached by random strangers and stuff. And he asked her out, and she said, well, I don't know you, so we'll get to know each other and everything. They get married. It wasn't a shotgun wedding. I don't think they ever had kids.
No.
But they got married with like 2 people in attendance, and they stayed married her entire life.
62
His entire
years.
life.
Yeah, 62. Yeah. He was 82 years old, man. He was 82.
So the lesson, put it out there, man.
Yeah.
Just say hi.
Shoot your shot.
Just say hi. Don't be like, hey, you're hot. You want to do it? No, just say hello.
Yeah.
Okay?
All right. This is good, too, because now I have the roadmap. If Amy gets a little sideways with me, I've got the roadmap to get Dolly. I just know I need to find her somewhere walking down the street and holler at her. Laundry.
After she puts her laundry in a coin laundry.
Yeah.
I mean, it's all debit cards these days, but you know.
Right. I don't know. Tennessee might still be coins.
Her other advice, I always joke and laugh when people ask me what's the key to my long marriage and lasting love.
Yeah.
I always say, stay gone.
Yes.
Then there's a lot of truth to that. I travel a lot, but we really enjoy each other when we're together and the little things we do.
The occasional separation is not a bad thing, I think.
She seems like the faithful type, too.
Yes. Yes, she does. You would even imply otherwise. I mean, the opposite is she's a whore. Yes, she's faithful. She was faithful to him for 62 years.
It'd be hard to be married to a sex symbol and
she
just
was
waiting in the wings all the time and everything, and probably
Still
getting
is.
just all kinds of letters and attention all the time. Yeah. That's a confident man right there, or a guy who knows who butters the bread in their household.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. He lived in Dollywood all the time, man. Somebody like Dolly probably will not get remarried. Well, she's like 80. I don't know that she's getting
Oh, God, no.
Is this somebody telling me that I have no shot? Is that what this text is? I'm going to read it that way. Somebody like Dolly, Sean, probably will not get remarried. I added the Sean.
Yeah, but she might go out and try to have the 20s she never had.
Yeah, man.
You know?
She never really got to get out there, you know?
She never had a 20s back in the 1940s.
That's it, man. All right, so Amy knows. As soon as the news came down, I turned to her and I showed her my phone and I said, been put on note is available. Capital S. She is available. The Queen, Dolly Parton. All right. Hey, quickly, let's give away some. Is it ticket time now, Ben? It is ticket time. I just found out this morning that I'm in on the Journey tickets, so I'm very excited about that. You can be in on Journey tickets as well. They're coming to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. 713-572-4610. Caller number 5. 4-pack of tickets to see Journey at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. It's on a Friday, too. That'll be fun. March 14th. Call now. 713. This is a hard ticket, man. 713-572-4610. Caller number
really
5.
Good.
Yeah.
The guy that stands in for Steve Perry is incredible.
Yeah, he's excellent.
He's so incredible that I don't know his name, but they are really, really good.
They wouldn't be playing the rodeo if they weren't, for sure. Keep listening all day long. You'll have more chances, and it's all Journey tickets. I saw the agenda for today. It's all Journey tickets all day long today here on Sports Radio 610. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. All right, mock draft injection with audio about the prospect that the Texans tabbed. Would you be? I think this is one that Texan fans, the sense I get, would be really, really happy with. We'll discuss that. Mike Tomman, Texans team president, joins us at the top of the hour in studio. Stay there. You're listening to Payne and Pendergast, but don't go anywhere. I said.
from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, big congrats and thanks for listening, and congrats on winning the Journey tickets to Jonathan and Dickinson. That's worth the long trip in from Dickinson to go see Journey at the Rodeo, I would say.
How far is it out to Dickinson?
Probably about 45 minutes, I think. 45, 50 minutes, something that way. You've lived down that way before, Seth.
Yeah.
It can be tricky.
Oh, yeah. That's further south than, yeah.
It's kind of between, kind of down Galveston way.
Sometimes it's 45 minutes and sometimes it's 2 hours.
Yes, yeah. So, but I would say worth the trip to go see Journey.
I think my next is I try to live in just about every county in the greater Houston area at some point in my life. I want to go up north. I want to get myself some acreage.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I want to get just build a little. Brandy and I are empty nesters now. Just a little 2-room cabin or something.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yourself with your hands with logs and everything.
That's a good idea, but probably not. No, that sounds like the kind of thing I would spend about 3 days doing and be like, "What? This is dumb. I'm going to have a professional do this for me."
I admire you getting through 3 days of that. Like 3 seconds.
I can love any kind of physical labor for about 3 days before I'm like, well, this is inefficient. I need somebody that's. It's not that I'm lazy. You see, it's just there's people who are better capable of doing this. Yeah.
You know me. I was literally on a walk yesterday and I saw somebody shoveling a hole in their front yard and I'm like, oh, that looks miserable. They're shoveling a little hole. I'm like, I can't do it, man. I outsource everything.
Digging is the one that loses its luster the quickest.
Yeah, that's kind of
what you go from being like, whoa, why I don't need a gym membership when I can just dig ditches. That lasts about 4 shovelfuls. Yeah,
it's now repetitive. Yeah, 5 shovels in. I'm Tex team president, going to join us in studio here in the next 10 or 15 minutes. Joel Klatt, Fox Sports. You a Joel Klatt fan, Seth? Maine color commentator on Fox's college football coverage.
Yeah, he's all right.
He's good. Yeah, I think I like Joel Klatt. I think he does a good job. We'll see how good a job he did mocking guys to the Houston Texans. With the 25th overall pick in the Joel Klatt FoxSports.com mock draft, the Houston Texans select Emeka Egbuka, wide receiver, Ohio State, who, according to Drew Doherty's mock draft roundup, is the second most mocked guy among respected mockers to the Texans, behind Tyler Booker of Alabama.
And Tyler Booker, it's going to be interesting to see how his draft stock fares over the next few days because he had a disappointing workout at the Combine.
Mm-hmm.
So Tyler Booker, who at times looked like, oh, there's no way he'll be there at 25, maybe that ends up being a good thing. I'm not as scared off by his workout numbers, especially as a guard, than I might otherwise be. But that's certainly a name to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
No, I was going to say, here's what Klatt says about Egbuka, and then we'll play some audio from some other guys on Egbuka. Texans need help for C.J. Stroud. One way to do that is by giving him a player he's familiar with already. Egbuka is one of my favorite players in the draft. Now, we should point out, Joel Klatt probably did about 4 or 5 Ohio State games this past season.
Yeah.
He's on the Big Noon Saturday coverage with Gus Johnson, and they do Ohio State games all the time. So he saw a ton of Egbuka. The duo will Ohio State, and Egbuka will succeed in the NFL. Will.
Oh.
In italics, Seth. In italics.
Oh, okay. You know that raises my cackles a little bit because I feel like that's a classic thing that a GM would never say about a 25th pick overall.
But
no matter how much you love a guy, you've been burned before.
Yes.
You don't say that he will work out.
He's a worker, a technician with his routes, good with the ball in his hands, fast and sturdy enough to play in the slot. Now that's interesting. Here's Mel Kiper Jr. on Emeka Egbuka.
He is the ultimate professional, all business, experience. You can count on him. We go back quarterbacks. First one in, last one out. Who is the great leader? Who sets the tone? Who does everybody go to for knowledge and information and everything you need to be a great football player? Emeka Egbuka is that guy.
Yeah, that's the stuff that, honestly, for Kiper, I like that kind of stuff because Kiper's not a film study guy. I think he's trying to become more of one, but he's got a lot of connections. And when somebody gushes over the top about how a player is, and especially with the way that DeMeco Ryans analyzes players, I get excited about that aspect of him. And the athleticism isn't as electrifying as a lot of the other guys that we've seen mocked to the Texans as a wide receiver. But the professionalism, or at least the elements that lead to professionalism once he becomes a professional, I think that's really going to appeal to the Texans. And I could see that being the dividing line between him and some other guys. Not to say those other guys are bad guys, but this is at a big-time university, which had a history of churning out really good receivers as of late in the NFL. I think that if Ibuka's there, there's a really, really good chance that's who they go with.
It'll be interesting, too, Seth, what they do in free. Any of this draft stuff, we have to account for the fact that we have not seen what they do in free agency, which is going to take place next week. You know, if they haven't gone out and gotten a speed guy as a wide receiver, you know, if they've gone and gotten a couple older technicians, to use Joel Klatt's word, then that amps up, I think, the need to get maybe more of a guy who's a downfield threat.
More of a burner.
Yeah. Like Matthew Golden from Texas is a guy who they talk about him being able to get open at all three levels of the field, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But Ibuka's a real good player. I'd be happy with it. You know, I think it'd be real solid. I'm sure C.J. Stroud would be thrilled with it. Here's Daniel Jeremiah of the NFL Network on Ibuka. I think he had Ibuka mocked to the Texans as well.
You have a cerebral quarterback. Now you have someone who's a cerebral receiver who he has history with, who's just a pro's pro. What did they hit? What did they hit on? They hit on Will Anderson. Pro, like just a pro. C.J. Stroud is a pro. Like you're starting to build that culture. It's the image of D'Amico Ryans. That's who D'Amico Ryans was, just professional in every which way as a player and as a coach. So I love that match there.
But the other part of it where I always get nervous with this is that it is awesome to have a room full of awesome guys all the time, but at some time you do just need that freakishly great athleticism. That there's weeks and then having good dudes,
right?
And if you start to lean into too much of the good dude side on the highly athletic traits type positions, then you're walking in murky waters there. But I still feel very good about it.
Yeah. No, you need the occasional guy. We're not talking about you got to bring in criminals or anything like that, but you need the occasional guy who will like an Instagram model's post while he's sitting out a game, that kind of thing. Remember Clowney did that?
Who did? Clowney did?
It was Clowney who did that, yeah. I think it was Clowney. I mean, that's just a little spacey, you know what I mean?
He was sitting up in the suite. It wasn't like he was on the sideline, doing it.
Right.
He was just doing what a guy's going to do. He says there's nothing he can do to help the guys on the sideline at that point.
I tried to tell the people that at the time, too, Seth. It didn't work. They were angry about it. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
I do wonder, because of that, though, too, I wonder with Ibuka, if he's one of the wide receivers that's there at 25, but there's other positions that have more of the first-round type physical traits, I think that the other positions win out. If it's a defensive tackle that's got more of the classic profile, and they look at Ibuka as a guy that, man, if we would trade up to get him in the second round, early in the second round, maybe that makes more sense. So, but he very much seems like a Texans culture. If you want to have more of what the defense has, but on the offensive side of the ball, I think Ibuka is the kind of guy you want to have.
I think that's bingo. I think that's the best point of the whole thing. Yep. All right. So that was our mock draft injection for today. All right. Up next, Mike Tomman, Texans team president, is going to join us. He's a few weeks into the job. We'll find out how things are going here. Obviously, a lot of news about the stadium that we'll get to. The team, how's he acclimating, all of that good stuff, and we'll get to know him a little bit. Mike Tomman, Texans team president, joins us in studio next. But first, I want to get you guys squared away.
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Tuesday. Good to be with you. It is 8 o'clock. It is Tuesday. We've been promising this all morning long, and it's great to finally meet in person, and I'm very anxious for our audience to meet him. He is the new president of the Houston Texans, Mike Tomman, joining us in studio. Mike, welcome to Houston.
Well, thank you very much. Could not be more excited to be here in Houston and with you guys this morning.
Yeah,
I'm
man.
excited for this.
Yeah,
it's a fun time.
It is. It's a fun time.
That's what I've heard.
It's a fun time. Yeah. Fun time on this show and a fun time to be a Texan fan. No. So how are things going so far in Houston? How are you getting acclimated so far?
Couldn't be better. Such a welcoming city overall. And then certainly the fan base. You and I were talking about our fan council a little bit before, but just such a passionate, welcoming fan base that's excited for the future. So couldn't have had a better first few weeks.
Yeah.
So you've what was the biggest thing, or I guess the multiple key things that attracted you to this position?
Great question. You know, there were multiple. I think at a macro level, the NFL is in such a good state. I think the positioning of the game, it's positioned for growth, it's positioned for globalization. So at a macro level, that was really exciting. I think the other main thing for me is ownership. You know, being in sports and entertainment for as long as I have, you look at what is a key factor in being successful. Put enough weight on the type of owners you had. And so, you know, coming into this, I really had a chance certainly to understand and appreciate the McNair's legacy with Bob and Janice, and then spent some really good time with Cal and Hannah. And their focus in on the team and what the team can do for the community, and their look forward and their huge aspirations on what all this can be. As I was sharing with somebody else, it just gave me goosebumps. It was like one of those things where you're like, whoa, this is lined up to be pretty special.
Yeah, Mike Tomman, Texans team president, joining us in studio. How crucial, I agree with everything you just said about ownership and the vibe of the team and everything. How crucial is it for somebody, you're going to be running the entire business side for this team, and you're doing it at a time now where the football side of it as well actually, is ascending on the field, but it seems like everybody is aligned and in lockstep about that sort of culture that you're talking about throughout the building there. How key is the on-field part, especially for you, evaluating, is this the right job for me?
Yeah, no, it's a huge factor. And I love the fact that you use the word aligned. I think the alignment is really special. And if you look at great organizations, world-class organizations, they have great alignment on where they're headed. Certainly with Nick and Coach, CJ on the offensive side, just how the defense, all of them, the stout defense we have there, and really the culture overall, that was really important. It is a special, special time. So have this great moment to make the most of. And that's what, that's kind of why you get out of bed.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Mike, most of our listeners know that when you were hired, it was pretty much immediately people started talking about, okay, this is probably something to do with stadium renovations and or possibly a new stadium. And they know that that's a topic and that there's something going on there. Where are you guys in the process in terms of figuring out whether you have to do a renovation or whether you might think about doing an entirely new stadium? What's the timeline on that when you would make a decision on that?
Well, just to set the table, we're 7 years out at this stage. And so we have started a process like you would for any major transformative opportunity that you have coming down the line. The key is to get out in front. And I was really enthused to understand all the great work that had already been done with our partners at the park, trying to understand how we could renovate. Our priority, our focus has been renovation, and it continues to be. We're open to all options. You have to consider all options, but where our energy continues to be is figuring out how do we make NRG Stadium a world-class stadium, the best competitive advantage for our team and the best experience for our fans. And so we're going through the process right now. We've commissioned a number of studies. We have a number of experts helping us. Some of them still have to come to conclusion, and we have a lot of dialogue to continue on that front. So there's no April 15th. We need to be at this point. What I can say is we're in a great position for a runway to make sure we're making the right decision and the right approach.
You and I guess Mike Tomman, Texans team president, joining us in studio. And I guess maybe just to educate our audience on your background, because you've got an extensive background that involves a lot of stadium stuff. A little bit about your background there, and then also what are some of those things that in the new age stadiums that are the touch points now for fans, whereas, when NRG Stadium was built, it was, there were different criteria back in 2000 now. So a little in your background and maybe kind of what you're seeing moving forward in the stadium realm.
Yeah, no, I've been in the business for close to 25 years. The first half of that part of my career was really on the team side. And so was lucky enough to work for a number of different teams in the NBA predominantly, everyone from, the Cavaliers to the Suns, the then Bobcats, for those of you who would follow the NBA back to the Charlotte days, then back to the Cavaliers, and then out to AEG, which is, is a platform, a conglomerate of teams and assets. From there, had spent the last 11 years at a company called Legends, which one of, the real subject matter expert positionings that the company had was on new stadium builds and stadium renovation. Spent a good number of hours, times, days, weeks on really special new builds like SoFi Stadium, Allegiant, had different engagements with certainly when we thought about the Niners building their first stadium, and then most recently with Highmark in Buffalo with the Buffalo Bills. But also spent a lot of time on renovations as well. I spent a good amount of my time in Madrid, Spain with Real Madrid. The Bernabeu just went through a $800 million renovation on that place. So, I walk away feeling very fortunate to have a knowledge base of what are best practices, where is the business going, where is the fan experience going. And as I like to say, sometimes equally as valuable, what are the missteps? What are the missteps along the way that, when you want to mitigate those risks? And so excited to bring those to the table for the Texans. And, to the last part of your question, when it comes to do with experience, that's the key when you really think about it. Now, there's a lot to do when you think about infrastructure. And certainly, as you aptly pointed out, this building was built, when we're done with it, over 30 years ago.
Yeah.
There was a different thought process on how you use a building to support a great experience. And certainly the world has progressed and improved on how you structure in the ability to support a great fan experience, which at the end of the day is how do you make sure the fans love coming here? You take out all the friction so it's easy to get here. It's easy to come early. You want to come early. It's easy to consume the game in the way that you want, and you want to stay late, and you want to do it for generations. And so all that infrastructure is really focused in on how do we support a great fan experience.
Yeah, I guess that's one of the things that intrigues me, just on the nuts and bolts side of things. I saw you with Mark and John talking about getting guys into the stadium earlier and enticing them to come into the games earlier. What do you do for that? What are the big things that you can do to make a stadium more accessible and more enticing to be there in your seats at opening kickoff?
Yeah, well, I think one, just to put an exclamation point on how important that is, because this is about the fan experience, and the fan experience ties into a competitive advantage for the team on the field. To have the stadium packed before opening kickoff, to have the Texans know that we have an advantage with our fan base from the moment we kick off, that's huge. And that's an important piece of why this all needs to your word, be aligned. How do you do that? Well, one, you make ingress easier on just how it's set up. And I mean, Ingress, not only on, we think about the fan journey from the moment that they're pulling out of their house. What is that journey like to the moment that they're walking into the building? Certainly there's infrastructure things. How do you make areas larger to gather? How do you make it more comfortable to have seating before the actual game? How do you have offerings that people want to come for food and beverage or other entertainment? A lot of that has to do with the bones of the building. And how do you make these great places for people to congregate? And so the different ways you can do that is key, especially when you think about, hey, we have people who are coming because they're super fans. Where they want to congregate and how they want to congregate, that could be a little different than if you're coming with your family. And that could be a little different than if you're coming to entertain clients or, give some sort of incentive to your top employees. Those are three very different uses for the experience, but three very important experiences that we want to be able to serve. We really want this to be the showcase for all those people for Houston.
Mike Tomman, Texans team president, joining us in studio. For you personally, you've had a chance to work with, alongside some of the biggest names in ownership in sports. What's that been like for you, and how much do you kind of sponge from them to put together either your management style or kind of put, your set of beliefs in how you attack things every day?
Yeah, it's one of my favorite topics. And full disclosure, I Forrest Gump my way into all those great leaders. It was nothing that
respect.
Yeah, it wasn't like, oh gosh, I'm going to be really prescriptive and I know how to do this and I'm going to go after that. Certainly early later.
Yeah.
But I think there's a couple places I'll take that. One is when you have great opportunities like a stadium development, renovation being the focus. But when you have these great opportunities, how do you take the care to optimize that situation? And for instance, that's why you're out 7 years early and you're having those conversations. But the preparedness to go in and to clearly have your vision on what that wants to be, those are things that certainly saw in Cal and Hannah, that, they know who they are, they know who they want us to be, and they know how important Houston is and the fan base with clarity. And so clarity is a really big piece, I think, that I certainly took from different leaders and owners. The other piece I would say is the importance of, we call our teammates at the Texans throughout the organization. Our teammates and the culture. I remember sitting with Cal and Hannah and asking, there's so many great opportunities here. How do we prioritize them? Where should I be focused out of the gates? And they were emphatic on culture. Culture with the team and the organization, and spending time with our people and our fans makes all the difference in the world. And so that, that's where I've been the last 4 weeks and will be for a little while. But those were big takeaways for me.
Yeah.
Mike, explain this to me like I'm a radio host that doesn't have as good a grasp on this as he should. Just imagine that for a moment.
Let me get into that mindset first.
Yeah,
okay, got it.
Well, or just a lot of our actual shit between the Texans and the Rodeo and how all of that works together to kind of share that property.
Yeah, I mean, there are partners at NRG Park. We have our partnership from the beginning of the stadium, and really the entire park opening has been something that certainly we cherish. I think our partnership with the Rodeo has been a very productive one. They are, they're iconic, and we have a ton of admiration and respect for what they do, and we're happy to be partners with them. And so, when we look at what the new setup is, certainly at NRG Stadium, they're a big part of that. And so we look at them as great partners that we're looking to march forward with.
But I mean, and that's where whenever you think about making renovations to the stadium or doing anything, you have to do it alongside and in conjunction with, I don't want to say the approval of, but I guess you gotta be on the same, you gotta be in agreement with the Rodeo with anything that you want to do.
We have to be aligned. Yep.
Yeah.
Because it is their home 6 months of the year as well. And so when we look to make decisions, we need to have the same really vantage point on it.
Mike Tomman, Texans team president. All right, let's let the audience get to know you a little bit personally. We were talking about it off the air. I don't know if we mentioned it. You played football at Georgetown. back in the day. So obviously you're a football fan. You played football. Are you a fan to the degree like maybe our listeners are, where you're looking forward to free agency next week, just like they are? And the draft.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the things I connect with our fans right out of the gates is the passion. I love the sport. I love what the sport can do for you. Certainly what it did for me.
Mm-hmm.
And as you can imagine, when when you start out, you're like, I want to be in the NFL. But being in the NFL, my mindset wasn't sitting in a suit.
Right.
The idea to be around it and play the game, it's something that I would be doing and thinking about and consuming if I wasn't in this chair.
Yeah.
The fact that I get to do that and be a part of the Texans, for me, it is really special.
Yeah.
You know what? We've had a lot of people in the city. Jeff Luhnow, who was the GM of the Astros, Daryl Morey, who was the GM of the Rockets, who got into sports or the sports industry in kind of an unconventional route. So when people ask me, how do they get into the industry? There's a million different answers, but I guess what's your advice to younger people, like some of our listeners that might want to get into the sports industry? What's the best way to get your foot in the door initially?
This is probably an unpopular response, and this is probably why I don't get invited to a lot of universities.
All right. First interview with Mike, we get an unpopular response. I like it.
I'm not a big get your foot in the door person. I am a big believer in taking time to figure out what you love to do and then understanding what that looks like in the job world and then pinning your ears back and going after that. And the reason being is I think you could get into a career well equipped for, you will not enjoy, and people will not see the best of you. And so it's tough to hey, that guy got in the door. He's terrible at what he does. So let me look at him for something else.
Seems like he hates it, but he always shows up on time at least.
But I'd love to have him in my organization.
No, that's really good advice. Because I know you're right. Sometimes you get your foot in the door and you maybe have success in a role that isn't really part of your dream. And all of a sudden, 8 years later, you realize you're on a completely different path. That getting your foot in the door and being around isn't necessarily the way you want to start out. They'd be more specific in exactly what your goals are at the beginning.
That's right. I mean, inertia will, as you know, next thing you know, you look up and it's 20 years later. And you're like, what am I doing?
Yeah, yeah. Well, and you came up through, like you mentioned, you work for some teams. I mean, you were working in ticketing for teams. I saw a video of you giving a talk on ticketing when you were with the Cleveland Cavaliers back in 2009. It still exists on YouTube.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking at Omar, hoping we can get that taken down.
Well, it was very good. It was good advice. But here's what I wanted to ask you. I just had a couple more things I want to hit with. You were with the Cavs in 2009. This is the sports fan in me talking now. The decision with LeBron took place in 2010. Were you still with the Cavs when that took place?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
In ticketing?
Well, I was running their sales service analytics.
Can you put into words what that was like when that all went down?
Yeah, it was surreal. That's the word. I remember I went to the training facility to watch with our GM, Chris Grant, and at time we were sitting and waiting. The communication had gone silent at that point, so we kind of saw it live. Now Chris knew ahead of me, of course. But it was surreal, kind of watching it on TV. Here's what I'll tell you, though, is that was actually one of my fondest moments of the organization. I remember we got together the next day, and we really talked about what our craft was. Like, take away the team, take away the personnel. Let's just talk about what our craft is. And that organization really rallied. We had some of the highest metrics you could have on the revenue side. That upcoming year, if you could believe that.
Yeah.
So it was a special time. It was a hard time, but it was a special time too.
But I mean, everybody talks about, adversity is really what often drives change or just, internal evaluation or whatever. In sports, that's the ultimate adversity. You just lost the best player on the planet.
Yeah, I appreciate you walking me back down this
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to know.
But you're 1,000% right.
Yeah.
When you get up every day and your focus is to be a pro's pro, and your focus in whatever you're doing is to be world class, there's only one way to test that.
You have a great answer anytime. Like, I always think about that. I tell my kids this. I'm like, no, in a job interview, you have to have a good answer for adversity. Tell me a time you came back from something. That's a great one right there.
No one wants the bandwagon the whole way.
Right, man. Right. Okay, my last one. Is it true that you had a pet alligator back then?
True story. His name was Mike.
His name, you named him that?
Yeah, his name was Mike. We're named Mike, so we figured the alligator should be Mike. That's all true.
Everybody was named Mike?
Everybody was named Mike.
Oh, my God. Taking messages.
How do you feel about iguanas?
Yeah. I guess I was insecure. They just weren't tough enough. So we're like, we got to get something tougher.
Yeah, an alligator.
Tougher than an iguana?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Damn it.
Oh, yeah.
Why? Are you thinking about it?
Sean and I were terrified of iguanas last week.
We were at Astros spring training, got chased around by an army of iguanas last week.
They're mean.
Yeah.
I don't blame you for running.
You have kids? Family? How's family acclimated to Houston?
Love Houston. Yeah. My wife, Lauren, I have a son, Ben, who's 17, and my daughter, Olivia. And so they couldn't be more excited. The time that they've spent in Houston, they're wrapping up school in Dallas, and they'll be making their way down this summer.
That's great. That's great. All right, last thing before we get you out of here, because I saw the same interview that Seth did. You did with Mark and John. Really good conversation with those guys. At the very end, you were talking about walkout music or walk-up music. You're a big advocate of that, right?
I'm big into vibe.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I think when you have a special situation, you have an organization like the Texans, you should feel it with all the senses.
Yes.
So I love walk-up music.
Okay, you do. All right. So
how's that work? You've got walk-up music at the lobby there, where people walk in the south entrance. Do employees get walk-in music?
Our teammates do. Yeah. So if you walk in, so go past that entrance and walk into the different parts of the office. And I like to call it vibe.
Yeah.
We'll have vibe for you coming in. You're going to walk in and say...
do you have facial recognition software? Are you pressing like play on a boombox?
We got a boombox. It's actually a CD player. One of our legal leads is our DJ.
I love that.
Yeah.
Oh, I love that. Okay. But that's on the. I'm sure it's on the list, Seth. Stadium renovation, facial recognition software for the vibes.
Yes.
I'll put it on the list of things that you've never done for me, Sean.
Yeah, that's true.
Right?
See, and I'm becoming a better person by having this conversation. Yeah. It's going to have. Well, I asked that because Nick Caserio, the general manager, comes on our show pretty frequently, and he demands that the WWE Degeneration X theme song plays as he is coming on to the show.
I like that.
He's a big vibes guy also.
He is. I think we connect on a lot of spaces. I think my walk-up music was Enter Sandman. So it's kind of the same genre.
All right. Well, you're going to be on with us again down the road, so I got to know. You got to let us know if Enter Sandman is what you want when you come on. That's what you'll have. But Mike, this is great, man. This is great to meet you, and I'm sure the audience is saying the same thing. Great to get to hear from you, and we're looking forward to obviously a ton of success on and off the field with you moving forward. So appreciate you coming in studio.
You guys are the best. I appreciate you having me.
Good stuff. Mike Tomman, Texans president, joining us here on Payne and Pendergast on Sports Radio 610. Up next, we'll circle back. QB carousel spinning right now. The crazy name that's the first domino to fall is wild. We will get to that coming up next. Stay there.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest thing about Stingley is he'd be the last.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. We just finished up with Mike Tomman, the Texans president. He was really good. That was a good conversation. Getting a lot of positive reaction on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. A lot of I like him, like what he sounds like. Sean got all dressed up for the Prez with 4 exclamation points. I did. I wore a collared shirt today.
I changed shirts when I saw Sean this morning because I realized, like, oh, you're going to go all professional, are we?
Seth had a T-shirt on. Now there were two funny things going. Well, there was one big funny thing going on in the room. At one point, when I had to maneuver some stuff on the desk here, apparently one of the things I was maneuvering hit a button on the remote for the TV in studio.
Yeah.
And it went from sports being played on here to what appears to be some black and white Mexican movie with a bunch of guys on sombreros and things like that. And I didn't notice that until about 4 or 5 minutes into the interview. And so when Mike was leaving, I said, hey, Mike, just so you know, we usually have sports. Okay. He said, I didn't know if you were testing me or not.
I'm just glad. I'm glad that if we had somebody from, if we had like some Hispanic ambassador of some sort or something, and then all of a sudden it switched to like, hey, probably like this, compadre, huh? Yeah.
This will make you feel more comfortable around a couple gringos like us.
You want a taquito?
Yeah.
What the hell's this quesadilla?
Thank you, Ben. Thank you, Ben. Didn't even need to ask.
Okay, the thing that I wanted to add, I would have spent the whole interview with him. Maybe this could be a good podcast. I'm really intrigued by the specific things you can do to a stadium to encourage people to be in there earlier and to make it faster. Yeah. Because that's the one thing we've noticed about the stadium, because we do the pregame show right there in the south end zone or outside the south end zone. And there's a lot of people that want to get in there faster, but the lines, there tends to be a bottleneck when people are trying to rush in there. So I can see where the stadium design and the parking lot design and everything can make a big difference in that kind of stuff.
For sure.
The other part I'm intrigued by is just like how loud can you make a stadium?
Yes.
The things the sound engineers can do and everything to make it absurdly loud. Because even some of these open air stadiums get really, really loud. I think when you're stacked up, when the seats are just stacked up vertically.
Yeah.
I want it to be like that. I want it to be like a Coliseum environment, but like from a sci-fi movie.
Yes.
Where everybody's just all vertical right on top of the players.
That's what Kansas City is, and it's one of the loudest stadiums in football stadium. Yeah. So just you're right. The shape and the structure of it matter. I think the other thing, too, that I liked in that conversation, if you missed it, we just had Texans president Mike Tomman on the show in studio with us here for about 20 or 25 minutes. Good conversation. You can hear it on the Payne and Pendergast podcast or on the Odyssey app. You can rewind. I think in light of what was clearly either an AI-generated or wrongly aggregated story last week about the stadium by Newsweek, where they were talking about the Texans with the slant of them looking to move.
They were using the word
now.
relocate really, really loosely, and it led a lot of people to think that, oh, wait, the Texans are thinking about moving cities.
Yeah.
And there's not a single chance in hell, as long as the McNairs are the owners, that they would ever consider leaving the Houston area.
Right.
So that's the big question: is if he's talking about it's a 7-year timeline, but to build a new stadium, I would imagine it's you gotta start getting plans ready and everything 5 years out to be generous. So I guess the question would be, if they were to leave NRG Park, where would it be?
Yeah. Well, and we can talk about that for sure. I do want to talk about that. But I think in terms of what Mike said, Seth, there's still probably people walking around this city. There's 6 million people. There's probably still people walking around thinking that Newsweek story had some sort of legs to it.
Yeah, that's the part. Newsweek has become just like a sham of what it once was.
Yep.
So because there was a Newsweek article that inaccurately said that they were considering reload it outside the classic sense of it.
Yes.
That it led a lot of people to think, I got questions about it at spring training last
By
week.
Cam Smith's mom. Remember that?
That's right.
Cam Smith's mom said, hey, did I see that the Texans are thinking of leaving when we met her?
Yeah.
She said that like 5 minutes into the conversation. We're like, no, it's this Newsweek story. But I think with Mike in that conversation we just had, Mike Tomman, team president, is that he repeatedly said how much Cal and Hannah and the McNairs are in on Houston. And not that we needed that reinforcement, But if there's people walking around town right now thinking that the team might relocate because of the stadium stuff, and I'm one of them, I hear that and I feel a whole lot better that the new team president, the part of the reason he's here is because part of their ethos and their pitch was how much this team wants to continue to do for the city of Houston, you know?
Yeah, no, that's not – there's not even a sliver of a notion that that's what's going to happen, barring some unforeseen circumstances in the future.
Yeah.
But, like, the way it is as right now, I can't imagine. And I think the other part of it is that I do feel that they're genuinely in the exploratory phases of trying to figure out whether the renovation – makes sense or economically, or if it is better to build a new stadium, and then where would that stadium be in the Houston area? Those are things that are just a completely clean slate right now while they do their study.
Where would you want it if they made Pope Zaza the head of infrastructure for the entire greater Houston metropolitan area, up to and including, say, an hour radius outside the city? Where would you want to put it?
It seems like Katy comes up the most often. I feel like south of Houston gets neglected. I think somewhere between Pearland and Galveston.
Yeah.
Because I feel like they get neglected. Every time we do a remote down there, people are like, "How come you guys aren't here anymore?" And it gets packed.
Yeah.
It gets packed in wherever we do the remotes. So there's a part of me just from, as a longtime League City resident for all of about 18 months.
Yep.
I feel like I need to give back to that area.
Yeah.
And yet, I don't know if the traffic would be the best.
That's the big thing. That is literally the first thing I think of when I think of where it would go. Because I don't think real estate's a problem anywhere. I'm sure there's space out depending on how far out you want to go.
There's still swaths of hundreds of acres inside the city limits in some places. Yeah.
To me, the one that feels like, and again, I don't leave inside the loop nearly as much as I used to, but I still do. The sense I get is that the Katy Freeway is well built for it, more so than I'd say I-45 north up to the Woodlands or the Hardy Toll Road going up that way, or 288, even though they made a ton of changes to 288. Like the Katy Freeway at its max is like 10 lanes wide. It's crazy. It's crazy.
And we use all of them. But on the weekends, it's a little bit different than, on a weekday.
Yeah. Yep. Someone says, outside of Harris County, # not my taxes.
Yeah, I know. That's the fight for yes. I want to completely support the team, but not with my taxes.
Okay,
yes.
Text message. Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. I feel like I did the Lord's work here. I definitely believe that article. Thank you for clarifying it.
Oh, really? So just that article was so bad. That article cited articles that mentioned nothing about the Texans leaving.
Yeah.
And then you had all these aggregators putting headlines on that say Texans might leave Houston, all this other stuff, where if you just go and click on the links that they were citing, the source articles said nothing about that. It was completely made out of thin air. And it was those things that happen anymore where you read an article from a blogger, you gotta go and do 3 layers of research to find out exactly what the hell they're talking about. And they were incredibly irresponsible in the way they presented it.
I don't think Mike had a problem reliving the LeBron thing. I think he was just joking around with that. I think when I brought up LeBron leaving while he was there in Cleveland.
He was telling about when he first got into ticketing, he was working on selling Cleveland Cavaliers suites to people before LeBron. And
is that what you guys were talking about off the air?
Yeah. Well, because we were kind of talking about how sales and being in a sales position, as you said many times, it's one of the best things you can do to teach yourself overall skills in business and in life because you get told no a lot, sometimes rudely so. And he got a whole lot of that when he was trying to sell corporate suites to the Cleveland Cavs fans.
Pre-LeBron Cavs? Oh, my God.
Remember that young woman that I was talking to who had her first job outside of college?
Jets.
Her job was to sell call-up season ticket people who had canceled their season tickets previously.
With the Jets. Yeah. Oh, God. All right, we'll circle back. I teased the topic into this segment. We'll hit it next segment. The big domino that's going to fall in free agency. If someone had told you a year ago it would be this guy, you'd have been like, what the hell? We'll get to that and a whole lot more. We got a lot to get to still between now and the end of the show. Pettycast pushed back to 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock on Tuesday because we had Mike Tomman on the show. So we'll do that at the top of the hour. Stay there. Bex Prime. Okay, so my Bex Prime story for today. I was leaving.
Karam Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I have Payne and Pendergast with you on a we interview new Texans president Mike Tomman at 8 o'clock. You can hear that on the Odyssey app, on the podcast, the Rewind feature. Always good for that type of stuff. You can text the show, 713-572-4610. That's the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. So, Seth, free agency, this time next week, free agency is going to be kicking, man. We'll be in day 2 of the illegal tampering and legal tampering.
Yeah.
Legal tampering. The legal tampering and agree to deal phase.
Illegal tampering is the combine, according to Nick Caserio.
Or anything happening right now.
Nick threw some mild shade, I think, at people that agree to deals at the combine.
Yeah.
Because I think the Texans try to abide by. I think people always have this notion that it's just freewheeling in the Wild West and everything. There are teams that. I think a lot of teams try to be pretty careful about the tampering stuff because the penalty is huge. You get fined a first-round pick at times, like the Dolphins did a few years ago for tampering with Tom Brady. So I think the Texans are probably one of the teams that try to abide by that. And but all that to say that roundabout next, not this coming Monday, but the Monday after this coming Monday, we'll start to get a lot of reports of deals that have been agreed to.
Yeah, you and I went through the exercise at 7 o'clock of kind of going through the top names at each of the positions. And look, it's going to be fun because it's a land rush. Like, it's not as though because the names aren't as big, teams aren't going to be as crazy as of them, and they're going to go spend. I don't know if the Texans, in fact, I can almost assure you the Texans won't be one of those teams out in front of everybody else running to plant flags in players like it's a land rush, but it's still going to be really fun. But in going through the names, man, it doesn't stack up to last year where we had all that star power at running back.
Right.
We had all that star power at edge rusher, which the Texans, where the Texans were both on the importing and exporting side with John Grenard going to Minnesota and with Danielle Hunter coming here. And there were other big. Christian Wilkins was a huge name that went. Sam Darnold might be the domino that some of these teams are waiting to fall.
As far as big names and what have you, I do think too. If I look at all the different position groups, the position group of need for the Texans that I think it makes a lot of sense that the Texans maybe make a day 2 signing, not one of the huge deals necessarily. But is it offensive guard? I think there are a lot of viable starting offensive guards out there that would be upgrades for the Texans. And if I had to handicap it right now in terms of, okay, who do the Texans address in free agency? And then because of that, who do they go after in the draft? It feels most likely to me right now that they go after a guard in free agency, maybe a veteran center of some sort, and then they can focus on wide receiver in the draft and possibly interior defensive line in the draft.
If you had to ask me, like, you can only fill these positions, nameless and faces the needs through either the draft or free agency. I would say interior offensive line free agency. I would say wide receiver draft. I would say running back draft. I think running back is a need for this team right now. Not at the starter level. Joe Mixon's a starter, but I think we can't be, Seth, where Dario Gumbawale, where Joe Mixon misstepping. Like, we're one misstep away from Dario Gumbawale getting 15 touches in a game.
Well,
it can't be.
And that's where, again, though, I wonder exactly how they feel about Dameon Pierce with a different offensive coordinator. I mean, Pep Hamilton was awesome for Dameon Pierce. Nick Caserio wasn't so hot for Dameon. If that is indeed the reason or the cause that Dameon Pierce fell off so dramatically, I think Caserio genuinely sees more upside in Dameon Pierce, and I wonder if that might have been one of the things that led to the departure of Bobby Slowick, partly, amongst other things. But maybe that was one of the little check boxes. Like, hey, wait a second, we've seen the very good side of Dameon Pierce a couple times this year. Mm-hmm. Why have we not been able to get that out of him more consistently? Why are you making it this hard to use what we think is a good asset?
The quarterback storylines are interesting. Where will Sam Darnold land? I think he's the big quarterback domino to fall. We're getting text messages. Text message. Jim Adler, Texas Hammer text line. Where does Aaron Rodgers go, and does he have anything left? I think that's domino number 2 is Aaron Rodgers. And the Giants are the big rumor, but I don't know, man. I will see.
Look, there's just so many outliers there with Aaron Rodgers. He's going to be 41 years old. He's still coming off of an Achilles tendon surgery, which could be a positive or a minus, because this will be a year and a half removed, or 2 years removed, really, from his previous Achilles tendon injury. Mm-hmm. And that even though he's 41 years old, you might see a more athletic and spry version of Aaron Rodgers. The biggest question by far for Aaron Rodgers is going to be that teams can look and see what happened in New York, where Rodgers, seemingly hand-selected a bad offensive coordinator, aging or mediocre veteran wide receivers to bring onto the team. It looked like he was just trying to keep the band together as much as possible. Mm-hmm. But then that also, Aaron Rodgers himself, like Aaron Rodgers, the offensive coordinator, he prefers kind of an antiquated style of football. One of the reasons Aaron Rodgers likes old wide receivers is he likes to just be able to line them up where they are. We don't need a whole lot of pre-snap motion, and I've got a sixth sense with Randall Cobb, and I'm just going to feed him the ball. There's a lot of teams that are going to look at that and think, okay, well, we need him to change his stripes. This has got to be a little bit more of a humble Aaron Rodgers, or a guy that doesn't want to take control of the situation because he doesn't know what he's doing as a GM.
Yep.
And so that's something that comes with meetings and conversations. I'm really curious to see how all that goes.
There are, by my count, Seth, there are 6 teams that are part of this musical chairs at quarterback with starting quarterbacks right now. There's some teams with bad starting quarterbacks or young starting quarterbacks that aren't moving, isn't better than some of those guys. But to me, the top 3 teams in the draft are all in the quarterback market. Titans, Browns, Giants are all in the market for starting quarterbacks. And then the Raiders, the Jets, and the Steelers, I think you can, for Aaron Rodgers, obviously cross off the Jets. I think you can cross off the Steelers because it sounds like they're going to pick between Justin Fields and Russell Wilson like it's the last episode of The Bachelor, and they're going to hand one of them a rose and say, you're the starting quarterback for our team, which leaves the Titans, Browns, Giants, and Raiders for Aaron Rodgers.
Okay, this is where I think I differ in the philosophy a lot of these teams, and I don't understand exactly how we've gotten to this point. Because if you think about this, Sean, quarterbacks get taken in the first round, and the prevailing thought these days is, well, you drafted him high in the first round and he's got to start, because you don't draft him high in the first round unless he's ready to start. And then what happens to the vast majority of quarterbacks taken in the first round? They fail.
Yeah.
They fail.
Yeah.
So somehow, though, the standard wisdom in the operating procedure is, we got to do it this way. We got to do it this way. Okay, but they keep failing when we do it this way. Yeah, but you got to do it this way. No, the fact of the matter is, back in the day, yes, you drafted a quarterback in the top 5 because they were genuinely great prospects, and usually they had demonstrated that they were capable of starting day one.
Yep.
That's not the way it operates anymore. There's a lot of guys getting drafted in the first half of the first round that in previous generations would have been second or third round draft picks. If the Titans, this would actually make me a little bit nervous, if the Titans drafted Cam, but then also said, but we're going to, and that's the way we're going to operate. We're going to give him a year, just like Pat Mahomes got, to learn and operate and learn how to be an NFL quarterback, that then the Titans could be a lot scarier all of a sudden. And I just realized that Aaron Rodgers' stock in my own brain just went up by my sphincter meter. I always try to check myself for my blind spots that way. Like, wait a second, what are you going to feel if you're going against
How's
this guy?
my sphincter doing? Yes.
Last time I saw the Texans go against Aaron Rodgers, he looked like an all-pro in the second half.
He did.
Yeah.
He did.
So he tore up a really good Texans defense.
Well, that would make those Titans games super interesting. You know, if it's Aaron Rodgers or that scenario, draft a quarterback with the number 1 pick, but bring in Aaron Rodgers.
What the Colts should have done with Anthony Richardson.
Yes, absolutely.
They named him a starter freakishly early, and it felt like it was because that's what the owner wanted.
Yeah.
Where I don't think anybody in the building really thought he was ready to be an NFL quarterback, and he demonstrated it for them very clearly multiple times last year.
Silly, no doubt. All right, so a little quarterback talk, a little free agency talk. Man, I can't wait for it to get here next week. Hey, Journey is coming to the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Be listening in the 9 o'clock hour. Not now. Don't start calling now. Then we'll have your head if you start calling right now, all right? We'll do it in the 9 o'clock hour. Journey tickets. Friday, March the 14th. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. All right, no petty cast at 8 o'clock this morning because we had Mike Tomman in studio. But we will have a petty cast. Sean and Seth cannot go. I'm going third person. Sean and Seth cannot go a full Tuesday without getting ultra out.
We're insufferable in normal society if we don't.
That's right. So we'll do the petty cast. We got some good petties. And send yours in to the Jim Adler to the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610. We'll do the petty cast coming up next.
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you. Payne and Pendergast. You got a look on your face, Seth. What's going on?
I was just, I had my suspicions, and now it's been confirmed that rugby shirts are back in, Sean.
Really?
You can take your wardrobe from 40 years ago and just roll it. Does your Coca-Cola rugby shirt still fit?
I'm not as fat as I was, say, 10 years ago.
You're definitely not as skinny as you were when you were a 19-year-old Coca-Cola rugby shirt wearing stud. I can't imagine that rugby shirts. It's not going to catch on in Houston nearly like it has apparently elsewhere. No. That's a thick garment what you're wearing there.
Yeah.
And apparently one of the trends is to wear a button down underneath a rugby shirt. Go die.
Oh.
There's no way in hell I'm putting that much fabric on my torso.
Oh, my God. Yeah, back in the day, man. Back in, like, junior high up in the great state of Connecticut, it was kind of fashionable to have, like, an Izod golf shirt on underneath a rugby shirt. Like
that's back, man.
2 collars.
This is our time, Sean.
Really?
They've come for us.
Oh,
yeah.
Man. All right.
We go hang out. We go hang out outside the convenience store. The kids there, and they'll fit right in.
Yeah. Not creepy.
Remember my first girlfriend, Malika Ball. She had a killer collection of rugby shirts.
Yeah.
I don't know where you guys thought I rug shirts
too. All right. Let's get to the Pettycast here. We do it each and every Tuesday. Normally at 8 o'clock. We're doing it today at 9 o'clock. If you missed it, Mike Tomman, Texans team president, joined us in studio at 8 o'clock. Really good conversation, especially if you're interested in the stadium kind of side of things. I thought he had some good insight on that. 7 years left on the lease. That was the big takeaway there. We'll circle back to that at some point here. But you can get that on the app. Hey, quick reminder, too, since the first thing we're about to talk about here in the Pettycast is Astros related. Tyler Milner and Patrick Creighton have a really good Astros podcast, The Big Orange Wagon. Encourage you to subscribe to that on the Odyssey app as well. As long as we're doing some shopping on the Odyssey app, I would say go to the baseball aisle and pick out The Big Orange Wagon and download. Those guys do a great job with that.
Whenever I see their show logo, I imagine a woman with a bad fake tan and a big booty. She's got a big orange wagon.
Oh, yeah.
Gets me going.
Big orange
Gets
junk.
me ready for baseball.
Yeah. You want some junk in the trunk? Big orange wagon. Yeah. I like it.
That's what I'm into.
All right. Here's the Pettycast. This is purely a Sean Petty here, and this is for the Astros, who I will point out did a nice job hosting us and getting us squared away for games in West Palm Beach, and that'll be the end of
Astros.
And that'll be the end of the niceties because this is the Pettycast. I am mad at the Astros because they're only televising 10 of their spring training games. This is the most intriguing spring training that we've had for the Astros since before they won the World Series, in my opinion, because there's a lot of guys on this team now and in the future that we've not gotten a really good look at yet, and I would like to know what Space City Home Network is running in afternoons that they can't flip on the cameras and run some Astros baseball. Todd Callis is down there because I've heard him on the radio down there.
I think it's probably one of those things where if you're an actual TV company, not a radio station that puts our stuff on YouTube as an added bonus, that you probably feel like, look, we've got a certain standard that we hold ourselves to, and we can't just throw on a web stream and have that be our product.
Yeah.
So I get that part of it, but maybe, I don't know, do something with the team or something where you just stream a live feed. Don't even have any commentary. People can just,
Sure, it's a cost thing. I'm sure it's like if you were to broadcast all 30, you've got to have a camera crew and, you got to pay everybody and whatnot. But, man, I'm bummed out. When I get push notifications about a Cam Smith bases clearing triple, and I've got to wait for, the Zapruder film to come out to see the damn thing.
Last year they had 13 games broadcast.
Yeah.
One of those was ESPN Plus.
Okay.
So it's a little bit of a downgrade this year.
Yeah, it's 10 this year.
And you're right. This is a more intriguing spring training than we've had in a while.
No doubt. All right, so I'm petty about that. As long as we're on baseball, Diane Friedel is the name of an Orioles fan, an old Orioles fan. This is a quick one because I love it. She's old. She's, I'm older than you, Seth. I'll just put it that way. She was asked on an ESPN broadcast about the Yankees. She's an Orioles fan, keep in mind. Here's what she had to say.
Here you go. Give me a prediction about the American League East. Who's going to win it?
I have great fears of the Skankies because they're loaded. They'll buy their way out of anything.
Got the Baltimore
accent.
They'll
buy their way out of anything. They are skanks.
Yeah, skankies.
Rich skanks.
Yeah.
The worst kind of skank.
They are.
They don't care about you. They'll you know what? You think like, oh, wow, I can't believe this rich skank is sleeping with me, the pool boy. But she'll quick get you fired if daddy finds out.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Good job, Diane.
I've seen the movies. I know the way it works.
Good job, the movies.
Yeah, all of a sudden you get accused of stealing whatever the rich skank girlfriend actually stole.
That's right.
Just because she wanted a thrill.
Skankies.
Yeah, she's slumming it with you.
Skankies. Good job, Diane. She's petty about the Yankees, and I like it.
The one here, I don't think you don't have Pat McAfee on here, but he had a little bit of a similar situation with the WWE broadcasting from Canada the other day.
Yeah, I saw that. I didn't think to put that in the Pettycast. I didn't know if that ranged into...
They were broadcasting up in Canada, as all of a sudden Canadians are wanting to do. They booed the national anthem.
Yeah.
So what did Pat call the country of Canada?
I forget what he called it, but boy, he animated. Like he jumped out of his chair. This is the very beginning of the broadcast. Maybe we'll go find it.
He insulted the entire nation of Canada.
He did. He apologized on his show yesterday. He
got all wrapped up in his patriotism.
Yeah, I would imagine. WWE pretty patriotic. A lot is for the troops back in the day, but I would imagine even. And Vince isn't involved with the company anymore, but I would imagine, like, backstage, people are like, all right, Pat, we got to settle down a little bit.
Well, I don't, you know what, though? I mean, I think it was perfectly within his rights to go after the people who are booing the national anthem and politicizing the event. Yeah. But you could, you just don't go as far as to say the entire country sucks, I suppose. When you're holding the event in that country,
like in the Rogers Center, like right there.
But I think, I think it's totally fair game if he's worked up and goes after the people who are booing.
Yes. All right, Jimmy Butler. I am petty about this. Jimmy Butler is rapidly becoming one of my least favorite athletes. You see this story, Seth, about the shape that he left his Miami rental in after he got traded from Miami to the Golden State Warriors? He owed
He went full Antonio Brown.
He did.
Never go full Antonio Brown.
God, no, never. He owes $260,000 in rent, which is 2 months rent. Yes.
2 months in rent?
Seth, this place he's renting was $130,000 a month in rent.
I saw the $130,000 and I didn't read any further. I thought that was for the year. Oh my gosh.
$260,000. He hasn't paid rent in 2 months. $260K. His max contracts are too much money. It's $260K in owed rent. He left $127,000 in damages at the house because he failed to maintain the pool and the air conditioner, which led the latter of which, the AC, led to mold forming in the ceilings and the roof. Floors, I guess. But here's why I'm petty about I'm petty about this because this is somehow Jimmy Butler has surpassed Steph Curry and Draymond Green as the biggest reason to root against the Golden State Warriors. That's how bad. Yeah. That's how petty and bad I feel about Jimmy Butler, and especially the way
he up in RUNNOFT as his obligation, same way Deshaun Watson did. Remember?
Yes, yeah.
Remember those poor landlords
at lefties
who were supposed to house his lefties?
Yeah.
Deshaun just up and left and didn't pay the rent.
Yeah.
Allegedly.
Bad person, slimeball, worse.
I rented out to a professional athlete once who was a delight. Brandy and I still had our condo in Jacksonville on the beach, and when I was here, I rented to Stalin Collinet. You remember him? Defensive tackle?
I don't.
Originally with Minnesota. He was with Minnesota when they were really
good.
Love
the name,
but
though.
He was a great tenant. He was a great tenant, and he lived life. I got reports from the cops that I knew in Neptune Beach, Florida, about how fun a time Stalin Collinet was having. Yeah, we had a good relationship with the cops there because it's a small. The little beaches communities are like these each little individual towns. And
they're awesome.
If you were a Jaguars player, you could get a ride home with a cop pretty easily.
Yeah, I love that.
They'd be like, jump on in, Seth. I got you. And they'd cart you down the road a couple.
Sounds like a good guy. I don't want to talk to him. I want to talk to his parents. Stalin. Does he have a brother named Mussolini? Like, what are we doing?
I don't
Like, we
know.
named all our kids after evil dictators. Like, what's happening
My
here?
stepbrother Hitler.
Yeah. Like, it's edgy. It's edgy for sure. All right.
Prince was renting a house from an athlete once, and when the athlete came back, everything had been painted purple. Yeah. And I guess Prince paid for it. It was no big deal. That's just what Prince was going to do if he's going to rent a place for a couple months. He painted the entire place purple.
Someone who's not doing a Pettycast right now, Google and text in who that athlete was. I remember that, whose house that was. All right, Ian Rappaport. I'm petty about Ian Rappaport. He told this story about Deion Sanders and Shedeur Sanders as Shedeur was getting ready for the Combine. So this is prior to Shedeur arriving at the Combine.
I want to walk you through an interesting situation for me as it pertains to Shedeur Sanders. Talking about this is not a kid who grew up like a lot of the other kids. He has been around cameras his whole life. He has been in the spotlight his whole life. He is just different and does seem to be ready for all this. Let me explain what I'm talking about. I reached out to someone close to Shedeur, close to Deion Sanders, about a week or so before the Combine, trying to see whether or not he was going to throw. I get a message. Coach is going to hit you directly. Okay. I get a FaceTime. It's Deion Sanders. I'm driving in the car with my boys. Deion Sanders FaceTimes. And I say, I'm trying to figure out what Shedeur going to do for the Combine. He goes, hold on one second. Let me get him. Put Shedeur on the phone, explains the whole thing to me, break down his goals, his plans for the Combine, why he's not going to throw, what he's going to do at Pro Day, and sounded like a 30-year-old. That's the kind of conversation, interaction you rarely have. And to me, one reason why he seems ready for this.
Okay, here's why I'm petty about this, Seth. Ian Rappaport, who's under fire right now from the wrath of Jordan Schultz. You know, there is like chest puffing amongst the Nugget hussies out there, maybe, to declare I am the greatest.
This is Ian putting on his low-cut dress.
Yes.
Low-cut blouse, just hey, look at my credential boobs.
Thank you. Two petties here. One, I think Ian Rappaport just wanted to brag about getting a FaceTime from Deion Sanders. I don't feel like Shedeur Sanders is any more mature or immature based on him laying out his plan on a FaceTime to Ian Rappaport, number one.
Yeah, true. One of the biggest news people out there. It's not it doesn't say one thing one way or the other. It's just like, okay, he reached out to a national reporter. Okay.
He sounded like a 30-year-old.
This isn't one of the stories about how, the kid last year that took care of the janitor at Alabama.
Oh, that was Terrion Arnold. Yeah.
Terrion Arnold.
Yeah.
That's a story that shows me, okay, wow. All right, man, this guy is a real human that's got a heart and everything.
Yeah. Shedeur was nice to you for 30 seconds. Number two, did he pull over his car to conduct the FaceTime? He said he had his kids in the car with him. I need an investigation on this.
We don't know that he did.
I need an investigation.
I can't report that he did actually pull over.
Right. We don't know. And I guess I'm left to assume what happened.
Remember when J.J. Watt called me out for driving while FaceTiming?
Yes, I do.
And I did. I was like, I pulled over. And he was like, yeah, not at the beginning. You pulled over when it was your turn to ask.
J.J. Watt, narc. Oh, that's funny.
I was betrayed by JJ.
That's funny. All right, last one here. The Academy Awards were on Sunday, and Sean Baker is a filmmaker. The film Enora won a bunch of different. Seth, have you seen Enora?
No.
Movie? Yeah, I've not.
It seems like the Academy Awards these days are going more to like artsy type things.
They've been that way for a long time, man.
Movies that people have actually seen.
I struggle to find any movies I've seen. So this was, and maybe this is part of the reason why nobody's going to the theaters right now, right?
Enora is amongst the lowest grossing Best Picture winners ever.
But I'm sure it's artsy-fartsy AF, right?
$15.6 million, the blockbuster.
Yeah. So Sean Baker, who made this film, gets the award and gets up in front of everybody at the Academy Awards and says this.
We're all here tonight and watching this broadcast because we love movies. Where did we fall in love with the movies? At the movie theater. Watching a film in the theater with an audience is an experience. We can laugh together, cry together, scream and fright together, perhaps sit in devastated silence together. And in a time in which the world can feel very divided, this is more important than ever. It's a communal experience you simply don't get at home. And right now, the theater-going experience is under threat. Movie theaters, especially independently owned theaters, are struggling, and it's up to us to support them. During the pandemic, we lost nearly 1,000 screens in the U.S., and we continue to lose them regularly. If we don't reverse this trend, we'll be losing a vital part of our culture.
I agree. No. I empathize with the movie theaters. Amy and I love going to the movies. We wanted to go this weekend. We can't find a movie we want to go see. This is what I would say. This is my petty to Sean Baker, Seth, is that in existence as well. Boy, when the River Oaks Theater reopened, and they reopened with the bar and old movies and everything, that was a cool day. That's one more place to go. I love going to the movies. Make better movies, Sean Baker. This is my message to you. This is my battle cry to the movie industry. Make better movies, and we'll go.
I think it's kind of you're in a snowball effect, though, where the people aren't going to the movies as much, so it's harder to justify a big budget unless you're a comic book franchise or a super big sci-fi, something where being in there and that experience really, really makes a difference.
Yeah.
And I don't know, Sean. I think I go to the flip side and say we are in a golden age of television, and I appreciate the fact that every good movie I see in the theater out of it, I'm like, I really wish this was a 12-episode miniseries, actually.
Sometimes.
Those are actually better than the movies.
Yeah.
Go die, movie business. I don't give a damn. The same thing happened when television first came out. The same thing happened. The movie business declined drastically. So this is just, it took 6 or 7 decades for it to really take a steep drop again. But the TV experiences with streaming has improved so much that they're going to suffer for it. Go make a mini series and stop having such an ego about it. I want to recreate the experience I had when Daddy took me to the movie. Your dad sucks.
Good,
just get a Netflix subscription.
That is some petty. That was some of your best petty work that you've done in a long, long time, right there.
This guy's he's judging all of us for enjoying being at home with our families.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Instead of you save money. Hey, how about this? How about don't charge me $87 for a bucket of popcorn,
well, that's a good
you
point,
greedy
too.
Hollywood jerk.
That's a good point, too. Well, in the part where he says, what did he say? Like something like there's nothing more important than this right now?
This is like it's the most dire challenge facing American society today.
It's important in that it impacts a corner of the economy. That money will go somewhere else, I'm sure. But
we have movie stars who can't make more than $20 million to do a movie.
Yeah, man.
This is stagnation.
Yep.
Who will help the Tom Cruises of the world?
I love it. All right, that was some good petty work right there. That's our petty cast. We do it every Tuesday, normally at 8 o'clock. Today at 9 o'clock. We'll be back to 8 o'clock next week. All right, up next, Drew Doherty of the Houston Texans has done his mock draft roundup 3.0, 45 total mock drafts. Who are the most mocked players to the Texans, and who is one player that you would take that's among the one-time mockees right now? In fact, one of the best minds in the draft biz has the Texans taking somebody that's off the grid right now for the Texans. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. This hour, this segment, we'll be giving away tickets to the Rodeo for Journey, March the 14th. All right, so mock draft roundup 3.0, 45 total mockaroos out here, and we do one every day at 7:45. Today we did one that had Emeka Egbuka, who is the number 2 most drafted player to the Texans right now. It's interesting. Tyler Booker is the runaway favorite right now to get drafted by the Texans at 9. Do you feel like there's a better chance Tyler Booker is gone by 25, or the Texans pass on him at 25?
Oh, that's a good either-or. Is there a better chance that he's gone by 25?
Obviously, a ton of variables in that.
So in either of these scenarios, the Texans don't get Tyler Booker.
Right.
I think that Tyler Booker didn't test well at the Combine, but I think he did it at a position where at guard, people aren't as concerned about that as maybe offensive tackle. You know, one of the interesting analytical things that's come out is the position that's most highly correlated to being a good pro if you have this at the Combine is offensive tackles 40-yard dash. There is guys like Lane Johnson and some of these guys. I think it speaks to, okay, if they're freaks of nature that can run that fast and they're that big, all right, yeah. Like the 40-yard dash doesn't correlate directly at all to offensive line play. And I've always wondered, like, why do you even have these guys run? Okay, well, this is where analytics are good. They take a blind spot or something you wouldn't expect. And if you're freakishly good as an athlete, then yeah, it tends to playing offensive tackle. Guard, I don't think they worry about it as much. So I think his film versus high caliber defensive competition still matters more than anything else. But maybe because he's not a super stud athlete, he's not a guy that you want to take at guard, especially in the top half of the first round. So I think I still think it's more likely he's not available.
I do too.
25.
I do too. I think the Alabama pedigree. I think the way he didn't test real well at the Combine, but as you pointed out, like he doesn't play a position where if he's not this massively explosive vertical leaper or 40-yard dash runner, it's going to hurt him. He's an interior offensive lineman. Man, you bring up Will Johnson, who's not on the radar at all for the Texans. Have you watched him much at all out of LSU, or is he kind of a guy who hasn't been?
I haven't watched him a bunch.
Yeah, I mean, there wouldn't be much reason to do hardcore because he'll be long gone by the time the Texans pick. But every time that kid talks, man, I just love listening to him talk. And he ran to your point, he ran like a 4.98 40-yard dash. I feel like if tackle were a position of need for the Texans, that he would be a guy the Texans would go after. Maybe not with the same draft capital gusto they did with Will Anderson, where they traded a second and a first to move up 9 spots to get him. But man, he feels like a D'Amico Ryans kind of guy.
Every week, every day, really, I say, you know what, I'm going to dig in hardcore on draft prospects today. And then I start watching for about 5 minutes. And I'm like, I hate this so much. I just hate it. So that's where I am on that.
Yeah.
I've been looking at the guys that the Texans hate offensive linemen specifically.
Well, you hate
them. I really
them
do.
Personally.
I really hate them.
Yeah.
Some of my good friends are offensive linemen.
And you hate them.
And yet I hate them.
Yeah.
They know that there's a part of them that I despise and loathe.
Yeah, they know.
It's just I can't keep as I'm trying to keep my blood pressure below 120/80, I get tested. When I watch these guys.
I get it. Hey, so Tyler Booker 9, Emeka Egbuka 6, Luther Burden III, who's the wide receiver out of Missouri, and Josh Simmons, the offensive lineman from Ohio State, tied at 5 mock drafts that they've been taking out of 45 for the Texans.
So I think when it comes to Egbuka or Burden, I think the appeal for Burden is, man, all right, this guy is super twitchy. And when you want to put speed on the field, then hell yeah, this is what we want. Whereas with Egbuka, when the selling point is more of the undefinable traits, the leadership, the professionalism, the stuff that you can see on film but doesn't pop is, all right, he reads coverages, he understands route running, he understands a lot of the finer aspects of the game. It's still not something that you get super, super, super excited about.
Yeah.
And I think that's where I I feel like more people are all in on Burden as a fan base because he's just more exciting to watch.
So the way you lay that out and the way you describe it, now you laid it out perfectly, and especially in light of the Ibuka mock draft we did earlier in the show where we played audio from Mel Kiper and we played audio from Daniel Jeremiah. The very first thing the two of them said, along with Joel Klatt in writing for the professionalism, pro's pro. And you kind of laid out like sort of just now like the stuff you doesn't pop on film necessarily. If I were a Texans fan and I was looking to get a little nervous about this description, I would say it sounds like you're describing John Mechie to me right now.
Yeah, and that, like a bigger version of John Mechie.
Yeah.
Or like a more polished version of John Mechie.
Yeah.
And I think that's the hesitancy that I could see people justifiably having.
Yes.
That, all right, man, that's at a position where you can be a hell of a guy, but ultimately you got to get separation, and that's the scary part. You'd almost, especially if you're talking about a guy that might play in the slot a lot, you want a twitchy dude, and if you don't see that twitchiness, then all right, the character stuff is awesome and everything, but I'm not looking for a Sunday school teacher. I'm looking for a wide receiver.
Whereas when I see descriptions of Matthew Golden and I watch him in games, I'm like, wow, he looks like a bigger Tank Dell. You know?
He's got a lot of dog to him, too. He's come up big in big moments.
Yeah.
He's going to win the contested catches. It feels like he's got a bit of a clutch gene.
Yeah.
And if I had to choose between Golden and Ibuka would get the good guy award, but not that Matthew Golden's a bad guy. It's just that Ibuka's got all this positive PR in so many fronts that I would probably prefer Matthew Golden.
Do you see Johnny Harris has the Texans taking Nick Imamwari, the
safety,
the freaky safety that you were all over yesterday on the show.
Yeah, seeing about Imamwari that he seems to be it sounds like he's inconsistent in his swarminess. And I wonder, but it sounds like he's very capable of being swarmy. So we should talk to John about him at some point.
Yeah.
Because that's obviously something the team cares about a lot. And you just wonder, okay, why is there inconsistency? John can watch multiple games of the college cut-ups and everything where I see some of the cut-ups and the highlights. I'm like, oh, this guy's a dog.
Mm-hmm.
But the reports are otherwise. So.
Yeah. And Johnny talks to a lot of people, too. When he goes to the Senior Bowl and the Combine, like he talks to a lot of people that get give you the scoop on guys like this. So he's drafted once in these mock drafts, Imamwari, the safety out of South Carolina, and it's by the great John Harris. So there you go.
And he's got those freaky physical skills that we're talking about.
Yes, he does.
I like it's hard not to imagine Kalen Bullock out there as a deep center fielder and Imamwari flying around and doing a lot of that fun box safety type of stuff.
Dude.
Because he's what is he, 6'3", 220?
Yes.
The big dude.
Can you imagine just like all studs in the secondary? That would be so badass. That'd be awesome. I mean, they're really almost there right now. Text message, Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line. Already doubtful for a Tank Dell return, but if they draft Luther Burden, that signals the end of Tank. I don't agree with that.
No, there's no way in hell that they should be looking at Tank Dell for a return this year.
Yep.
And if it is, it'll be a great story. It's not impossible or anything. But realistically, they Dell this year, and then they can't know exactly what's going to happen with him in the future. So this year's draft, I would say, has zero bearing on anything for the future for Tank Dell. Like
good or bad.
They have to objectively look at it like, man, Tank Dell's got a hell of a long road in front of him, and we don't know what's going to happen. Maybe down the road he ends up being his same self again, but they just can't look at it that way. So I think to read into Tank Dell's personal future long term, it's not going to have anything to do with what the Texans feel about it right now. It's just way too early in the process.
Yeah, I mean, this guy's saying that this is like drafting Luther Burden is basically just burying Tank. It's a death sentence for Tank, and I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Hey, let's give away those rodeo tickets. Let's get you to go see Journey. Oh yeah, good choice, Ben. Good choice, DJ Ben. 713-572-4610. That's the phone number. Caller number 5 wins a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey live at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo on Friday, March the 14th. Call now. 713-572-4610. Be caller number 5, and you're on your way. Keep listening all day for more chances to win rodeo tickets. It's a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday on Sports Radio 610. One of the NFL people who was in the crosshairs of Payne and Pendergast last week got a vote of confidence from one of his former employers. We will play that and discuss coming up next.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I got to check here. How much cap space does Boy Wonder have there in Jacksonville?
Boy Wonder? The Magic Gladstone?
The Magic Gladstone, yes. How much?
The 34-year-old GM of the Jaguars?
Yeah.
What's his name? What's his first name?
James. But on this show, it's either the Magic Gladstone or the Magnificent Gladstone. Doesn't matter.
I think Magnificent Gladstone pops a little bit better.
I do too. I think we'll go with that. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. So I'm trying to see how much cap space they have, because I really want him to screw up next week and sign a bunch of really janky-ass expensive players. The Jags are right there, $37 million, yeah.
Yeah, they're right there in about the borderline between the first and second, third or so.
Yeah, I'll be rooting for him hard to fail, for sure. Are you waving at me?
No, I was waving at somebody else.
Oh, okay.
I was waving at Cindy Bourbano.
Oh, over my shoulder?
Yeah.
I would too.
I was like, no, not you, Sean.
Yeah,
that was a classic 16 Candles moment. You did the Molly Ringwald where you turned around and you're like, wait, are you waving at me? Except in this point, no, I was definitely waving at Cindy Bourbano.
I would wave at Cindy before me too.
I did the from Kingpin, the Bill Murray from Kingpin.
Yes.
Not you.
Yeah.
Cindy Bourbano.
Exactly. That happens to me all the time. Sean McVay, the coach of the Rams, and used to be in the building with James Gladstone, who came from the Rams. He was on Pat McAfee yesterday, and they brought up the Magnificent Gladstone.
Yeah.
You guys also lost somebody in the front office. Are you worried about Gladstone, little babyface, coming in and just sniping all of your guys?
Gladstone's a stud, man. Don't sleep on Gladstone. He is, I'll tell you what, this guy's a smart, sharp, articulate dude. Love the way he sees the game. He's got a great delivery. You know, I'm so much faster. He's got this nice, patient, calm delivery. I said, man, I just want to listen to you talk. He's a great teacher. I'm fired up for James Gladstone. Congratulations to James. Go help Liam get this thing right in Jacksonville.
Okay, there's another one. I thought Sean McVay was a smart guy. He talks
slower than me. You gotta love the guy that talks slower than me.
He got snowed under by the words too. The magic words of the Magnificent Gladstone. Smitten Sean McVay as well.
The one thing that the Magnificent Gladstone did well, or was a part of, was that the Rams have drafted really well. After being known as a team that said bleep them picks and all of that, they've drafted really, really well. But look, Les Snead, the GM, I would tend to give him most of the credit for that.
You would think, right?
I would think, yes.
Yeah, you would think, yeah.
Not the Magnificent Gladstone.
No.
He looks young enough. You know, earlier you and I were looking at the 7-Eleven apparel store, and
we were.
And I was kind of
true story.
I was like,
man.
You know what? You could see one of these things. You know, you get a 7-Eleven T-shirt, you can look ironically hip. And of look ironically hip, I just look like a guy that works at 7-Eleven if I'm wearing a 7-Eleven T-shirt, or that I bought a boatload of cigarettes, you know, or like I have bought so much Zyn at 7-Eleven that I got some apparel out of it.
Have you really? Is that your go-to purchase when you go to 7-Eleven? You get the Zinsters?
No, I'm just thinking in general. It doesn't. Whereas the Magnificent Gladstone looks like a guy who could wear a 7-Eleven T-shirt and you'd be like, oh, all right, that guy's cool.
Yeah, he might be able to pull it off.
He's that young.
Don't give me reason. Okay, what's another reason to hate him then? All right, so just to refresh them.
I don't take Zyn anymore, as far as my wife, who listens to the show, knows. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
you were there for Slurpees.
It's all a lie, Brandy.
Yeah, it's all a lie. So Sean McVay snowed under by the magic words of the Magnificent Gladstone. Just to refresh for those who may have missed the show last week. This is the Jags GM, and this is the cadence that Sean McVay says, man, this guy is a stud.
I think that, I have a fresh perspective, I'd say. A deep understanding of really the modern tools and mechanisms that are revolutionizing the sport. And so, that'll certainly be something that we leverage here. While at the same time, I mean, we're walking into the combine this afternoon, right? And so the current mode of operation is in rhythm. The cadence is in place. So my intent here through this initial spring is to really calibrate my own mode of operation to the current mode of operation, insert some specific efficiency, understand our group's insights and perspectives, and then assess at the end of this spring what types of things we can roll out into the future. But we'll certainly, put the pedal to the metal on a lot of advanced sort of modes of operation.
Behold, the Magnificent Gladstone has buried you beneath 25 words of 15 letters or more.
We have modes of operation that are, okay, the way you do stuff, is that what you're trying to say?
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
The way you operate, no, modes of operation. It's a lot better when it's a mode of operation.
It's an ecosystem. We had Mike Tomman in here earlier, the president of the Texans, and not one time did I feel like I was talking to some AI-generated big word spewer. You know what I mean? Like he's a real dude. He's a real dude.
Yeah. He feels like an actual guy that can talk to human beings.
Yes, yeah. Not like the
We are
Magnificent
hey, Magnificent Gladstone, why are you wearing that 7-Eleven T-shirt? Well, mostly it's a matter of the Gen Zelfa aesthetic is something which requires a lot of social proof, and it gives our brand a purpose, and then can also provide a certain element of learning agility throughout the space. No, you bastard, you screwed that up too. You can't, you couldn't just say it was cool. All right.
We get the best text after we play any Gladstone audio. The only word the Magnificent Gladstone left out was synergy. It's true. It's true.
Let's do buzzwords, corporate buzzwords.
Oh my God!
Because we don't know what the ones in 2025 are going to be just yet.
Not yet.
Check your best-selling business books, and that's what your boss is going to be annoying you with. It's your summer retreat.
Yes.
Yeah, it's your synergy retreat.
Yep. Oh man. All right. So that's the. Sounds like he was reading his job description from ChatGPT. Exactly. That's exactly. Yes. Guy sounds like he uses the word throughput. Okay.
Throughput. He's definitely a disruptor.
Yes.
I was honestly surprised that he didn't say he was a disruptor
he will.
at some point.
Don't
We're
worry.
We're going to disrupt the paradigms that keep a lot of teams from escalating to goodness.
Next Tuesday and blows that $37 million on a magic hill of football beans, he will talk about how disruptive he's being to the AFC South.
We're not trying to achieve excellence. We're trying to achieve the highest level of goodness.
Oh, my God. The worst.
Graspable,
The worst.
I hate him so much.
I do, too.
I can't believe Tony Baselli is going to wring that little bastard's neck at some point.
Can't wait. God.
I give it 3 months. What's the over-under on Tony Baselli wringing Gladstone, the Magnificent Gladstone's neck?
After the draft, after he overthinks a couple of draft picks, and Gladstone, you know what Gladstone's going to do? As Baselli is descending upon him, Gladstone is going to turn on Tony Khan and just pull Tony Khan in the way.
As a human shield.
As a human shield. And Baselli, can't even see because of rage. He's going to accidentally choke out the owner's son. Yes.
Baselli's he's lost a lot of weight.
Looks
I wonder
good.
if he's still got He's obviously got a big reach advantage.
Yes.
So,
yeah.
And I'm guessing an athleticism advantage over the Magnificent Gladstone.
I would think so. The Magnificent Gladstone trusty if I were a Jags fan.
You think he's an ingratiator?
Yes, I do. Are you kidding? I heard our guys say a lot of those same words about cadence in the organization. Who's our guy? You talking about Nick? Nick doesn't
Cadence
use
in the organization.
Cadence, Cadence.
Did he though? Did Nick say something?
I don't
about
think
cadence
so.
In the organization?
I don't think so. I think that we have a few people that say, "Hey guys, Casario's used big words before too." Not like that.
No. That reminded me of Hickey, James Hickey. Was it James Hickey when he was the GM of the Sixers?
Sam Hinkie.
Sam Hickey, thank you. Sam Hinkie.
Hinkie, yeah.
I was way off. Sam Hinkie. So when Sam Hinkie, he had like some long letter that he wrote to the board of directors that you could tell was just lifted out of the various self-improvement books that he'd been reading or TED Talks that he had watched. And it's zero substance. The thing with Nick is he'll go long and he will, I appreciate it because I like that he goes on tangents a little bit, but he's giving you something of substance. It's just, it's long at times.
Yeah.
So yeah, I understand where people would make the comparison or try to claim hypocrisy on our part, to which I reply, go die. That's what I say.
There you go.
Yeah.
We're kind of sitting in wait and see mode right now. Like it's kind of Nick's time right now, right? I mean, this is the week. They've got like $8 million or $5 million, whatever it is, in cap space.
They got to start making
some work to do, man.
They're going to have to start shuffling some contracts around. We'll probably see some reports of guys who are restructured with their contracts. If they want to, they're going to have to go outside the team and bring in some free agents at least.
Yeah.
I don't think they're going to be as aggressive as they were last year. But some guys might get cut, but then they've got 25 free agents who were on the team this past year. A good chunk of them they're going to want to bring back.
Yeah, who they can bring back. Yeah, for sure. But it's but right now, $4.5 million in cap space sitting there on over the cap. They're going to need more to go make some of the improvements that we're.
So what do you see? What do you think you see this week?
I think we definitely see at least one. This could be the cut Shaq week. I think.
Shaq Mason.
Yes,
yeah.
I think Shaq Mason gets cut, and I think we see at least a couple restructures of big deals, if not maybe an extension for Danielle Hunter, who's got.
That's the big one, and I think that they could do. I think they probably feel really good about the performance that Danielle Hunter gave this year, but also I think for a guy who's getting up into his 30s, they probably feel pretty good about his ability to stay healthy. So that's what's his cap hit right now?
Who, Danielle?
$23 million this year. So they could push a good chunk of that off into future years.
Yep, for sure. John Lopez is here. Reggie Atatula is bouncing in here. He's getting his mic condom here. I put it in the other room. I tidied up the studio.
Good
a little
for you.
bit
That's a good move
for Mike Tomman. Thank you for letting him use your headphones. By the way.
Oh yeah.
Texans team president.
They sound great, don't they?
They do. They're really good. I tested them out this morning.
Yeah, they're good.
They're very, very good. How you doing, Reggie?
I'm holding up. I'm doing pretty well.
Good, man.
What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you sick like Sean was? Sean almost died in Florida.
I'm not hungover. I'm just tired.
Mother with a pillow in Florida on the air.
Yeah.
So it's a Tuesday. It was a Tuesday then.
Yeah.
At that point.
I realize now that my role in the tribe, back in the tribal days, if we were a band of like 150 hunter-gatherers roving across the plains, my role would have been to take care of the sick. And by take care of it, I mean get rid of them.
That's right.
Yes. Yes.
Where people are like, all right, they're slowing us down. We need this person to disappear. I'll be like, I'm your man.
Right.
I'll go dump that dude in a river or off a ledge right quick, and we'll be on to the next hunting ground.
Executive Vice President in charge of chest colds. Yes.
The muscle.
Yeah, it was good. But the headphones were a good luck charm because it was a good interview with him today.
we listened.
Yeah,
it was good.
It was good. It sounds like I think it's a longer runway than people realize for this stadium thing. The articles about the stadium, I think people have misinterpreted two things. One, that this is a topic, that this is somehow this dark cloud that's going to hang over the team now all of a sudden in 2025.
Yeah.
Like the stadium, like something's got to get done. There's still 7 years left on the lease. The other thing that people misinterpreted, well, they didn't misinterpret. They read a Newsweek article about the Texans possibly relocating,
sure. Yeah.
And I don't think they misinterpreted it. I think Newsweek misreported it, and they just read it.
Yeah.
And so we actually got texts from some people that had still been walking around thinking that Newsweek article was valid, and they were like, "Oh, I was really glad to hear Mike Tomman talk about how committed to Houston the McNairs are." Like, they've never shown anything but commitment to the city of
second
Houston.
part. One thing you mentioned, everything is negotiable.
The 7-year thing? Yeah. Everything's on the table.
Oh wow, you're all the way in that bag.
No, I'm not going to say it's going to be next week. I'm saying, but things can change.
So the
pretty
week
quickly.
after, I got you. I see what you're doing.
I mean, one of the big things about where they are right now is that they're in partnership with the Rodeo. So they kind of have to clear everything with the Rodeo or be on the same page as the Rodeo, which I'd imagine just from a business standpoint can be cumbersome. So I could see where the motivation might be to move away from Energy Park sometime off in the future. That's all theoretical. I have zero inside info on that.
Of all the things that would need to get done, let's pretend that it's not a new stadium, that it's a renovated, refurbished, and re-energized NRG stadium. Of all the things that have become just givens in these new stadiums, what would be the hardest thing? I've already got an answer for it. Like, what would be the hardest thing to add to NRG Stadium that you've seen?
That's easy.
Field level?
No, the outside the stadium experience.
Oh, okay.
Stadiums now are destination points.
Yep.
NRG is not.
No.
And that's where
amazingly they've gotten a ton of stuff there over the years.
Yeah, and that's where his history is. That's where his background is from.
Yep.
And a couple of things he said, and we're going to dig right in at the top of the show on this because I was very fascinated by it. But a couple of things he said that were very interesting. When he said the experience has to be as soon as they leave the parking lot. They drive out of their driveway. They pull out of their driveway. To me, that's telling me that they want the outside, the experience, the fan experience to be.
Yeah,
L.A.
It's a good one.
Dallas.
Yeah.
Yep. I think it's an easy answer.
Yeah.
Well, and it says, and when he says as soon as they leave their house, like leave their driveway, it includes, okay, how do you get into the parking lot?
Correct.
How do you, the ease of actually parking and all of that. There's obviously a lot of improvements they could make.
Pre-game show that they listen to when they get in their car.
Yeah, that's right.
In their garage.
Should be highlighted.
Yeah.
Oh, so you guys are going to have a meeting as well to make sure that
Well, I hope it's a meeting to tell us how good we are, not a meeting to say, we got to upgrade the fan experience of the pregame show.
Well, it sounds like
not it.
Well, it sounds like the upgrade will really just be more intro music is what I took away from it.
That's walkout music guy,
Well, you guys have no idea how many times Sean and I have had to push back against suggestions that he and I dress more risque, to give more eye candy to the people walking.
I said
into
I'd
the
stop
stadium.
sending those in, all right?
Yeah.
That's good. All right. So good. So this is right off the top.
Yes, excited. I mean, it was a very fun sit down. I mean, and look, executives can tend to be a little bit further away from the things that we actually care about, which is like on the field. But I thought you guys did a fantastic job bringing it back to the fan perspective. Also, entirely tangential. In fact, not even tangential. Entirely separated. The Magnificent Gladstone is just mwah. I love it so much.
Chef's kiss.
I love it so much.
Yeah, we need to expand that character. Hopefully, it gives us lots of reasons to. All right, we are done. We are out of time. Seth, antibodies to you. I'll see you tomorrow.
Antibodies and a $65 7-Eleven knitted long sleeve rugby shirt that I'm going to buy for you right now.
Thank you very much. Yeah, a rugby shirt. Yes. All right, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM HD2 Houston, an Odyssey sports station. Reggie Atatula, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
I'm sorry. I'm looking for a 7-Eleven rugby.
What is Seth was in the store earlier looking at stuff in the 7-Eleven store. Yeah,
they've got cool stuff. There's some, you can spend $140 on a hoodie at 7-Eleven.
It's every man's dream.
every spouse's dream is what I'm going to tell Brandy. Yeah.
Lopez, don't get any ideas. You're already on thin enough ice. All right, you're in the loop now on Sports Radio 610. Much appreciation to Payne and Pendergast for another fantastic lead-in. And look, they're giving us a segment here. That's a very crass way of talking about it, but Mike Tomman, the new president of the Texans, sat in with the fellas, and it really was a fascinating listen. That I'm interested to get your perspective on. You, the listener, by the way, on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-42.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. And then also on the Mo Karam Injury Lawyers live streams, both on YouTube and on Twitch.
We keep it 100.
That's right. That's what we try and live up to that perspective or what have you. But yeah, I'm interested, Lopez, for you as well. Stadium building, stadium financing, that's one of those things that you are very fond of. If for no other reason than I was about to say I can see the Astrodome right now, but it's actually there's a little bit of weather out there that actually makes it so I can't see that particular, I guess you would call eyesore. But in that park, like obviously NRG Stadium is there, and it is basically the main focus when we start talking about this edition of Mike Tomman, who has many great qualities. I don't mean to boil him down to simply that, but that is clearly the main point of emphasis.
Well, that's where I want to start. You know, he was brought in for one reason and one reason alone, to take the NRG experience to at least the level of the new stadiums that are all around the league. I mentioned in the toss, Las Vegas, Los Angeles, Dallas. You know, the total experience.
Philly
and Philadelphia, and so here's where, you know, he does such a good job, and they're doing such a good job of doing this the right way, not coming in and saying, well, let's tear everything up and get a new stadium. I mean, that would not fly. You know, you do that doesn't fly. You know, he went out of his way several times, and several times last night too. I was listening to Texans All Access of talking about our focus is renovation. Our focus is renovation. But let's be honest about this. If you're going to take NRG Park, NRG Stadium to the same level as the new the new stadiums across the league, a renovation doesn't do it. A renovation doesn't take it to that level. You know, because the thing that stood out to me, and we'll hear from him, but when he talked about this being with Sean and Seth a transformative moment with the stadium, a renovation doesn't do that. I think he's going to start. They're going to start with a renovation. He talked about having several research, whatever you want to call them, firms, studies, etc., to see where, what the cost would be, what some of the plans could be, what some of the recommendations would be. A renovation doesn't get it to where the other stadiums are.
All right, well, let's start with hearing from Mike Tomman, because we have that pleasure, especially because, again, he was on with Payne and Pendergast at 8 this morning. And this is one of the things he talked about very early on. Seth came right out and asked him. I appreciated the capital J journalistic integrity and excellence of Seth Payne in this moment. Just like, this has been the kind of conversation, renovation versus, entire rebuild. Like, can you give us some insight into it?
Just to set the table, we're 7 years out at this stage. And so we have started a process like you would for any major transformative opportunity that you have coming down the line. The key is to get out in front. And I was really enthused to understand all the great work that had already been done with our partners at the park, trying to understand how we could renovate. Our priority, our focus has been renovation, and it continues to be. We're open to all options. You have to consider all options, but where our energy continues to be is figuring out how do we make NRG Stadium a world-class stadium, the best competitive advantage for our team and the best experience for our fans. And so we're going through the process right now. We've commissioned a number of studies. We have a number of experts helping us. Some of them still have a lot of dialogue to continue on that front. April 15th, we need to be at this point. What I can say is we're in a great position for a runway to make sure we're making the right decision and the right approach.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Let's if you just dissect those particular comments. He went on to say, where is this business going? Where is the fan experience going? What are the missteps that others have done?
Sure. Which is a very interesting point. I think that came up in when Sean was asking him, how his or maybe it was Seth, but one of the fellows was asking him how his, previous experience, what are the things that, he brings from those various experiences, being somebody that's worked in, kind of, for lack of a better term, like on the business side of other teams in sports, but then also helping develop other organizations in their attempts to make their fan experiences, including stadiums, the best that they possibly could. And he mentioned, hey, there's things that you learned that, through the things that were done well and things that you learned through things that were done poorly. So I did want to, that was very intriguing.
Yeah, I mean, he talked about, as I mentioned, and here are my notes, I'm finally looking at them, the fan journey from the moment they pull out of their house. He talked about how do you make areas larger to gather? How do you have offerings that people want to come to? A lot has to do with the bones of the building is what he said. But the bones of the building don't coincide with those other larger points that he's making. A place to gather, want to come to, the journey from the time you pull out of your parking lot. And I'm not saying I don't like it, because, frankly, I like it. I haven't even mentioned that stupid building's name yet.
That's right.
But if you have 7 years to work on this, you're going to commission, as he just said, all these studies. Some have not come back yet. What if those studies come back and say, you know what, the renovation is $1.8 billion? I'm just throwing that number out there, which is, realistic. A total renovation of NRG. Well, then you might come back and say, you know what? Why don't we just get a new stadium? Why don't we get the entire process? Because he's talking about these commissions and these studies, and all these other things. And I like it. There's a part of it I don't like, but I like it. I'm just saying I could see where this is going, and the whole 7-year lease thing with the county. Obviously, you have to be in lockstep with the rodeo and figure that out. But that's negotiable. That can be worked around.
Yeah, I mean, I'm always interested in like the particular, I guess, phrasing of we're open to hey, our priority is renovation, but we're open to all things.
Exactly, he said it
right, and like that uniquely leaves open the idea of building a new stadium, and it almost feels like hopeful that hey, if we can get to that place. The tough thing about it for me in listening to it, I think he's right, and he has to prioritize fan experience and being on the cutting edge. On the text line from 402, why the hell are we having a stadium contest? That's like trying to be a homeowner and keep up with the Joneses. We do what is right for us and don't compare to others. But like, it's not quite that, because this is a competitive industry. Like to buy, well, first and foremost, before I even get even that deep, this is a business, right? It's one of the things I talk about with sports. They are trying to toe a line between two purposes. One is to be a competitive team. You want to be competitive. You want to win. But at the same time, you are industry. You are trying to sell something, and that is the experience. You are trying to sell people engaging with your team, obviously just in a larger way, appreciating, buying merchandise, but also you are trying to sell tickets.
Yeah.
And you want people to be able to, and people who also, I imagine, go around and see the experiences of others, to give them something similar, something that is top-notch, something that is state-of-the-art. Those are all things that any organization in trying to give and deliver to their customer base wants to do. And so in any circumstance with any team, if they are trying to make the best, right, just using the word the best, if you're trying to do the best circumstance at any given time, it's always going to be, you're always going to have the best opportunity to give the best with a new stadium. Because you're going to be able to detail it, not detail it, but you will be able to tailor, is the word I was looking for, what you are doing or what you want specifically to that with any situation, right? If you use the house situation, well, we want, we got 3 kids and we want a guest room and we want to have somewhere in office and everything. Yeah, if you had a new build, you could build it specifically to those things.
Yeah.
What's always the holdup?
Yeah.
It's the cost point, the price point. And I feel like that's going to remain the case here because we all know where we are. And with Harris County and the city of Houston, there are a lot of places that money can go.
Yeah.
And
that's the part I don't like.
And that's the thing that I'm never going to be able to shake. Yeah. And I know that's me personally. I'm somebody, I lean toward pay for your own stuff as opposed to making it like public. I feel like there's a lot of places where we subsidize sports. In fact, I was thinking about this listening to a podcast, and it's roundabout, but I think you'll get where I'm coming from. Think about a podcast about the concussion settlement that the NFL has with its players or former players, I guess, at this point, because it's up to a certain point. But they've paid out, I think they say that they've paid out $1.3 billion in payments from concussion settlement. And I was like, there's a lot of spending that the NFL has that's kind of like, I guess, silent or like invisible to because we see payroll, we see those types of things, but there's a lot of those things. And I wonder to myself, how profitable is the NFL when we consider more of those things than just, payroll and all those things?
Right.
Especially once you consider that we subsidize, the taxpayers in various places subsidize a lot of these stadiums and such. And so that's one of the things that I'm going to constantly think about. In either way, the taxpayers of Houston are going to get in here, and I just wonder, or of Harris County, I guess, to be more accurate. And I do wonder, like, if you come back with that analysis and it's like, it costs this much to renovate, but a new stadium only costs this much more. I end up being the person that's like, but that much more can go to so many various other places.
Yeah. Now let me use the example that the texter used there about it's our house or whatever. Well, let me stretch that a little bit. What do you do if you're a sports fan, a Texans fan? You build your little man cave. You build your little area so people can gather at your house to watch the game, right? That's what the NFL is doing. That's what the Texans want. You're building these new houses that don't just keep it as a 3-hour experience, but it's a 6 and a 7-hour experience.
Right.
And what is that? That's money. That's money that they generate for themselves. It's also, potentially money for the city itself. And those are always vague numbers, like, oh, it's good for the economy this way. Those are always sort of vague, weird numbers that you can never really put a finger on. But that's what they're doing. And so for them to want to redo this whole fan experience from the moment you leave your driveway, well, that's basically they're building an NFL man cave, because the NFL is in competition with your house.
Yeah.
The NFL is in competition with people who stay home because it's a better experience. They want that experience to be better at the stadiums, and stadiums are doing that now, and the Texans are not going to be left behind.
Yeah, and I think to add to that too, I think I guess I'm not alone in this, but I think they probably won another Super Bowl here at some point.
Yeah,
maybe the Olympics or something like that, or some type of big time soccer match. They want that to be this. They want that to be the city where you come to this beautiful stadium like that. I don't know if the NFL or anybody going to say, hey, let's go to NRG right now.
But
especially with other places.
Well, yeah, and some of that is the destination that you're talking about. And I think that to be as fair as I possibly can, because I don't want to come off as jerk in any way here. Like, it is, again, like you were talking about, priority. It's good that you have an ownership for whom it is the priority that makes the experience as good as possible for the fans. It's not just about, hey, well, you can come see the team and you'll deal with whatever the circumstances are. It is making sure that the people are most comfortable getting there. And, I mean, we've talked about, getting people in. This is Mike Tomman talking about just kind of getting people into the stadium.
I think, one, just to put an exclamation point on how important that is, because this is about the fan experience, and the fan experience ties into a competitive advantage for the team on the field. To have the stadium packed before opening kickoff, to have the Texans know that we have an advantage with our fan base from the moment we kick off, that's huge. And that's an important piece of why this all needs to your word, be aligned. How do you do that? Well, one, you make ingress easier on just how it's set up. And I mean ingress not only on, we think about the fan journey from the moment that they're pulling out of their house. What is that journey like to the moment that they're walking into the building? How do you make areas larger to gather? How do you make it more comfortable to have seating before the actual game? How do you have offerings that people want to come for food and beverage or other entertainment? A lot of that has to do with the bones of the building. And how do you make these great places for people to congregate? And so the different ways you can do that is key, especially when you think about, hey, we have people who are coming because they're super fans. Where they want to congregate and how they want to congregate, that could be a little different than if you're coming to entertain clients or give some sort of incentive to your top employees. Those are three very different uses for the experience, but three very important experiences that we want to be able to serve. We really want this to be the showcase for all those people for Houston.
Okay, that's the part where I went, okay, I see him working, but I think he's working an angle here, using competitive advantage and then going directly into the entire experience outside the stadium and going into the stadium, which is not the stadium. I mean, yes, you can do some things with the bones as he talked about it and all that, but I think basically he has a very good strategy here. I mean, he has a very good strategy. We want a competitive advantage. We're going to do some commission studies. We're doing them right now. It's about the stadium renovation. All we really are focused on right now is stadium renovation, but it keeps going back to the entire area. So I really, and again, I want to emphasize, I like it. I go there a lot, and I'll be going there for the rest of my life before the game till well after the game and all that. I like it. I don't like the part that you talked about that I agree with. But let's be very clear. It's not just, you don't just renovate NRG to get where they want to go. You do more than that.
It'll be interesting to see. And I think that those things are to some degree necessary, right? To some degree. agree.
Absolutely.
Things that need renovation just inherently to work properly. Like, this isn't even just an upgrade. Like, I know one of the things is, especially with some of the storms that you've had, the video boards require like an upgrading. Like, I think that there's
the roof.
The roof, obviously, is also one of those things. Like, I think that those things are necessary. I think necessary ends up being an interesting word in these conversations. But I'll be interested to see, like, with an open mind, like what the research that they bring back does give. But
he has a vision. They have a vision.
Certainly.
And the roof, yes, they could come in here and say, hey, we're gonna redo the roof. The lower bowl, like you talked about. Yeah, they can redo that. But he's talking about things, you just heard it. I mean, you just heard about the fan journey and all. That's not the stadium.
Well, that's all part of the.
It's part of the.
But it's all part of the experience. And to be fair, it's one of those things that we on the other side will kind of batter the team behind. Like, hey, why can't they get people into the stadium? Sure. Well, these are some things that they're looking at as possibly some level of answers to that. So I'm in a tough place because I understand the ways in which the fan does stand to benefit from some of these things. It's just always hard for me when you get to the points of stadium finance. And yes, the texter points out that oftentimes when it comes to stadium finance, when we talk about taxpayer money, it ends up coming through like hotel taxes and things of that nature. But all of that, I think, still comes at a relative cost to your public. And it's always, but you could see the ways in which having a situation, having a stadium and a park that is more geared towards a fan experience is something that ends up being one, beneficial for fans, and two, beneficial for continuing the growth, the economic growth of the team and the NFL. And that's ultimately, I think, what is first and foremost, or what is front of mind in trying to make sure that this league keeps going.
Yeah. No, I totally agree. It's going to be something. It's not going to be 7 years. It'll happen before then.
I don't know, man. Like this is something that they've been working towards for a long time. Before Greg Rissom left the organization, this was something that he mentioned that he had been working on a while. I think that it's a more difficult thing.
No, I'm not going to say it's going to be in 2 weeks, but it's not going to be in 7 years.
Yeah, I think 7 years is the time limit.
Yeah,
but I think they got to get it done before, or do something before the 7 years, right?
And and yes, the rodeo does factor in, and I think that they all, like somebody said, the rodeo doesn't have an issue with fan experience, but they do with having the right facilities.
They have a carnival outside,
right?
I mean, they all, that basically that's the fan. That's what the Texans are looking for. Like not a literal carnival, but like people go to the rodeo and never even go into the building sometimes,
right?
But even literal carnival.
But even then, you were talking about it, right? We saw we see Cookoff have to tear down because they need that space in order to keep the livestock that is ultimately shows up in Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. Like there's some facilities things that I know Rodeo would want as well. So all of that
to make it more better, or make it a better experience for rodeo.
He as you mentioned, like he has
and strategy.
I say this, strategy is the word because angle has a negative connotation.
He has a strategy.
There's a strategy here, and I'm very interested to see like where this goes and ultimately what it turns up, because he is a few months in, like his work still remains ahead of him. I'm interested to see what he does. But one thing that's evident, at the very least, in talk, there's a lot of forward facing for the fans, and it's very clear that there's a plan in place. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's circle back around to the Rockets, who played last night, and it wasn't none of the stars, but they had a chance against the Thunder. Sometimes great coaches spit the bit. Lopez thinks that Ime did just that. Let me know if you agree. 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it.
All right, let's talk about it.
a free Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Biggie, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez.
It is what it is means nothing.
And Reggie Atatula.
And that, my friends, is a scoregami.
Always live, always local.
713, what's the damn number? 572-4610.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Lopez, Reggie Atatula, Figgy Fig here with you. Great coaches, man. Sometimes great coaches can have missteps at various points. Willing Day the Ime is a great coach. I think that's what you're getting at right here.
He's a great coach. I don't know how many coaches in the NBA would you trade him for right now for this team?
For this team in particular, that's tough.
Less than 3?
Yeah, probably.
Right?
Yeah. Probably.
Great coach. Didn't have a great night. Even the great ones.
And it was an odd night because you were missing 4 starters and what was it, 7?
6 altogether, I believe is what it was.
I think 7 rotation guys.
Was it 7?
As well. Like 7 guys that I would typically see in the rotation. And you're going up against literally the team that has the best record in the West. And you ultimately fall 137 to 128. But this was a game that was well fought for a good, strong period of time.
They made you stay and watch the whole damn game, too. I was waiting to dip out. Like, it's a 20-point lead.
Yeah.
Next thing you know, down 8. And I'm like, I got to stick around now.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So he was, and again, it's not, the problem I had with last night is not that you had, to kind of piece it together. He did a great job with that. And shout out to Cam Whitmore, Reed Shepard, 27-25.
Hey, man, we'll definitely have to talk more about that. By the way, B. Scott will be joining us in 11. 11 o'clock and 1 o'clock hours will be giving away tickets to Rodeo. Journey is on the docket all day today. So make sure you're listening.
I kind of perked up on that one, man.
4 packs of tickets to see Journey at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. So keep it locked to Sports Radio 610 today. But we'll talk more about this game. But I think for you, it sounds like the notion of spin the bid is just the best player that you have available to you didn't play minutes
in the fourth quarter. Side note
that's Jalen Green, by the way. I feel like I didn't say that specifically. Jalen Green.
Side note for those who are in the gambling arts, partake in that.
What?
His over under was 19.5 points. He had 18 after 3 quarters and did not play in the fourth quarter.
What are you accusing? Wait, is he accusing people of things right now?
He did not play in the fourth quarter. 1 bucket away from hitting the over. But that's neither here nor there unless your name is Ocho. But anyway,
wow.
So you don't have all these players, and you sit Jalen Green for the entire fourth quarter.
No Amen, no Dylan, no Alperin, no Fred, no Tari, no Steven Adams.
Yeah, 6'2". I thought it was 6.
But you had Reed Shepard.
No Fred.
Fred, of course. That's the one because he had his ankle. That's 7. Okay, so you're missing all these players. You're in a game that becomes very winnable, as Figgy was just talking about. It becomes a winnable game. And I don't know if he's, sending this old school coach, which I like, that aspect of Ime Udoka. He's sending this old school coach message or whatever the reason was. And Jalen Green does not play in the fourth quarter. When you're down all those guys and bench players are playing their asses off, but bench players especially get gassed in the fourth quarter. They're not used to those kinds of minutes in an actual game. They can get gas. They did their job, more than their job, but they kind of ran out of gas at the end of the game there. I thought Ime Udoka maybe stayed true to his self too much in there. Send that message another time, man. Game was very winnable, and now you have a back-to-back tonight at Indiana.
Correct. Where, I saw Kelly Iko, who covers this team amongst a few for The Athletic, mention earlier that, the Rockets, obviously after missing some folks, he said that N'Faly Dante and Jack McVay, 2 of the kind of really low guys on the roster, were on the flight that he is taking to Indy. So it's possible that Şengün, Eason, Brooks, Thompson might not play tonight in Indy. But and look, again, we'll circle back around to this because I got love for N'Faly Dante that in watching him play and everything. But I don't agree with you here. I don't. And I understand what you're saying. Like, hey, man, just go and try and win the basketball game. But I feel like this year in general is further culture building. I think that's entirely what you're doing. And I understand, like, hey, the goal, as we just stated, we talked about this yesterday, the goal as stated from the start of the season was make the playoffs. And they're situated well for that. I think they still have like a 4-game lead on 6th. So they still have a little bit of buffer. I think that also making the playoffs, but then starting to prepare this team to try and continue to have upward trajectory, and that is making sure that the players that you have also fall in with the mentality and the culture that you want. And so this was a little bit of a schedule loss, Oklahoma City and all that. And I understand you had an opportunity to win. However, what better place to go? I understand that I probably would play you if I was just hard up for a win and I was just like, yo, I need this. But I need you on the side of, I'm not going to play you if you're not doing the things that I want.
Right.
And one thing, and I think we'll talk more about this later in the show, is you saw the type of energy, you saw the type of passion, you saw the type of play from those stay ready guys, from that bench guys, when they played these extended minutes, more than of late you have seen from the starters, the true starters that you select. And I think that was probably what he was leaning on top of, kind of hot hand. But I think that is where he was like, yo, I want you guys to see clearly what this basketball looks like when you're doing it, no matter what the skill level is. Y'all might be more talented, but these guys are playing the right basketball. We're seeing that through all the way.
Look, I understand what you're saying, and by and large, I agree with that sentiment. He's sending a message, whatever it is, whatever the reason was. And sometimes you just chalk it up, as you put it, a schedule loss. We were out of the game, but then you got back into the game. You still had those 7 players out. You had a chance to win that game. And I think the key element here is, sure, if you want to sacrifice one game, chalk it up to the culture, type thing, that's fine. But you got back-to-back tonight. Are you willing to lose 2 games? Are you willing to lose 2 games for that? Because that's the thing. I think send that message another way. Send that message, a different time, whatever it may be. Look, he's great. He's great. I wouldn't trade him for, like I said, less than 3 other coaches. But sometimes even the great ones stay a little too hard and true and hard and fast with their sentiment. And I thought last night was one of those nights.
And I think also it's fair to note, as someone does on the text line here, Jalen has been an Ironman. He's played a lot of minutes. Soon I will do just that. But he went to the ground at one point, had his knee bleeding, and honestly picked up a technical for being mad about it. So I do wonder also, you talk about guys being hurt and it's a back-to-back. I do wonder how much actual physical being able to hold up for that fourth quarter was taken into account.
Oh, I thought that was a big part of it. Maybe for Jalen, but also the 2 guys that don't play a lot of minutes played a lot of minutes. And there is a limit for bench players, that aren't used to playing in a lot of real NBA games. It's one thing to practice, it's one thing to have your conditioning and all that, but you get gassed. You hit a wall as a young player that doesn't play a lot. I'm not going to torch the guy. I just thought, hey, it happens. Sometimes the great ones make a mistake. Thought he made a mistake.
I mean, when it comes down to actually getting a victory here, maybe you can call it a mistake. 9-point loss, 137-128. And it's worth noting, I guess, in talking about this, I have not brought up the fact that there was a 50 ball in this thing.
51, baby.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 51.
Couldn't miss, man.
7 assists, 5 rebounds, 10 of 10 from the free throw line, 5 of 9 from 3. You got also one of those performances from, a top 2 and probably presumptive MVP right now. And I think it was impressive that he needed all of it, and I think that probably is why I'm willing to lean all the way into the yes. You had maybe the opportunity to win there, but also I guess to turn this back on you. You think Jalen Green was going toe to toe with Shai there?
Well, he wasn't, but I think to find Jalen Green on the floor for offense and whatever defense he might offer. But yeah, you were missing some of your best defenders, and by the way, some of the other things that have been an issue here. That Ime Udoka certainly has been noticing. Still a lot of turnovers. Still, some problems rebounding, and obviously defending SGA.
Yeah. So they go again tonight in Indy. We'll see.
Don't make that message make you lose twice in a row.
Well, I don't know if it's more the message or just, hey, you have injuries.
Cost you 2 games in a row.
Yeah, but I don't know how much the message is there as opposed to, again, We'll see if Alperin and if Tari and if some of these guys are even available. Tari, you would hope maybe because it's that was like leg management, right, with the injury. So maybe he hasn't been playing on one of the legs of the back-to-back. Maybe he plays on the second night of it. Maybe that's how that goes. But, yeah, we'll see what it ultimately looks like. And I guess we'll talk about that a little bit with B. Scott when he comes in here soon. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get to our question of the day, which is inspired by Steve Kerr having a little rant on NBA officiating. What is your sports pet peeve? What's the thing that you're just like, yo, man, come on. 713-572-4610 is the Jim out of the Texas Hammer text line, and we'll discuss that next.
Only one.
begins with the level of service your business deserves. The Home Depot, how pros get more done.
The best burgers in town and so much more at Beck's Prime. 10 Houston area locations, Beck'sPrime.com.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers and Zins in the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, question of the day time is what I was trying to say. Right here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. What's your sports pet peeve? What's the thing that just gets on your nerves? Go ahead and vent. Let's do this together. 713-572-4610 is the Jim Allen of the Texas Hammer text line. And then also the Mokaram Injury Law live streams are both available to you. The YouTube is there for you. I see you, pals. I know what you're talking about. I'll circle back around to that for you as well. All right, but this is inspired by Steve Kerr, head coach of the Golden State Warriors. And one of the more outspoken head coaches, I feel like, especially if you're talking basketball in particular, but just in general, it's him and Pop are some of the big ones. And obviously, I think they can annoy some folks because they also are so comfortable with their job security and all that, where they also get into that political realm.
They're not going anywhere. They know it.
They'll get into that political realm as well.
Just got to deal with it.
This is not political, so don't yell at me. Don't throw things. But this does kind of get people riled up in that same way. This is Steve Kerr complaining about what he feels like the league is just kind of neglecting.
I mean, I don't understand why we're not teaching our officials to call travel in this league. They do a great job. They work their tails off. They communicate well. But I see 5-6 travels a game that aren't called. We had 4 ourselves in Philadelphia. None of them were called. It's a problem when there's and every coach on the sidelines. When I'm watching film, it's like everybody's doing that, so everyone's seeing it. And so we're clearly not teaching as a league our officials to look at the feet, and I've made that clear to the league. Maybe I'll hear back from them after these comments, but for the good of the game, the entire game is based on footwork, and for the good of the game, we need to enforce traveling violations, and we're not doing it, and I don't understand why.
I am so in lockstep with him.
Did he self-snitch? Did he dry snitch in there? He was like, we had 4 that didn't get called either.
Yeah, we had 4. Dude,
I was counting.
It is a pet peeve of mine, and I don't mind the Euro.
That they don't call travel.
They don't call traveling. I don't mind the Euro step. I get that. It's
what about the gather step?
No, sometimes that's a.
What about the crab dribble?
The one that really gets me, is when a guy is like, just past the half court line, dribbles, takes 2 full steps, dribbles again, takes a step and a half, which is fine. But I mean, there are travels in the course of dribbling look, call me whatever you want. It is a pet peeve. It is traveling. By definition, it is traveling.
Well, I mean, they've created a little bit of wiggle room in the.
Yeah, I'm like bringing the ball up court, man. I feel like they could just let that go.
No, it's traveling.
That's being petty right there.
No, it's a pet peeve. That's why we're calling it pet peeve.
No, I agree. I actually agree. Well, the point I was going to say, which they've defined certain things in the rule book, where I feel like, okay, if you do it to this extent, but then those boundaries are even being pushed. And there's no, boundary, a hard boundary being set to the point where, look, man, these dudes are like wildly athletic. And if you just allow more and more freedom of movement because you're not, holding the rule in check, at some point it's just impossible to deal with. I think that's one of the things that kind of turns people off. I'm not willing to say that that's like the big thing.
Yeah.
But I think that's one of the multitude of things that turns people off.
But they called it for decades.
I know.
Decades.
I know.
They managed to do it. And look, no matter which side you fall on this, and I'm going to give you some other pet peeves, and I'm curious.
Yeah, we can't spend too long on
y'all. But just to put a bow on the traveling thing, even if you're on the side that you're on, where okay, you got to let some stuff go. How many times over the course of a game, even if it's just a shoulder shrug, you go, well, that was traveling, but it doesn't bother you because that's where you stand on this. But you're like, well, yeah, that was traveling. In your mind, all the other pet peeves of mine, I'm going to give you the obvious ones first. The wave, it had a good run. It may not have.
When was the run?
Like 70s.
Yeah, Sally carrying the basketball.
Yeah.
Stop getting your hand underneath this basket.
Yes.
Sorry, I don't have time for this.
And of course, my favorite. It is what it is.
That's not a sports. That's not a.
That's a sports pet peeve.
He just shoehorned that in. That's nasty. That's nasty work.
What about you?
Well, the one that I wrote down, you had some good ones there, because one of them you wrote down, and I'll leave it to you to bring that up. But this one, and this is a social media pet peeve, as we are in a social media era. Stop posting still photos to try and make your point on a movement sport.
Oh yeah,
like that annoys me to no end. Right? It's like, well, you see right here, he was wide open. I'm like, all right. So was he not getting hawked down in that moment, or like what? The movement matters a whole bunch. A single photo does not give you nearly as much information as you're trying to make, and it leaves so much room for like misinterpretation. Stop using still photos to try and make your point. Damn it.
Yeah, I don't know if this counts as a sports pet peeve, but I just hate that. I just hate the players complaining in the NBA just every time it's some type of if it's some type of bump, and then they doing the little
the replay.
Yeah, the replay. I'm like, man, just play ball, man. I know I talked about it a couple like last week, but just play ball. Stop looking at the refs all the time. Stop arguing with the refs. Stop looking at the coach telling them to do the replay.
Yeah,
that it's to me in the game.
Yeah,
but I get irritated. Like, man, just play ball. Like, forget all that challenges and all that stuff.
I got a couple of others.
I bet you do.
Let's say Derrick Henry. You're playing the Texans playing the Ravens. Derrick Henry.
Don't remind me of that. Why would you do that to me?
Let's say Derrick Henry gets tackled for a 2-yard loss. You're like, good play. Then he busts out a 12-yarder. Holding. Like the holding guy or girl in the stands. Anytime any play goes,
it's like the traveling guy.
Holding. That's holding. They didn't call holding.
And that's like traveling guy.
Exactly. And then this one is in the same realm as it is what it is. It's just stupid. When a professional reporter.
This is not in the same realm. This actually is legitimate.
Is in a press conference. Big moment happens in the game. And they start their question with, talk about.
Jukebox.
Dude. Talk about that play where blah, 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 blah.
I will if you ask me a question.
What are you asking? The talk about question. It's not a question. The talk about
command.
Retort.
Hey, that was a good play.
This is such a J school. It's such a J school pet peeve, man.
It is a pet peeve. How lazy a reporter do you have to be? How bad of a reporter do you have to be to say,
all right, we might be doing a little much.
Yeah.
Talk about
ISO.
Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, you know ISO. All right, so
you know who you are.
Wow! Oh my goodness!
ISO.
You know who you are.
That is John P. Lopez.
Yes, Juan Felipe himself. From the 713, sports pet peeve is when guys wear other teams' jerseys to a game and that team ain't even playing, or wearing a Rockets jersey.
I ain't got no issue with that last one.
Yeah, you repping the town.
Yeah, like you repping the city, but I do look at people funny. Like, when we went to a Texans game, I forgot who was playing, but somebody randomly walking around in the Steelers jersey. It's like, dog, what is you doing, man?
Wearing their football jersey. They was like, this is the one I got. Wearing a football jersey to a football game. Leave me alone.
Well, you go to that game then, buddy.
How about you book a flight then?
Yeah, go see your favorite team then.
From the 281, pet peeve on a 3-0 count, not taking a pitch, or if someone walks on a four pitches and then the next batter swings at the first pitch. Oh yeah, just like general plate discipline, man.
Yeah,
we are losing recipes when it comes to that. And these ones just base running errors because they're a lot more frequent than they used to be, and it makes me wonder, like, how much time are we spending on this?
Yeah,
because there used to be a time where you couldn't even get to this place if you didn't have that down pat.
The KDDA from the 281 is speaking my language.
Shout out to KDDA.
You guys know I watch a lot of golf. The slow golfer that waggles and lines up the shot and then steps away and hit the damn ball.
But that's
the damn ball.
That's more where you being out there. Like, I don't know if is that the TV for you on TV
like
as well?
Slow players and they're
I'm like, look, man, there's stakes there. Take your time, dog. I understand. There's money on the line. If we at the Muni, come on, dog. We got people behind you.
Yeah, one that kind of irritate me a little bit. I guess it's a little bit of a pet peeve, but when we was at the Dynamo game, I see a lot of soccer. I know that's part
I know
of the
you ain't
soccer
coming
match.
here with the flopping. We were watching the
Get
match.
your ass up, man. Like, you sitting there holding your ankle. Like, get your ass up, man, and play, man.
But you also,
and then, you know what they do? They get their ass up and run.
Yeah, they do.
Like, what do you, like, dog? I'm like, do we got to get the stretcher out?
Yes, we do.
And then 5 seconds later, they pop right up and get running full speed.
But
Get your ass up.
I thought you were
man.
also the man, though, sitting next to me during that Dynamo Inter Miami match. And you saw, like, when they got close to the touchline near us, you saw that, hey, man, no, it's a lot more physical than people give it credit for.
No, I agree. It's very physical, but it's also some plays where they are barely touched and they go down grabbing their knee or ankle. Where I'm like, man, I know they got a torn ACL at this point. And then they pop right up.
They score a goal.
They pop up and run full speed.
Yeah.
Man, get your ass up and play ball, man.
Badass Mofo Lady T on the Twitch. Lazy play and lazy officiating is one of those things. Yeah, fair enough.
The dummy behind home plate waving something to distract the pitcher.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Well, but also at the same time, like, the crowd is encouraged to try and, help. Impact the game as much as they can with their support and such. And that's what that person.
Another pet peeve of mine is
you getting some off the chest.
with the referees. I hate the late calls, man.
Oh yeah.
What you call it? Like, the play is over at this point. Now you want to blow the whistle?
Damn, y'all strict.
Nah, man.
What if it took a second for him to recognize it?
Man.
He's trying to get it right.
Come on, you know
Play
better
ball,
than that.
man.
You know
Play
better
ball.
than that.
What you blowing the whistle for now?
Now, the one that will give me the late call that was clearly you wasn't going to call it unless the shot.
That's what he's talking. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but no, sometimes the late call is just I'm seeing. Oh yeah, no, for sure. That was
sometimes it be a shot put up, and then the other person grab the rebound, get ready to go, beep, foul.
Yeah, bring that one back.
Wait a minute.
Come back here, big dog. I think this one was a really good one, and this is like true sense of the word pet peeve because you're just being annoyed in this instance. From the 832, pet peeve: the overuse of the term indisputable video evidence.
Oh, that's a good one.
You're just like, hey man, you being real pedantic right now. Come on, man.
Hey, John, in your next interview, I don't want to hear you say talk about. You have never heard me say talk about. You will never hear me say talk about. Because I'm not a hack.
Oh, God. Wow. Man, calling out everybody over at NRG are wonderful reporters over there, man.
I am not. And there's some great reporters out there that actually ask questions.
Good God. From the 713.
Put a damn name on it at this point.
Oh, I like this one. All the stores that sell sports merch and, having Dallas stuff all over the place and not Texas stuff. Yeah, I can see that. And then this one from 713. People who on the radio bitching about people saying things different. Yeah, I wonder who that could be in regards to. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we open the window for our first rodeo ticket Tuesday giveaway. It's Journey, baby, a 4-pack, so we'll do that in the next hour. And then also in the next hour, I don't know, how about we welcome in B. Scott? Let's go around the NFL next.
The Drive with Stoerner. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style.
Why are you smiling?
Because I love football.
Here's John Tula
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
on Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, yes, it is indeed in the loop, and we're about to go around the NFL. We welcome in, as we do, at 11 every weekday, or every Tuesday, rather. I was about to up your workload.
I was going to say, man.
Hold on.
I missed work yesterday.
My bad, dog. 11 every
Clear
Tuesday.
my schedule tomorrow.
B. Scott from Hiram Clark. What's happening, man?
Hey, man, I just want to say, Figgy, I was not ready for Figgy turning into basically like my dad.
That's right.
And at least he said that the complaining about the calls doesn't make him like hate the game per se. It's just a complaint. But my dad will just flat out turn the game off.
This is wrong with your generation.
Like, I don't know if he knows how good Luka is because he won't watch him long enough because he complains the whole damn time.
Yeah, that is a real dichotomy with Luke. You're like, dog, he is so cold, but oh my God, stop complaining.
Yeah, it's so irritating. Now when they got the coaches' challenges, now that stops the game now because now these players are like, challenge this, I didn't do it.
Yep.
Now you taking a TV break and then coming back and, he fouled the guy, by the way. It's just like, man.
This is my father speaking. I did not know that you were channeling. And look, my dad was born in 1956. He just cannot, his heart can't understand it. Cannot understand it for the life of him.
Hey, talk about. No, I'm just kidding.
All right. Okay.
What are your pet peeves?
The slugs out here, man. My pet peeves are Lopez's pet peeve. Lopez's peeve.
There you go.
Or that you know damn well what it is trying to say.
He is so obtuse about this.
No.
Like
I do. You're right. I 100% do. It means nothing.
But you know what you're doing? Yeah. You're taking it literal when you realize all they're trying to do with the saying is just like it's a play on words.
No.
Like you understand.
Ask me any question in the world. Ask me any question.
Why do you get old?
Well, it is what it is.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a cop-out. That's nothing.
But it is what it is.
No,
it do be, though.
You know
what it is.
Like know what it is. So we ain't got to go down that road.
Then say that.
Like at some point, all four of us are going to die. And there's nothing we can do about it.
It's an acknowledgement.
And that is what it is.
It doesn't answer the question. You asked me a question, and I said something that you have to assume. I'm not answering the question.
When you ask the questions, you don't get to pick the answers, Lopez.
No, but and you
Take
don't.
him to J school.
And that's the answer.
No, you don't get to pick the answers. But you can acknowledge that answer is a total cop-out.
But the thing is, people always answer the question, but when it gets to the part where everybody knows what it is, it's like, man, we know.
Well, if you answer the question first, that's fine.
That's like it
No, it's not for you. You've been mad even when we've had people answer the question and get to the point where like, okay, but it is what it is. As to say, I acknowledge that it is simply
and a counter question.
What it's going to be.
Is it not what it is?
Go ahead.
You ain't said that.
I don't know.
Preacher.
I'm just saying he ain't said it ain't what it is.
That is correct.
Because I haven't heard an answer. That's why.
Have you not heard an answer, or are you not accepting an answer?
No,
Anyways, we've gone way so far. We're supposed to be going around the NFL right now.
My goodness. Y'all's question of the day does this to me. It brings something out. And I guess that's what it's designed to do. So good job by y'all. But it does this to me. Figgy channeling my father and Lopez being obtuse about it is what it is, knowing damn well he know what it is.
He does know what it is. Also, what it is when it comes to today, in addition to being a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday, it's also franchise tag deadline day. There it is. Those are words. And we already know 3 players that are going to be franchise tagged. One of them is T. Higgins of the Bengals. So for those folks, and I know that there's some of you out there that were hoping that the Texans would, for some reason, take that free agent bag and dump it all over T. Higgins. That is out of here. Osa Digizua, the defensive tackle for the Cowboys, is also being franchise tagged. And, of course, as soon as I go to the last one, my brain went ahead and did one of those skips on me. There's one more franchise tag that is out there that I've, of course, forgotten.
But the big one is T. Higgins, and I think that, like, the reason why it's not just that it's T. Higgins, but it's the second year in the row. And anytime when you see that, like, and there have been other guys we've seen, I guess, would it be Dak and Kirk Cousins who stand out as guys that have been tagged 2 times in a row. This being a receiver, I know there's a lot of debate on hey, is it fair? Do guys use it to their advantage, or is it unfair that you're able to tag a guy 2 years in a row and it's kind of a tit for tat a little bit there? For me, it's like, man, you still make a whole lot of money on the franchise tag.
Yeah,
like,
but
it is like I agree that like it is like inherently, you might say, unfair, right? Inherently. But at the end of the day, you are still getting paid like market value for your services.
Higher.
And higher in some cases.
Well, but
and it is designed that way. Like, I have a hard time like shedding a tear for the franchise tag guy, even though I acknowledge the unfairness.
No, I will shed the tear. And I understand, right? In doing the collective bargaining, they have tried to make it as near to fair as possible. When you say it is, there's a lot of money, it's worth, detailing. With the franchise tag, the first year that you're a franchise tag, it is an average of the top 5 salaries of the players at your position. The next year, it's a prohibitive kind of tax on it where that number goes up. So, like, it's year over year, it actually goes up, which is why you don't often see the double tag situation unless it's a player that's just really tough to let go, and that's why those quarterbacks have come into play. But I think the reason why I have a problem with it is because inherently it is a type of player that should be able to get a level of security with a long-term contract, and we are indeed still playing the car crash sport.
Yeah.
And so,
here's
with someone
why I
like T.
disagree.
Higgins, if he goes and gets hurt in week 7, right, he can severely limit the amount of earnings that he could continue to have, and that's something that he should have been able to get to without having this mechanism that allows teams to hold on.
No doubt about it, but he also isn't a top 5 player.
Here's why I disagree with Reggie on this, and I agree with you. T. Higgins at his position, and he got franchise tag last year for $21.8 and this year for $26.1. So last year, if you would have told him we're going to give you a 2-year contract for $48 million, he would have signed it in a blink of an eye. He would have signed it in a blink. $48 million he's made by being tagged 2 years in a row. And, oh, by the way, these contracts are not guaranteed. In the NFL,
there's a certain amount of guarantees that you will get, especially when we're talking about at the top end of the free agent market.
But not $48 million your first 2 years. $48 million he got. That to me, a player like T. Higgins should beg for a franchise tag in this situation.
Yeah, it's just it's hard to not acknowledge both points, right? Like that it is unfair that a guy cannot negotiate a contract.
Sure.
But then at the same time, it's like, but you're going to overpay him at the same time, like quote unquote overpay, right? Like depending on what the market dictates.
And that's why you split the difference.
But then is the answer to Lopez's question true, or is his point true that he would sign that in a heartbeat? And it's hard to argue that he would not or should not, or that wouldn't be fair to him.
There are players
48 over 2 years.
There are players that Reggie, I'm talking to you. There are players that I would agree with you 100. I'm talking to you, son. No, but I would 100% agree with you.
Go ahead and mark that one down. Yep, I need that.
I would totally agree with you. But players like T. Higgins, no way. This is gold for him.
I actually think Reggie is right.
That's
like the
on a macro perspective.
Yeah,
Let's go!
I really do. I just am,
but not in this. Not for players like T. Higgins.
I'm just not in the same space.
Yeah.
And maybe I'm just like a weird thing.
No, it'd be like that
sometimes.
sometimes.
Is where I'm at.
It do be like that
sometimes it is what it is.
Yeah, ultimately, I think that's where we have to land, is that it is what it is. And the third of those franchise tag players that I was having a hard time remembering, of course, I should have remembered it, Trey Smith, the guard.
Oh, yeah.
Which
he was
that
earlier.
That one's interesting as well,
about that one.
right?
Yeah.
Because, like, he is a guard, and typically guards are not on the same pay scale as tackles, except the entire offensive line gets franchise tagged in a similar way. So I think that you would even feel more emboldened there where, hey, Trey Smith, don't be upset because you're getting paid like a tackle as opposed to the guard that you are. But, yeah, those guys are out there. And, yes, again, 281 until that guy gets hurt. From the 832, when it's $26 million, not security, when you could get a 4 or 5 year deal with more guaranteed money in your contract.
But see, that's the thing. I actually think it is security. I think it just kind of is beyond the point. Like the point is more so it's unfair to the, like, I mean, this is a free market society. Like you're supposed to be able to negotiate your contract.
Yeah, but not in the NFL. NFL is a cartel. And I mean, I say that honestly, void of of like judgment. It just kind of is what it is.
Yeah.
I said that was actually unintentional. My bad, dog. Didn't mean to do that to you.
Yeah, I was going to say
it was unintentional.
He's jacking with you now.
No, you can tell when I'm doing it intentionally. It comes with a big old grin when I'm doing it intentionally. All right, some other things. Oh, sorry, Figgy, you had something.
No. I was just going to say, I think just that tag in general just stops a player from going or making decisions. I think that's
I agree with the premise.
Irritating part.
I agree with your premise and Reggie's premise. I just think in certain situations, give me $47 million.
Just for the simple fact that you think you about to go out in free agency, and they say, "No, you not.
Yeah,
you on a 1-year deal now."
Yeah, you stuck in Cincinnati. You stuck being the second receiver. On a team
it's like you had no say so.
On a team that really has kind of been weird about spending money forever. I mean, it's
not fair, but it can be very lucrative.
Yes.
And that's probably a great place to land, right? And ultimately, this is where it's tough, is that we're arguing about, is $26 million enough? And all of us talking and all of us listening are like, man, I'd love to have $26 million.
I don't think he's crying over the $26 million, but it's kind of like, damn, like I want to make my own decisions.
Sure.
And y'all not letting me lead. Y'all keeping me on the chain.
I don't want to admit to the things I would be willing to concede to be treated this way. To be paid in this kind of way.
Treat me badly, please.
I don't want to say the things out loud.
Limit my options, please.
That's fair. You can't put that on wax. Somebody will come back around and use it against you. How about this, though? We mentioned franchise tag. A man who is unlikely to be tagged, and I imagine it's just absolutely not going to be tagged. I guess this past year, Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold, which he's going to be the name to watch when it comes to free agency once the legal tampering period starts in about a week on the 10th, because he, I think, dictates what the quarterback market looks like. You have two quarterbacks in the draft that are going to be fine, and that you honestly could make an argument that you might even, depending on the circumstance, still want to go get a veteran quarterback to pair with them. And then you have veteran quarterbacks that are not really all that a golden goose of sorts of free agency. And I am so interested to see what team gets so desperate that they give him a big old bag of money.
Yeah, this one's interesting too, because everything you said is true, but also, it's not like it ended in glory per se with Sam Darnold for the years. Like, you got to take the year in its totality, everything they were able to accomplish with him as their quarterback, and how it ended and how that feels indicative of the Sam Darnold experience. And are you up for that? How much do you want to pay for that? I think is a very interesting question. I don't know what the answer is, but you can think of a number of places where Sam Darnold makes sense, basically anywhere where a quarterback makes sense, right? Like all the places that seem and sound desperate. Pittsburgh, Giants, like all of these
Minnesota.
Places, Minnesota itself, right? Because they talked about that, wanting to bring him back, just not under the franchise tag. Maybe they work out some kind of deal, and maybe they have like a similar, Kirk Cousins and Michael Penix Jr. situation like they had last year, where they've got the high draft pick and the guy that they're paying a lot of money. And hopefully it works out better for them than it did work out for Atlanta, but that could be the plan.
I'll tell you what, timing is everything. It's a good year to be Sam Darnold.
It is.
It's a very good year to be not a lot of free agent quarterbacks, not a lot of, surefire draft picks either.
All right, some other things around the NFL. I kind of just want to go back to, apparently the franchise tag gets
the Raiders
going.
It's another one, right?
The Raiders is absolutely another one. And all those are teams that have the possibility of jumping up into trying to go get the number one seed, because it feels our number one pick, rather. A lot of demarcation is what we've learned out of the combine. We've talked about this as two quarterbacks. There's one quarterback, and it's Cam Ward. Shedeur Sanders is one of those guys where if he's your cup of tea, he is, and if he's not, then he's not. In fact, I think I was saying earlier that he was in speaking to like the idea that people kind of called him brash.
The unnamed general manager.
Yeah. Yes. His 3-word response was, "How you know?" Which I was like, dog, that's kind of what we're talking about right now.
Yeah. He is going to be all about how do you deal with personalities? What are you comfortable with and uncomfortable with? That's going to come down to, I think, him more than anybody is going to come down to personality.
Yeah. So that's a little bit of around the NFL here, which was largely just us talking about the question of the day and fighting over the franchise tag. But it is franchise tag day. I don't know that you'll see anyone else. I can't recall anybody else that really comes within the realm of franchise tag, but there's some interesting ones just inherently out there. Again, Trey Smith of the Chiefs. You have Osa Digizua, which that's just poor management by the Cowboys, and then also T. Higgins off the board. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. We got our man B. Scott in the studio, so we got to get his thoughts. B. Scott's thoughts next.
Only one station in
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep. You're going to hear what we were just talking about and what's popping. But yeah, B. Scott from Hiram Clark sitting in on In the Loop as he does on Tuesdays. Appreciate you, my boy.
Yeah, man. I appreciate, honestly, just the fact that we had the Texans president on the air earlier just to kind of clear the air a little bit. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure it's exactly cleared. But
we didn't help that either. We started the show being like, yeah, that's cool. However,
but let me offer some clarity here.
Okay,
because I do think that there are some fundamental things to understand about this whole stadium thing. All right, the big thing that stands out about the Texans and their stadium situation is not only how it's funded, but how it's maintained.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
right. Like, and the thing that I don't think people understand, because it's kind of boring, but you do need to understand, is that the Texans are not, while they like pay rent to the county for the stadium, they are not in charge of maintenance and renovations at the stadium,
which is a fair point to make.
They rolled over those things, okay, and that has some historical context dating back to the Astrodome and the fact that the Astros did, and the prevailing sentiment at the time, and I think even history would support this, is that the Astros did a poor job of maintaining the Astrodome. So when you fast forward to NRG Stadium, or at the time Reliant Stadium, the county situated their agreement, the lease that is now about to be renegotiated and up in 7 years, to where the county is in charge of maintaining and I guess even renovating the stadium, everything that the Texans, you could say, want to do.
And it's worth noting that's a unique stance. Most situations, it is incumbent upon the primary tenant to maintain the building.
It's not even unique to the NFL. It's unique to the city. Because if you go over and look at Toyota Center and Minute Maid Park, it is not that way. The billionaires that are in charge of those teams, that own those teams, are in charge of those stadiums and the renovations to those stadiums. So the big thing that needs to happen, and I think that Mike Tomman, who spoke earlier with Payne and Pendergast on our station, I think is – in these negotiations, figuring out a way to where the Texans and the Rodeo have more control, despite the fact that they paid little, next to nothing in rent, but they have more control of the maintaining and the renovating of, and even the calendar of the state, that they are able to make more money off the stadium, and also that they would be on the hook to put more money into the stadium.
And I feel that's going to be the entry point to totally redoing the lease. That's why I've been saying it isn't going to be 7 years. It's not. It's just not.
That's why he talked about getting. That's what he means by getting ahead of it.
Yeah, that's the entry point of like, look, we're willing. We want to do this, maintenance, etc. But so in other words, we got to redo this whole deal. And oh, by the way, maybe a renovation or a rebuild is part of that as well.
Yeah, and I don't buy into like NRG being some kind of structural monstrosity. It's got some issues, right? Like that, y'all talked about it, that roof, the scoreboard, Reggie, that you mentioned, the big video board is figuratively speaking hanging by a thread, from what I understand.
In addition to that, I think the thing that makes that tough is you go, well, why not repair it? I think it's antiquated. I don't know that it's a Mitsubishi board, and I'm not sure that you have like modern pieces in order to renovate it.
And that's a big part of it. So you need a new board. They want to update their suites and their, I would imagine, like
field
level,
club level, lower level,
club level, all of that type of stuff. They want all of that to be nicer. Those are things that I think you could do with renovations. You don't necessarily need a new stadium to do that. Where I think it gets complicated, Lopez, and the quiet part that I don't feel like we really want to say out loud, or is uncomfortable to say out loud about this when we talk about the experience around NRG Stadium, is that it's not just the building itself, the structural building itself.
Preach, as people like to say.
That it's the business district that is not there.
It is not a destination part of town. It is not a place, if we're just being honest about it. And I'm saying this to somebody.
That's what I've been saying for a long time. That area.
Hey, I grew up, I'm B. Scott from Hiram Clark, right? I could ride my bike from my house to NRG. My parents on Holly Hall. Like, I have an affinity for that area. But if we're being honest about it, no one really goes there for any other reason other than if they're just going there for a Texans game or rodeo or whatever's being had at the stadium. And you ideally want that area to be more of a destination or more convenient to the people that actually go to the games.
Correct.
So where do those people live? Might we want to build a stadium out there, wherever there is, right? And I'm not pretending to know what the answer to that is. But those are the questions that they have to ask, and that's where I think it gets complicated. Yes, we need to renovate the stadium. The stadium's almost 30 years old, and we're negotiating at least 7 years out.
Yeah.
But also, do we really want to be here?
Well, exactly, and that's why I say this is a strategy. And it's a smart strategy. I totally agree. I'd do the same thing if I were in their place. Hey, let's talk about renovation. Let's talk about the roof. Let's talk about the scoreboard. Let's talk about the lower bowl. You know what? That adds up to about $1.5 billion. Why don't we just get a new place? Because we also need this outside. We need to make a destination point. And we're helping you because the entire area around NRG Park is going to be, rebuilt. Like downtown, people forget this. Y'all remember this.
Yes.
Yeah. Was a dump.
Correct.
Yes. An absolute, don't even go there at night.
It's why I didn't know anything about it as a kid.
People from Hiram Clark thought it was nasty.
Oh, yeah, no.
Wait, what are you doing right there? Hold on, wait a minute. Did you hear that?
No, I heard.
Okay.
I see what he did there.
All right.
I worked downtown. Well, I didn't go in the office very often, but I worked downtown at the Chronicle building. You had to get security guards just to get out to your car a block away. It was a dump, and that's what the Texans and we will totally redo the entire area, and people will come in.
Allow me to be a simple man for just a second. It feels like either one or two things needs to happen here, or is going to happen, could happen here.
Yeah.
Either the Texans are angling to build a new stadium out somewhere that is either quote-unquote
strategizing.
Nice. Strategizing.
We determined that angling might be a bad connotation.
Okay, strategizing. Strategizing to build a stadium, either name your destination, the burbs, downtown, whatever it is, or NRG Stadium and the area, essentially the area around it, needs to be gentrified.
Exactly.
And I'm not advocating.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, from the Texans' perspective, or from the, let's say, pro stadium experience perspective,
Correct.
It feels like one of those two things needs to happen.
Yes.
Or is going to happen.
But I'm glad that you brought this conversation in the way that you did, because I don't think I've done a good job of framing it. So I really do appreciate your help here. And I do think that management aspect of it is a huge one. I do think that is the part that I'm 100% fully behind, is like the Texans and Rodeo having an opportunity to take ownership of the opportunity to upgrade the stadium, because I know that there's probably a frustration from their side that has not been voiced nearly enough, in that they now have to wait for the city, and I guess let me put this another way, they have to wait for government bureaucracy to determine that something needs to be upgraded before it gets done. And when I said it like that, does that give anybody any level of encouragement?
No, they have to jump through hoops.
Right.
They really do, just because they got to go to the county commissioner. They got to go to all these other areas, avenues to just get. Hey, we need the parking lot.
It is. Tell me what y'all think about this comparison. Imagine being rich, but you live in the projects, right? And when I say the projects, I just mean government housing, right? Like you're rich, but you are kind of like where you live has been built for you, and it is maintained for you. And it is government housing. But what do we know?
Yeah.
Government housing is not as nice as rich people housing.
It's just more layers on when you get something done. Hey, man, something falls apart. Do you just run to Home Depot, or do you have to call some level of somebody who has to leave a message, and then they have to get in touch with somebody else? You know what I mean?
What's the other side of that, though? Should rich people be in government housing?
Exactly.
Right? Yeah. So, like, this is kind of needs a meeting of the minds here of, like, hey, we're the rich folks. We know this, right? Local governments have a tough enough time maintaining and funding the stuff that's actually important, much less a big-ass stadium that billionaires are profiting on, which, by the way, and I love the McNairs, but they make more off of taxes than they pay in rent over there, 6 of the last 7 years.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, like, this is a thing where, again, to the point of rich people in government housing.
Yeah.
That's what it kind of feels like. Maybe we make the rich people kind of like just pay for the stuff.
Oh, I think
some
ultimately
of the stuff.
I think
or they could try to get the best of both worlds, where they're like, hey, y'all pay for some of these renovations and give us the control to now maintain the stadium going forward.
But then
they could do that
to be able to then rent out the dates and bring more concerts and those things and pocket those things, which is honestly in line with what a lot of stadiums have been around.
If I had to just not guess, project, end up being, you know what, we need a new stadium. This is just me talking. We need a new stadium. We're going to build the entire community around us. People are going to come, and if you build it, they will come. And we're talking businesses and industries and destination points.
And in the future, maybe casinos.
And just to make it good for you, because you're going to give us $9 billion or whatever the number ends up being, we'll take over all maintenance, we'll take over all this and pay for whatever. So I think that's probably where it'll end up, if I had to guess.
Yeah, and that would be, look, that would be probably good for everyone. Mm-hmm. The question is, what is the public appetite for... Yeah. Like, what does that look like exactly, and what is the public appetite to fund something like that? Yeah. To help fund something like that? Because you know they're not going to do it on their own. Mm-hmm. You talked about it earlier, Reggie, how we subsidize all of this stuff. I just mentioned how they make more on taxes than they pay in rent.
Don't get me going. People are going to be mad at me if I actually get in that bag.
It is an interesting time. It is interesting time to monitor the next less than 7 years. I would say less than 7 years.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of complexity, and you did such a good job breaking that down in your thoughts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man.
It's almost like you work for the paper.
I was gonna say we do a little news over here, so I've got a little insight into some of this.
And you touched on in the what you sent us before the show something that I said. You don't bring him in to renovate.
No,
that's just not what you do.
That's a big thing. Like he said all of the right things and sounded so good this morning on Payne and Pendergast, but at the same time you got to remember that's exactly the dude that you bring in to help you build a new stadium.
You know what he sounded like?
Not to not build a new stadium.
Yeah. You know what he sounded like? And I say this with as much respect as I can muster in this moment. It was his talk points, and again, not judgment in there, just kind of how it sounded. It was very slick. It was very polished, and he knows what he has a strategy. He has something that he's working towards. It's going to be very interesting, and I use that word very frequently about me now. It's going to be of great interest to me, and I think to all of us, of where that goes with NRG Park or whatever ultimately comes in the future. Just leaving room, because they are open to all possibilities. I don't know if you heard that.
Yeah. Open to all possibilities. Yeah, sounds like a man ready to build a new stadium.
I know what I heard.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. How about this? You should be open to the possibility of winning a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey at the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo. The number to call, 713-572-4610. Caller number 10 right now will win that 4-pack of tickets to see Journey. That is the third on the day, the first of the show that we're giving those away. We'll also be giving them away in the 1 o'clock hour, but be the winner right now. Caller number 10, 713-572-4610. And coming up next, let's talk about what's popping, including the University of Houston sweeping University of Kansas on the season, and also Yolanda Adams. We'll do that next.
In the Loop.
His name
practices.
If it's needs work, then it's time for tune-up. TheMen'sClinic.com, TheMen'sClinic.com.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into What's Poppin' here in the Loop. I don't know how public we want to make this conversation because we were just doing the what would it look like if.
Yeah.
And that is quite the conversation to have. We might need to circle back around to that one.
Texans Stadium, what ifs? I could do that.
That sounds like
trust me, this stadium conversation is not over.
No.
It is not over.
No. I'm writing it down. Texans Stadium, what ifs? All right, you will hear that one at another day. But right now, what you're hearing is What's Poppin'. And let's start here, at least with the newsiest, I guess, in my mind. Your Big 12 champion, University of Houston Cougars. Sorry, my bad. Let me run that back. Your back-to-back Big 12 champion, University of Houston Cougars.
Doesn't matter what it looked like.
That's right.
No, this one was legit.
This one, yeah, no, it's looked pretty solid. Although, Ocho, step to the podium, because I know he's texting in and he watched that game. Kansas, they covered, right? And I have a friend that says, good teams win, great teams cover. That's what I hear. I don't know why he had the inspiration to say that, but no, they covered. It was what, a 6-point victory for the University of Houston Cougars?
How sad is that? That Kansas is like, well, we covered.
Yeah.
KU.
Oh yeah, no, they're down. Where's Ron at? Because I know he is rolling his eyes right now.
We
just
covered.
thinking about it.
That is good for you.
That is a soft team. That's a team that
Well, let me point out for Kansas, at least they covered. Because look, I was at this the home finale for U of H last year, senior day, if you will, was against Kansas, and it was not competitive at all. I don't remember what the spread was or if they covered or not. I just remember it wasn't no game.
Yeah,
this at least was a game, which is saying that they covered, they were competitive. They were not last year, so. Progress for Kansas.
Oh, God, this is where we are.
Sorry, Ron.
This is royalty.
No, but
U of H dominating Kansas in the Big 12.
Yeah,
how you like me now?
Yeah, Ron is already in that place where he's been very clear about his disdain for this particular Kansas squad. But let me take that disdain and flip it. Like, does this give you any pause? Because I know Ocho, he's been quick to mention the weak spots within a Cougars team that I don't think there's ever going to be a perfect college basketball team. But the physicality that Kansas was able to show to Houston definitely made it a little tough on them. And they got the victory. Don't get me wrong. Like, they're still going to – in fact, I was looking at Joe Lunardi's bracketology. They're looking like a 1 seed right now. They are going to get a 1 seed. But you get some aggressiveness, particularly on the perimeter. Or really, if you get some aggressiveness that does not allow the bigs to get going and you force Uzan and Cryer to be the dudes that do it, Cryer dropping 22 in this one, how do y'all feel about this Cougars team? Like, they feel like they – could be gettable, but it's a very particular subset of teams that can get them.
Yeah, no, they're absolutely gettable, but I don't know necessarily who isn't.
Yeah.
And when it comes to the Cougs, I think that this game just highlighted something that we've been talking about throughout the weeks, and that's that the Cougs are still prone to these offensive lows, like a lot of college basketball teams are. But they are still prone to mishaps or just lacking that they have been in previous years. But they do have the guys. And so if they can keep it close, which their defense allows them to do, right? They do have the guys to flip the switch at the end, or guys that, throughout a game can carry you, even if it doesn't look ideal, which it did not last night. But that's the difference in this team. And the reason why I think that they have as good of a chance, or probably a better chance this year than they ever have.
Right.
Because it's not as strong of a field, even though they have their weaknesses, right? This is not a team without blemishes. We just talked about it. But it is, I think, relative to the field and the things that they are better at, their best chance to do something this year.
I think the number 1 seed for them is enormous. I mean, because they should be able to I don't want to regret this. Walk to the Sweet 16.
Well,
they should be able to. They should be able to.
What the hell are you doing?
I don't know.
They're going to destroy the 16.
Man,
it's too soon. The body on Kansas ain't even. The body on Kansas ain't even cold.
Oh, but brother, you listen to Ron. It's been cold.
Yeah,
that's true.
but realistically, they play at best a 16 seed and an 8 seed. In the first 2 rounds, they should get to the Sweet 16. Then anything's possible, and then it gets interesting. As far as teams that might not be gettable, like we said, every team. Duke is looking like a team that right now can
look good.
That's probably the
can
one.
Beat everybody. Yeah, that would be my biggest worry if I were U of H.
Yeah. And I mean, at the end of the day,
that's Final Four stuff.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you go to the Final Four, if you lose to Duke, so, however the seeding works out, right? If you're, I don't even know if it'll be able to be this way. But if you're do something to that effect, like I think that
been there, done that. Go win a championship, damn it.
I think that would be okay. They've just come such a long way, dominating the Big 12, a damn good basketball conference, and then Duke. Like, this just happened to be the year where they got a guy, and not just a guy, but a couple of guys. Yeah, a couple of guys and a pretty damn good team. Like, this wouldn't be the worst year to lose to Duke. So, to your point, Lopez, that would be the one team, and I don't think that's the worst thing in the world to not this year be as good as Duke, per se.
All right. How y'all feel about doing senior night another time? Because Juwan Roberts, six-year senior. Obviously, he participated in senior night last year, did it again last night, and they got out there in the crowd talking about one more year. One more year.
I don't even know why I went down this rabbit hole, but for whatever reason, I was looking up Armani Brooks, who played at U of H several years back and had a stint in the NBA, and I think is playing overseas now.
He is. I was trying to remember exactly where he was playing because I remember seeing that recently.
But I was trying to figure out, and it was probably because I was watching the Rockets game and Nate Hinton was out there. I just went and U of H was on at the same time, so I just went down this weird rabbit hole. Basketball thing, right?
Yeah.
And I was trying to go back to, like, what year was the last year that Armani Brooks played for them? And so I just kept going back years and years and years. And Juwan Roberts was on the team forever. I felt like I went back almost. Yeah, I mean, I know he's like a 6-7 year guy.
Yeah.
And I was like, man.
2019.
This guy, 2019.
2019.
Before.
It was a whole different world.
Before
go to Buffy's and be happy.
The last sporting event that I covered before the world shut down was U of H against Memphis at Fertitta Center.
Who played in that game?
Juwan Roberts was on the team.
That's right.
My goodness, man.
Hey,
one more
Kelvin
year,
Sampson almost held it together, but lost it when Juwan Roberts, and then he said, see you next year.
There are children in this world that only know a University of Houston Cougars basketball team with Juwan Roberts.
Hey, he's got to be like on the coaching staff. Or he can't, they can't quit him now, right?
Yeah. One more year.
One more year.
Yeah. I was like, can he even manufacture that eligibility?
Yeah.
Oh no, he's a grad assistant for sure. Already, assistant, whatever he wants.
You can always come home. Is what I always say.
That is exactly.
Real quick, there's a couple things, and I've not given myself a lot of time, so we're just gonna do this. You want to enjoy a little Dallas Schadenfreude?
Yes.
The Mavs are cursed.
Oh my gosh.
In fact, let me say this another way. The Mavs are cursed at this point. Like, it is wild. Obviously, so we know the Luka Doncic trade happened. Since then, Anthony Davis in the game against the Rockets played a half of basketball and got hurt. He looks like they're supposed to be getting an update, I think, this week on his injury status. Derek Lively, their young, talented center, he's also been injured. They should be getting an update. The expectation is that those guys might be out for the season. They were out here hoping that Dwight Powell was playing. He had gotten injured for a significant amount of time. They have like 4 centers. Daniel Gafford, also injured. Klay Thompson is there just, doing things. And so it had been Kyrie Irving out here just trying to carry things. And last night, Kyrie Irving has the Kobe free throw line after getting injured to knock down free throws because, there's the rule that you can't come back. Oh, he ain't coming back, baby. Torn ACL, out for the season. Oh, man, that team is cooked.
Yep.
Dude, like the Mavs and their management, like they should have that team taken away from them. And I know that's like an irrational take.
Fold the franchise, the old Mike Meltzer thing.
They get the Donald Sterling treatment.
Yeah, the Donald Sterling treatment. Like honestly, and I know this is not nearly as bad as what Donald Sterling did. I'm not even trying to compare the acts. But when you just talk about like a level of like just not understanding, tone deafness, disconnection to what you are here for and what this is all about. Like, this is bad. Like, never mind the whole, hey, they didn't get enough. All they got was Anthony Davis. How they didn't ask for Dalton Connect and all of that kind of stuff, which is all fair. Don't get me wrong. But even just the fact that they would do this and Luka's over there looking like he might help lead the Lakers to the finals like he did for the Mavs last year.
And then also be around for how many more years?
Yeah, he's like, still can he rent a car? Barely. Like, I don't even know if that's still a rule. But like, seriously.
Why is that a rule, by the way?
That was a very weird rule. But like, what are they doing? They should be ashamed of themselves.
All I have to say to all that is, what a shame.
They should be ashamed.
What a shame.
You hate to see it, don't
really
you?
Hate to see that happen.
What a shame.
Supposedly, they are a team that is in on the idea of trading for Kevin Durant, which, how do you take a young superstar, top 4 player in the league, aging superstars.
Yeah,
That's what we want.
Let's get Kevin Durant.
Insane.
That is wild. Yeah,
Insane.
man.
The whole point is to get a Luka.
They've been starting Kessler Edwards.
The whole what?
That's why you're in the game.
It's the whole.
Yeah.
It's reminiscent of a Family Guy skit where Peter Griffin goes into an office and they're like, "Hey, man, all right, so you can have this boat or this mystery box." And he's like, "I think I'll take the mystery box." His wife is like, "Yo, why don't you take the boat?" He's like, "But it's a mystery box. It can be anything, even a boat."
Even a boat.
And that's what they did. They were like, "Yo, let's get Anthony Davis. It can be anything, even Luka Doncic."
Yes.
Incredible. And then I got to pay off on the teas. Yolanda Adams, bro.
Man.
So Bun B has his birthday bonanza every year at the Rodeo, and this year the lineup is so confusing to me. We've mentioned Coco Jones, Jagged Edge, Keith Sweat. There's another one that I'm missing here as well.
Don Tolliver.
Don Tolliver feels like it makes a little bit more sense on like the, I guess, popular current situation. And then we found out yesterday that gospel artist Yolanda Adams will also be on the bill, and I'm like, I don't understand what he's curating at all.
Yeah, I'm just trying to understand, are we opening with prayer or closing with prayer?
Yes.
You know, because you can't drop her in the middle, right? Like you can't.
No, she's got to be, it's got to be,
that can't be that kind of tempo change. So are you opening with prayer or are you ending with prayer?
And I was
How
confused.
close is Yolanda Adams going to be to Keith Sweat? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you understand what I'm going for here? Like, where?
The issue here is that all of these artists and their audiences are black, but the fan base is like hardly and barely, if at all, crossover.
Mm-hmm.
Like you got literally 5 different crowds coming in there to see one show.
That's what they want.
But
we'll see how that comes together. But that's the beauty of rodeo, ain't it? Like we get a whole bunch of people that you don't think should be together, and we all come together on the grounds and eat turkey legs and fun cakes and dance and have a good time, right?
I think the funny part is I think this was put in the Chronicle of how they got one more act that he's supposed to announce, and it's to satisfy the hip hop people.
Okay.
Y'all got do you have a guess? Because I am perplexed.
I have no clue.
Is it have we allowed Travis Scott out of the doghouse after doing the mess after the Astroworld fiasco, or is he still in the doghouse?
Might still be.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Look, you got Don Tolliver in there because he's a little connected with Travis Scott.
Yeah. This is and look, to be clear, Yolanda Adams might be the most talented person out of all of them. Like,
well,
I
was confused when we were talking about it off air. I was like, well, she's
great.
Yeah.
Don't get me. No, she's incredible. I'm just
saying how the fit.
Yeah, it's just the fit. Like it's,
I could see like
Keith
her
Sweat love making music. Like and Jagged Edge,
and it might not even be love making. It might be a different word that I can't say on air right now.
I was trying to be political. Don Tolliver is a whole different vibe. Coco, like men gonna be out there lusting for Coco Jones, and then Yolanda Adams gonna come up there talking about open up my heart, and I mean it's just I'm just confused. I'm confused.
I kind of want to get the ticket just to see. Like,
all
it's
over
just
the place.
raw curiosity at this point is calling.
The funny part is, before he even announced all of these artists, they drove the ticket price up high just off the strength of last year.
Mm-hmm.
So now everybody talking about selling tickets, and you don't want to look at Bun B comments on the on this post.
But like break and all of those acts that they had last year, the Yin Yang Twins, like all of those like made sense together. Coco Jones and
I thought it was
Keith Sweat and Yolanda Adams.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of an R&B type of vibe.
That's what it seemed like to start.
But then Yolanda Adams, I'm just like, I don't know.
It's an R&B and gospel rap.
She's gonna open it, right? She's gonna open the whole show.
You got to open with prayer.
No
you got to say your grace. You open with prayer, and then you get on to the rest of the show.
To the nasty after that.
Go right to Keith Sweat.
God bless. God bless. Yeah, man. I don't even know what to say to that. I was about to say a few things, and I'm gonna just
say some Keith Sweat lines.
Thank you, B. Scott, for hanging out with us. It's an eventful.
Let me get out of here before I get in trouble.
Yeah, man. Yeah, you get far away from our trouble that we're doing right here. Hey, man, we always appreciate you coming in and giving your thoughts and having fun with us. All right. I was like, I thought you.
Oh no, yeah, I appreciate y'all.
All right, very
always,
good,
man. It's always fun.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
I feel like we went way over.
We did, but you know what?
I was feeling bad about that.
Look, man, boss, he'll have to deal with that. All right, coming up next though, we will get back into Texans, not stadium, but Jonathan Alexander of the Houston Chronicle put out his latest dispatch on his time at the scouting combine. What did he learn? Because he had a couple of bombshells for me personally that I am intrigued to talk about. We'll do that next.
Payne and Pendergast. insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Again, appreciation to B. Scott sitting in with us and cutting up with us, really. We was acting no damn fool, which is why we got to get back on the straight and narrow. Let's go to a consummate professional. His name is Jonathan M. Alexander. He writes for the Houston Chronicle, and he covers this Texans team. And so in covering the NFL and covering the Texans, the place to be is the Scouting Combine. We talked about it multiple times. Mm-hmm. It serves as a conference of sorts. It is a meeting of the mind. It is about, I'm trying to remember, I think it might have been Dane Brugler talking on a podcast about it. When you go to the Scouting Combine, it is about two things. It is about excess and access. You can guess what the excess is, but the access is being around, the people.
It's a convention.
Yeah, about them around the people that matter and getting information. Mm-hmm. So Jonathan brought, in his latest dispatch for the Chronicle, some of the things that he learned from the Combine, what he learned about their priorities and such and free agency. And one of the things we'll start with is a free agent perspective, as the legal tampering period starts on the 10th of March, which is 6 days away. And with that, you think about some of the places that could be there. And I did mention, last segment, that you can always come back home. Mm-hmm. That might be open, as it seems like, according to Jonathan Alexander, they have options to bring back Mario Edwards and Foley Fatukasi, two of their defensive tackles, in that impressive spot, that important spot that we're looking at, that maybe they could try and upgrade and add some firepower to. Well, the Texans feel like they can improve in that area, which makes sense, as evidenced by the fact that defensive line, interior D-line is high on the draft order, but could free agency help there? Sheldon Rankins is apparently a name to watch. He was just released from the Bengals. Remember, we mentioned that as a cap casualty. But could Sheldon Rankins? He also had some, I think he had a little bit of injury situation, what have you. And this, I guess the play wasn't up to the standard of what they had kind of expected. But he was good when he was here in Houston. He's familiar with the coaching with the coaching and everything. Could he make a return to the interior of this defensive line and help bring some punch to the middle of your D-line?
Yeah, what I'm interested in, yes, I'm interested in Sheldon Rankins. Obviously with what they have with Fatukasi, et cetera, they were more than effective. But what interests me is, obviously, he's familiar with what this squad can do, and the Texans, et cetera. But what really interests me is this sort of, are the Texans telling us they're going to kind of stay pat to a degree at the defensive tackle position, but not necessarily try to upgrade to like an elite type level DT, because they've got the ends, that make them better. Because we expect. I felt.
Well, and maybe this is an acknowledgement of hey, you don't just bring back the same guys. You got a lot out of them, but maybe that's above the level. And if they regress,
but they got better because the ends were so good.
That's probably fair.
And I'm wondering if that's their strategy.
If you look at it, Foley Fatukasi was brought in to be a big body run stopper, and he did that when he was healthy. Mm-hmm. Mario Edwards gave you a nice burst, especially early, but then you lose him to some time. I wonder if you bring Sheldon Rankins to be some facsimile of that. However, last time he was here, he got 6 sacks. That was a career high for him. Could he get be a body in the middle, but also one that can go and attack the passer? Because I feel like that's what they're really trying to get when it comes to defensive line, is a guy that can also now add in applying pressure to the middle of the pocket.
Well, and that's kind of where I'm going. I mean, yes, I think sacks would be like cherry on top stuff. They feel like they can get a lot of production from the defensive tackle. And I'm wondering. I'm not saying nobody has told me anything, but because they're so good on the ends, if they can just get good, solid, next level production from the interior, is that kind of the route they're going?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like they want to
well, you want to be excellent everywhere.
I think D'Amico, and again, this doesn't say a ton because he's the head coach, but he also the defense is his baby. So it's almost like a defensive coordinator being like, yeah, I want to get even better in the middle, right? Mm-hmm. You have to take that somewhat with a grain of salt, although he is a primary decision maker. Mm-hmm. I think that the words that we've heard in hearing him talk at the combine and hearing Nick Caserio, it seems like they want to push forward and become even scarier as a pass rush. So yeah, that's what I'm interested in. Some other names that DJ Hill formerly of the Bengals, and then Broncos D-tackle DJ Jones are names that we probably should watch out for coming up next week. So that's
free agency being maybe the route that they're looking, if nothing else.
Well, I don't know if that's in only. I feel like at least, hey, these are names that could be brought in and maybe in tandem with a defensive line selection, especially as we look at this juicy defensive line draft, or just draft in general when it comes to talent, but defensive linemen in particular, interior, there's a lot of them, and it feels like you might as well go ahead and pick one of those as well, and maybe pair a young with an old and add to the rotation that you have there. Because, I mean, we're talking about 2 free agent defensive tackles on your team as well. He mentioned the Deebo Samuel trade speculation, and one of the things that we kind of got to in hearing the reporting, first and foremost, obviously, that they had some interest, but he kind of characterized it as maybe just they presumed him in a less certain way. They just kind of wanted to hear out what was happening there, and then they found out what the cost was, but they didn't get heavily involved in that. This is the one that really caught my attention here. How will the Texans address the offensive line? And I bring you to a segment that I like to call reading. The offensive line is another priority. He said he expects the Texans will sign at least 2 new guards. One could come in free agency and the other in the draft. I like the way that sounds.
Sure, but then what happened?
One will likely be a starter at left guard, and the other will compete for a starting spot at right. When he says compete for a starting spot, you go against who? I continue my reading segment. While the Texans could save nearly $9 million in cap space after free agency, I don't expect the Texans to move on from him.
That was interesting to me, and frankly, you have to respect what Jonathan's been doing a really good job.
Oh, he's tapped in,
and yes, tapping into some good sourcing and information. So you have to take it serious. I don't see them doing that, though. I can't imagine when you're trying to find this space, and the offensive line has been bad. Now maybe this is a Cole Popovich production here. And he
it would have to be.
Yeah, he actually believes that Shaq can be more effective in a different style of offense, of blocking scheme, etc. So it's very much possible. You have to respect that. But then at some point it has to come down to the money, right? I mean, you can save money by cutting Shaq, and certainly you can fill that void, with someone else. So I get it, but I still don't think Shaq is going to be on this squad next year.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think. In pointing to why you would do that, kind of characterized last season as an off year with injuries and relatively reasonable salary. The idea is bring him back, let him compete for a position and see if he remains in that space. And that sounds reasonable, but what this would all, at least to me, seem to kind of point to is the idea that the Texans are again putting more and more of the onus on a poor blocking on Bobby Slowick and the scheme that he wanted, and Chris Stoerner's ability to impart what they were doing, and that feels like we might be getting a little far here. Like I'm
of age, and we know what we saw. Maybe it was a big factor was the approach and Bobby Slowick's sort of marching orders on how they wanted to block, but I think you might be a little bit over your skis on Shaq anyway.
Yeah, and I think we're also seeing kind of the years with him trending downwards. Yeah. I take you again to Sports Talk's favorite and least favorite stats site, which is Pro Football Focus. Of course, the caveat that needs to be given always is
especially on the offensive line,
the objective nature of the grading here. However, I take you to his offensive grades. Shaq Mason. I'll start with the 2020 season. In New England, an 85.4 grade, just overall on his solid. All right. 2021 in New England, an 86.4 grade. Good. 2022 in Tampa, 68.2. Stepping back. His first year in Houston last year, a 65.6. We're seeing a little bit of a step down there as well. And then last year, a grade of a 60.5.
Yeah.
That to me represents a clear decrease in level of play for him as a dude who is a little bit older as well. Like he is 31 and a half. This will be his age 32 season. We've seen linemen
38
play 38, 40.
Yeah.
However, you're seeing that decline there, and you need a very good offensive guard who can protect. And that was also a thing. And I don't know if maybe you're saying that maybe he was a little bit heavier than you need to be, but it felt like just watching the quality, not even just quantity, but that's all dudes get straight line rushes to the quarterback.
That's my
special.
Point. Because it wasn't just one system. You're going back on 3 different teams there.
I don't even know what system do you have that's like, well, the system made him mess up this straight line rush on the interior.
That's 3 different teams.
I don't know that that's something that I'm at that point where I'm like, I don't know that I think that, hey, just let him compete. I feel like we've seen enough to say that I don't want to see that competition.
And that's why I'm saying you got to respect what Jonathan is reporting.
100%.
But I just don't see it happening. And then what has D'Amico himself said? We're starting on the inside out.
Yes.
We have to begin our offensive line, production or whatever, reboot from the inside out. Well, I mean, I could see where Shaq Mason just doesn't fit that. He just doesn't fit that.
Yeah, but here's the reporting from a very credible guy, and Jonathan Alexander does a great job covering this team, saying he does not expect the Texans to move on from Shaq Mason. And I don't know that I can be so bold as to say that would absolutely be a mistake. Yeah. But if I had to choose between mistake and good decision, that feels more mistake-like to me. We'll see what ultimately happens as, we're getting closer to free agency really hitting, and I imagine, closer to seeing some level of resolution on whether they will go that route. And I guess one of the other things that he has in his dispatch, he says the Texans are not opposed to trading their pick. He said it's less likely that someone like Tyler Booker will be on the board. This is obviously a prospect that's been talked a lot about, the guard from Alabama. He fits the profile that Caserio and D'Amico Ryans typically look for. We talked about that yesterday. He feels real swarmy. He was talking about one of his football from other players. I'm like, oh, yeah, sign me up.
Yeah.
So it seemed I could easily see the way in which this organization would feel similarly. And he said it's less likely that Tyler Booker will be on the board at 25. There's other guys that have been linked to this team that might not be there. He said the Texans probably have to trade up to get Tyler Booker. He doesn't think that they'll trade up in the top 15, but if Booker falls to the 20s, that's something that he feels like would be open. I'll ask you this way. Do you feel like it's more likely that this team does indeed do something like trading up for like a Booker or something, or trading back?
I would have to say either or. I would have to say trade back. But I still think, and I've said this early on in the process, I think this is where 1 year where they stand at 25 and take a player at 25. But I've seen a mock draft this morning that has the Texans trading up. So I mean, I guess it's obviously always going to be.
Do you know which mock draft that was?
I'm trying to remember
because I always, especially after the combine. Yeah. Depending on what mock draft you're looking at, when you start to see movement, it could be somewhat telling about information that's been gained at the combine. Now, I'm always really careful because we know the Texans to be a very tight-lipped organization, so sometimes that's just kind of speculation, or speculation that's coming from another front office, or maybe agents kind of trying to work some things out.
Yeah, it could be.
But, yeah, I'm interested if you find that. Let me know. But, yeah, I thought it was very interesting in seeing that, possibly you could see the return of some of these guys to some of these other, like a Sheldon Rankins defensive line-wise, but most importantly, the big thing that stood out to me, the possibility that Shaq Mason remains on this team, and you really do look to address left guard as a starter. And right.
It's NFL.com, Lance Zierlein's mock draft post-combine. Right here, Texans are officially in win-now mode. They trade up to grab a player who can improve protection at guard in year one before eventually bouncing out to take over a tackle spot. That player would be Kelvin Banks Jr. at 16.
That's pricey.
Yeah, that is pricey.
That's a pricey move.
Yeah.
What is that? It's 9 spots?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. But Kelvin Banks is highly regarded. In fact, I've not seen Kelvin Banks mocked to the Texans at all. That's a guy that I've kind of just in my head think that he's just entirely out of the realm of possibility. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we'll get into our confessions. But before we go there, breaking news, I guess not to the level of playing those Sounders. Davante Adams has, in fact, been released by the Jets. We talked about this yesterday, that the Jets were, open to him finding somewhere to be. But if not, that they would release him. Well, they've gone ahead and done that. So Davante Adams is out there. Real quick. Davante?
No.
Okay. I figured we didn't need a lot of time. I just wanted to.
No.
All right. Very good. Coming up next. Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Only one Odyssey app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know what we haven't even mentioned all day at all?
What's that?
It's Fat Tuesday.
Oh,
okay.
That's true.
Mardi Gras.
It is.
Yeah.
Maundy Tuesday, if if you're in a certain.
Well, I'm gonna go get some Cajun food then.
Well, okay. So
that's decided.
Yeah. So we always do a little pancake dinner. It's kind of a traditional thing in some circles on Fat Tuesday, Maundy Tuesday, whatever you want to call it. But then comes Ash Wednesday.
Correct.
Which is, I believe, tomorrow.
You did say Ash.
Ash.
Okay.
Ash Wednesday. And when I was younger, and I would always give up something for Lent. And I've kind of I've kind of gotten away from that, which is you want to show some commitment and all that. I kind of want to give up something for Lent, but I can't think of anything. That's my confession.
Oh boy!
So I knew
Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line is about to go up.
So I knew
713-572-4610. What should John give up for Lent?
There will be some outrageous ones that I will completely. First I'll laugh and then I'll ignore.
Give up beef.
I'm open to anything. It's about personal sacrifice. Give
up meat. Do what
I'm
your
open
wife,
to anything.
Do what your wife do. Yeah, do what your wife do.
Yeah, I don't know if she started it with Lent or not, but she became a pescatarian probably 12, 15 years ago now. But I need to give up something for Lent. I want to commit this year, and I always stay with it. Lent, 40 days, I always tell myself, you can do 40 days.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah, you can do 40 days. And so I need help. I don't know if you and Figgy have anything to think of, but I know our texters will be outrageous and probably a little bit irrational.
Somebody said you got to give up fishing shirts. That's a good answer. Good answer.
Hey, you gonna come here shirtless at one point?
You don't got no other shirts?
That's a bet.
Well, you got the OG Sauce shirt. Just wear that.
Yeah, T-shirts I wear occasionally.
There you go.
Yeah, a lot, I should say. But I need help. I need help giving up something from either
I had
you.
to think of something. I don't know if I don't even know if he's like addicted to anything where it's like, hey,
cheese,
why don't you get this up? Yeah.
Pan dulce, Mexicans, pastries. Those would be, and I've done those in the past.
Okay.
And it hurts. One year, I was a much younger man.
Okay.
I was probably about your age, maybe Figgy's age. I was in my 30s. And I decided giving up can be a commitment.
Sure.
So I added
40 something for 40 days.
So I added something for 40 days. And I did it, and it got ugly. I ran at least 3 miles, 40 consecutive days.
Ooh, man.
About killed me, but I'll tell you what.
But it strengthened your relationship with your mate.
Why don't you go for a walk for 40?
That's not good enough.
No, not 3 miles and nothing like that.
No, I usually do about 2 or 3.
Okay.
Walk 40 consecutive days. That's on the board. I like that one.
Okay.
Yeah, that's on.
I say give up OG sauce.
I know your grandpa now, so I ain't trying to make you walk 3 miles and nothing like that. But just every day after work, you get home, do a little walk around the neighborhood.
I could always count on our listeners. Give up talking on air.
Was that like take a vacation for Lent? Is that what's happening here? Is that what we're doing?
Yes.
Don't go to work for Lent is what you're
proposing.
But
I like figgies. I could do. I'll say because I know I'm going to get. I'm going to be time constrained on some of these days. 2.5 miles a day. 2.5 miles a day for 40 days.
Now I need to hear some sacrifice.
Look, give up radio.
Your Lord and Savior gave up way more. You're trying to.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. You got to do some alcohol.
Yeah. I've done that. I've done alcohol.
Barbecue.
I don't think I'm going to do that.
That sounds like the one, exactly. That response makes it sound like that's the one for
you
sure.
wouldn't do it for the Lord?
Oh, they said it's Monday, Thursday. Monday, Thursday is correct. Yeah.
Give up hating on it is what it is. I like what we're doing here. I do.
I could try that. That would, and then you could catch me.
Oh,
that would be a sacrifice.
I'd be a menace. I'd be hitting him every day.
I'd be like,
it is what it is.
All right.
These are my confessions.
I gotta admit, man, this not having spring training games on TV is killing me. And I didn't think I'd ever get to this place. But I'm so intrigued with this particular Astros team, and they're not playing today. They're back in action tomorrow against the Cardinals. But not being able to see him is killing me, especially because the things that you want to know about this team are so visually oriented. Like, I spent probably about an hour yesterday talking to our boss, Parker Hillis, just about Hayden Wisniewski's stuff. Because I think he's
You might have a problem.
He might be. I need to pull back up the good old Baseball Savant page. But Hayden Wisniewski, if I remember correctly, he is like a 4-pitch mix guy. And one of the things that they talked about with him coming over is that he's supposed to be adding a curveball to this, because like very much all the stuff that he has. 5-pitch mix guy already. So he has the sweeper, he has the 4-seam fastball, he has the sinker in the same area, he has a cutter kind of in between those, the change, but nothing kind of gets to the bottom. Like nothing has that downward movement. And I'm like, if he's gonna all right, that's cool for being out of the pen. If you're going to be a starter, which is what you're going to need, I feel like you need a pitch that goes down. I'm like, all right, so he throws in the curveball. How is he handling it? Is it a true 12-6 curve, or does it have a different kind of movement? Like, how is he commanding it? And even when we have StatCast, like on the game yesterday, I can kind of see some of those things, but I can't getting it over in the ways that he wants to. And then also, I kind of want to see what pitch kind of goes for that. How is the mix happen? All those things I can't really get from the box score, and I really want to watch these games, and it's not on TV.
Spring training, man. Spring training is just sort of like
I gotta know.
You enjoy it when it's there, but you don't get mad when it's not there.
I gotta know. And I understand. That's how I typically try and treat spring training. Except this year, I'm just so damn curious and I can't see it. Let me see baseball game.
These are my confessions.
I got to confess, man. Sorry, it's true. I got to confess. I think I dodged the bullet on not jumping on these Bun B tickets, man.
Oh no!
Because I was about to I was considering buying them, actually buying the tickets, but the tickets was too damn high. I'm like, wait a minute, I'm not paying all of this money, and I don't even know who's performing yet. I think that was the right call, man. And
not your cup of tea, stacking up to be anyway.
Yeah, and I'm trying to be careful. I don't want to sit here and trash it or anything, because I think it's an honor that Bun B get to do this type of stuff at the Houston Lifestyle Rodeo, man. Salute to him. And I want to say this is the 4th year. This is the 4th year.
Reggie said earlier he does it every year, I guess. And I was going to say, does he? But I guess he does.
At this point, it's pretty entrenched. Like, I understand that was probably a little bit of a stretch, but it is fairly entrenched at this point.
Yeah, but look, everything ain't for me. So I feel like this lineup right now, I would have been mad if I paid hundreds of dollars for some tickets to see Yolanda Adams and all these people that I really
he really staked that on the Yolanda Adams, huh?
No,
Yolanda, you saw Yolanda Adams and you said, I am out of here.
I actually felt like this before that.
Okay.
Before that, because I knew it was getting closer.
Yeah.
And right now, the concert is Friday. And I think he got one more person he's announcing, and he said he's looking out for the hip hop people with this one. I don't know who it could be where it could change my mind and say, you know what, let me go get a ticket right now.
Yeah.
I don't know who it could be. Like, it could be Jay-Z.
Seriously?
I seen Jay-Z in concert a couple times, man, where, I don't think it's worth that money to go to that concert, man.
Right.
So I think I felt like I made the right decision.
Jay-Z even.
Yeah, I seen Jay-Z before, man. Like, I don't have to see Jay-Z this time.
Yeah.
At this point, I don't think it's gonna be Jay-Z, but you never know.
Yeah.
But I feel like I made the right call.
Okay.
These are my confessions.
One of the things I like about Ime Udoka is he doesn't mince words. He doesn't mess around. Doesn't sugarcoat anything. But I think he went a little bit far when he said this about Fred VanVleet aggravating the same ankle, mind you.
Before it was not day-to-day, it was week-to-week, and obviously it lasted about 4 weeks, and so this one's different. Hopefully day-to-day, game-to-game, and sucks that he stepped on the foot of a ref in the first different area, same ankle, so hopefully it doesn't impact the old injury, and he's back sooner than later.
You got to call BS on that, right? It's the same ankle.
Yeah,
it's the same ankle.
But it's a different area.
He goes, it's a different. Well, it's still the ankle.
I was like, how many areas are we talking about in the ankle? I'm actually, and I asked that sincerely because I've not considered the ankle, I guess, nearly strong enough. How many areas are we talking about here?
All I know is when you have an ankle, whatever it is, injury, and you aggravate it, still hurts. It takes longer. It takes longer to recover.
It's a different part of the ankle, though.
That's what
this one's day to day now instead of week to week.
It's not the same injury,
it's
but
the outside.
Now it's the same ankle.
It's the same.
It's not the same
ankle.
injury. It's the different part of the ankle, man.
I would be
it's higher up this time, Lopez.
Okay,
different.
That's a little bit. You're not making it better.
It's a little bit to the left, actually. My bad. It's a little bit to the left. Is what happened.
It's the right side of the ankle.
Yeah, come on.
Before it was the left side.
I
of the
love this
ankle.
dude, but come on.
So does that mean you're concerned about him missing significant time again?
Yes.
Which
it's not week to week. It's day to day this time.
Only God knows what that does to the team.
Yeah.
I mean, we talked so much about how much they actually need him on the court, and you might miss him and his like steadying force. Now, of course, even if he misses the same amount of time, it's not taking you to the end of the season, thankfully. But more time.
Hey, I mean, when you aggravate an ankle, sometimes it gets worse.
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
know?
Although the way to Reed played, I don't know that like I can extrapolate.
Oh,
that
here we go.
forward,
All right.
But the way to Reed played, hold on, and that was against the Thunder. He was out here hooping. All right, Reed, what you got?
Yeah.
What are we looking at here? Because that was 20+ points, wasn't it?
It was impressive.
Reed looked kind of good. All right. Somebody said 713. Listen to all you sinners don't want to go because of Yolanda Adams. Shaking my head. I didn't say that.
Yeah.
I just didn't understand what the vibe he was curating is. I love me some Yolanda Adams.
I'm not really a big R&B guy. Like not enough to pay what they were charging for tickets. Like I rather look. I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather go see Glorilla, who was performing that same night.
Wait, so I imagine for you then it's less about Yolanda Adams, but just that there was one more spot where there wasn't somebody that you were like super interested.
I seen Yolanda Adams before in concert. It was at a church.
Oh, nice.
And
I bet you were blessed.
No, it was good. She's great.
She really is.
But just the overall concert, the lineup, I don't want to pay that much money for that.
Yeah. Listen to all these heathens.
They say you a heathen.
Heathens on the text board. Give me $10 each day for 40 days. Somebody said, lend me your boat for 40 days. I don't think they're getting the concept of this.
What about give up caffeine? Would you give up caffeine for 40 days?
I don't know if I've ever done that one.
That's a good one. I think that might be a good because you be in here getting your coffee on.
I get my coffee.
Yeah, I'm not sure how much you need caffeine. I was going to say just coffee in general.
I'm on the Nick Casario plan, but it's not as convoluted. 1 in the morning and then 1 as the show starts.
But yeah, that's the thing is you don't need it. That's the whole point of Len is that you give something up to show your dedication.
I will update you tomorrow because it starts tomorrow.
It does indeed.
Okay.
It does indeed. So shout out to our Catholic brethren and sisters. We gave a shout out to our Muslim folks for the Ramadan, and we got Lent coming up.
Not just
as
Catholic,
well.
by the way.
Really, I've always viewed it. Okay, I guess you can participate.
I thought you was.
Yeah.
Did you grow up Catholic?
I grew up Catholic. I became an Episcopalian when I turned 18.
That's what it was because I remember him talking about going to Catholic school.
Yeah,
that's right.
Because it was it's Catholic light. All the sin, half the guilt.
Okay, we covering all religions here.
Yeah.
We got Yolanda Adams performing on Friday. We good.
Non-denominational program here in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, coming up next. Look, when it comes to the Astros, we love our guy, Baseball Spo. However, Lopez has a beef to pick with him, and it all centers on Cam Slam Smith. Let's talk about it next.
The Drive with Lawyers, 281-222-2222. Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig hanging out with you. And you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line.
The Texas Hammer!
Thank you, Jim. 713-572-4610. And y'all getting after me. Somebody said Episcopalians are Catholics light.
I said that too.
Oh, yeah, you did. That's right. And then from the 281, they said thinking about giving up dad jokes for 40 days, Pilgrim.
Shout out to Splitty, man.
Dad jokes? I don't give a lot of, but Splitty does them a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, if they're right in front of me teed up, I'll do it.
So, yeah, I don't feel like that's good enough. All right. Let's get into some Astros. They have an off day today. They'll be back in action tomorrow with a little Grapefruit League baseball. But in the Grapefruit League baseball that we've had an opportunity to see, the young boy, the young third baseman, or maybe right fielder, Cam Smith has been phenomenal. Mm-hmm. He has been so good. 9 plate appearances, 7 at-bats, and I think his OPS is like a 2.4 something. In that space, he has just been killing it, and I think this where you're coming from is probably based on Adam Spillane on Twitter. I'm guessing. Is that where you're going? Because our guy Baseball Spo has been very adamant. You've heard him on these airways on Friday as well, as we kind of get into this time of the year. But he was adamant on this program, and he's continued to be adamant. The idea that, hey, man, Cam Smith could break camp with this team, he's like, no. Just no.
No, he said on Twitter yesterday, 0 chance.
No matter what he does.
0 chance.
There was somebody on Twitter was like, yo, if the bat keeps going like this, which I think is all, honestly, even in and of itself.
Yeah, that was it.
It's probably unfair expectation because what you're inherently saying is if this dude continues to have an OPS of 2.4, and what is he, slugging 1,500 or something like that, if he keeps doing that, he can make But even in an absurd circumstance where these numbers, like the sample size is starting to get bigger and the numbers continue to be insane, Adam Spillane goes, no, you start him at AA and you give him an opportunity. You don't, like, he's not working in the outfield at all. Like, he's only working in infield right now. And that's Dana Brown basically said in that exclusive interview with Spo that they would want to work him probably in the outfield to give him an opportunity to get up to the majors quicker.
Right,
so
he said they're going to give him a chance.
But even if you want him to get him to the majors quicker, he has not had that opportunity to go through the pathway that's been laid out by the general manager. You got some beef here?
Yeah. I'll go full Frank Costanza with an old reference to Seinfeld and say I got a lot of problems with you people. You people being Adam Spillane. And here's why.
I love the Festivus episode so much, though.
I got a lot of problems with you people.
And you're going to hear about them.
Exactly. And here's why. Look, there is no one, I don't think, if the list is very small, if there is a list, I respect more in terms of Astros baseball knowledge and insight. But if you're saying he has a 0% chance, then why is he even at spring training? Oh, because he wants to get the experience. Well, the experience is you have an opportunity to face big league pitchers in a big league spring environment. And see what you can do. And when you're batting .571 for the spring,
is that good?
And you have 2 home runs, damn near should have had a third by about 2 inches. Yesterday,
that triple
that ended up being a triple. Then why are you even going through?
Was it
the
a
motions?
2-run triple?
Yeah, it was a bases clearing triple. Bases were loaded. It was that close to a grand slam. Like
3-1.
And let me give you some context here, okay? Well, but they're afraid. One of Adam's arguments, and I'll bring it up with him tomorrow because I got a real problem with this. One of his arguments is, well, they don't want to send him down and then have to bring him back up, because let's say he struggles if he's on the big league roster, right? First of all, teams do that quite regularly, and secondly, let me reference you to the year 2016. The year was 2016.
Harp sounds.
Yes.
Harp sounds.
Yes, we need to get that, actually.
Harp sounds.
There was a young third baseman, 1 year removed from college, 21 years old. Cam Smith is a young infielder, just turned 22 years old. Happy birthday. That young third baseman's name was Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman made it to the big leagues that year. right out of the chute and promptly went 2 for 38. People forget that. Alex Bregman struggled immensely as a big leaguer when he first got to the big leagues. I say it again, 2 for 38. That's an .053 batting average.
Is that good?
if you're trying to count that. They stuck with him. They stuck with Alex Bregman. They kept trotting his ass out there. He figured it out, and we all know what the rest of the story is.
It's worth noting, though, different time period in
not a great team, but they had just come off a playoff.
Different the organization has turned over quite a bit. You're talking about different front office,
same owner, same management style tree or whatever you want to call it. From Jeff Luhnow.
We stretching there.
No.
Yeah. We stretching there.
No.
That's a totally different GM, though.
A totally different GM, but all you need to know is Jim Creighton was the owner.
That is correct.
The organization was the same. A lot of the same faces are still there. I mean, it was still a team that was coming off a playoff berth and was rising, and they put him out there and kept him out there, and he went 2 for 38 and then became an icon. What I'm saying is, if he continues to do this, I don't see there is any reason you should. I know. Here's the other thing. There's an opportunity here.
There's at least one reason.
There's an opportunity here for him to make the. Why are you all of a sudden? Well, we got to have this competition. Whether it's the infield, second base, whatever it is. Chances in the outfield. There's some opportunity in the outfield. What if you're not going to give him a chance to play at the big league level now? When are you? Oh, he's got to get his. He's got to be able to get his stripes at AAA. No, he doesn't.
Well, I don't know that.
But do you think that's
he's playing with big leaguers today? Well, tomorrow.
But I wonder, do you think that's the real reason, or is it some type of reasoning where I guess the people you have on the roster right now give you the best chance to win,
but do they?
Maybe you saving them for
But that's my point.
Next year or something like that.
Okay, tell me the second baseman. 100%. Who's going to be the second baseman?
I mean, like Dubon.
Tell me,
according to Baseball Spo.
Tell me about right field.
Hi, what's happening, Chaz McCormick?
Yeah, he's got an opportunity. He's ripping the cover off the ball. They've done this before as an organization with the same owner. He's obviously could be a superstar type. Well, he's a superstar type talent.
That they've been very effusive in their praise in that direction. All right, so allow me to bring forward what are my interpretation of the biggest kind of reasons why you do not bring him up.
Mm-hmm.
Reason one, which is the plain and simple arbitration service time management.
I get it.
That's where I was getting at.
You start the arbitration clock by immediately bringing him up to the majors, and now you've lessened kind of that ability to hold on to him as opposed to bringing him on a little bit later.
I get that. Then say it.
When you have not.
Oh, no, they're not going to say that.
Of course they ain't going to say that.
The Astros aren't going to say that. But I think we, in having these conversations, make that case. And I think that is a fair one, especially if an organization that with Jim Creighton, as whether you believe this to be right or not, has the strong belief that as long as he is the manager, the owner, the window will remain open. And hey, that's a good little window jam or whatever the right word is for having Cam Smith on a longer period of time if you can extend that out. There's one. And I think two is we talk about these 9 plate appearances, these 7 at-bats that produce, and of course I had the stats in front of me and I moved away from as soon as I wanted to get to this, but that have produced like incredible numbers. A slugging of what is that? Oh, this is a career of spring training slugging. About 1.5. The OPS is 2.441.
It's ridiculous.
Batting .571, as you mentioned. On base percentage is a .727. Like I threw a whole bunch of numbers at you. That means he has been really good.
They're all great.
How many of those have actually been against major league pitchers? Like dudes that will be in the majors.
I mean, this is the major league camp, and I know
it's the major league camp. But one thing we know is that there's all sorts of guys.
I can't go through every game box score, but I guarantee you, he has.
I think the one that I go to is Clay Holmes when they play the Mets. Other than that, he's had some guys that are maybe like quadruple A guys or dudes. In fact, one of the guys that he was crushing, I think the dude he was crushing yesterday was a dude who had played higher A ball last year. You know what I mean? So like dudes in camp does not inherently mean that all of them are major league pitching. And we're also not looking at guys that have books on them. They're not going. The dudes are basically out there just working. How does it?
And I get it. He doesn't have a book on him,
right? And so I do wonder if you wanted to send him to Double A and see if that's the reason why he's now your number one prospect. But You want to send him to Double A and see what happens when you actually have a situation where your pitcher is attacking that batter as opposed to, those things as opposed to just throwing them up to the major league level and immediately seeing what it looks like there. I think that those are fair things that you can bring up.
Those are fair, but they're also but what about this? Yeah, but what about that? I know what I'm looking at.
Yeah,
I know what I'm looking at.
I think the arbitration thing. I think
that's absolutely part of it.
That's the reason to me, because if this was somebody else, somebody regular that was putting up those numbers, he'd be on the team.
Yeah, and keep in mind, in 2016 when Bregman came up, they were a rising team that had playoff aspirations. This is a team that has playoff aspirations, and they went ahead and pulled the trigger on Alex Bregman and got him in there and got him to take his lumps, because they knew he could help take them to another level. The exact same thing is true with Cam Smith. He could help take them to another level.
I mean, look.
Yeah.
This is level-headed Reggie speaking to you. You heard overreaction Reggie. Overreaction Reggie is ready for him to break camp and steal third base.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? I'm with you in spirit. I'm just trying to be level-headed, and I feel like if I'm being level-headed, I actually lean a little bit closer to Spo. Not all the way. I'm not on there's absolutely no. But, if we get more opportunities to see him against big league pitching as well, I think also as we go through camp a little bit closer to the end, seeing how he continues to fare as maybe you see a little bit more of that will be insightful. But, yeah, I understand the reasons why you might want to keep that dude in the minors and give him an opportunity to fully develop even further.
Do you think it's a possibility in some?
I think there's a probability.
Oh yeah, that's the part that I'm really leaning on. And that was the part that Spo swatted away. That was all right, we might be doing a lot here. It does feel like you could see him later on the season. They could call September call up.
Yeah, 100%. I think so. I think that's a possibility, and then he stays.
Yeah.
Sure.
And love what's happening with Astros. At the very least, these are the good issues to have. There are some issues that aren't the good ones necessarily.
We sit here talking about the prospects.
These are the good issues to have when it comes to is this dude are we getting to this good player too early? Those are the good problems to have. And I know that the fellas of the Big Orange Wagon, PC and T Mill, Patrick Creighton and Tyler Milner. I shouldn't, shorten those, but those guys are talking about that and Altuve in left field on the latest Big Orange Wagon. Go ahead and catch that wherever you get your podcast for free. It's also nice. It's a quick, easy listen. It's not like it's going to be an hour and a half or 2 hours like some of the baseball podcasts I like listening to. It's other baseball podcasts, I should say, because I enjoy the Big Orange Wagon. But yeah, it's nice, quick, and gets to your Astros fix. So yeah, make sure to catch those fellas. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Rockets, they competed against the Thunder without having 7 of their rotation pieces. So, the stay ready guys stepped in and really competed. Why did the backup Rockets seem to have a fare better than the first choice starters have of late? 713-572-4610. Let's discuss it next.
Only one station in town was Odyssey Sports Station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yep, In the Loop here on Sports Radio 610. We have entered the second window for our show on a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. Another 4-pack of Journey tickets for the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo are up for grabs in this hour, so make sure you keep it locked. And we'll get to that at some point. But what I was really interested in watching the Rockets face off against the Thunder yesterday without the likes of Fred VanVleet. Well, I mean, yeah, Fred VanVleet was available but not available, right? In a way, but you have no Amen Thompson, no Dylan Brooks, no Alperen Şengün, no Tari Eason, no Steven Adams. Like those are your main rotation staples.
Absolutely.
And those have been the guys who, I mean, with some time here and there for various guys, those have been the guys who have been holding you down really during this time period. And so you had starters in Jalen Green, who was a typical starter, but you had Jabari go back to starting. You had Cam Whitmore in the starting lineup. You had Reed Shepherd get a start along with was it Jayshawn Tate, I think, who started? Like you got some guys starting that don't typically start, talk less of getting like major minutes. Mm-hmm. You watch the early part of that game, and they were not just trying hard. They were competing with a very good Thunder team for, I mean, really the entirety of the game before a long period of time. And the question I asked myself as I was watching this game is, why does it look like they are faring so much better than the starters have of late? Now, we could talk about the starters as a whole, like the guys that you typically turn to as starters for the Rockets over the entirety of the season. And yes, obviously, if you get a larger sample, you'll get that group of guys being more talented, showing up and competing at a higher level than these guys. But in that quick sample, and if you compare that to more recent games for the Rockets, that unit looked so much more competitive. And I was wondering why that is. So 713-572-4610 if you want to get involved here. I have some ideas, but I'm interested in what you think.
Well, I mean, first of all, Cam Whitmore got 40 minutes. I mean, that's big time. and Reed Shepherd. Look, my answer, when you watch this game, I watched Figgy. You watch this game too. It just looked like a team that a couple of guys. I'm speaking specifically of those two, but they had a lot of guys that played a lot of minutes. Hell, I mean, they even had the what's his name, the new guy, Nate Williams, come in and play.
Yeah, salute to Nate Williams. Yeah. I don't think we mentioned it, that he got his two-way contract converted to a nice 4-year contract. Now, it works kind of like it has options all the way through, so if the Rockets ever needed to get out of that, I'm sure that they could. Yeah. But, a nice little salute to a guy who's worked hard.
And I think my answer is going to be very simple. Not just fresher legs. I think there was a certain amount of eagerness. I say that if you looked at Reed Shepherd in this game, he didn't even he had no hesitation about anything, and he's had that in the past. There's been a little bit of uncertainty to his game, where to go, what to do. I think they kind of cut him loose. I think the final score will tell you that as much. 137 to 126, whatever it was. They were playing a little more up and down pace. Kind of cut him loose, fresher legs, and a little bit of hunger. That sounds trite, but I think it's very real.
No, one of the words that I marked down, 5 letters plus an exclamation point. Energy. Yeah. There was a lot of energy from this dude, which, I mean, I think some of that, and the reason why I mentioned that is, the guys that are not getting minutes when they get PT, they go out there and they go crazy. In fact, on the text line from the 337, Cams are putting in work on the diamond and the court. Yeah, Cam Whitmore, Cam Smith. That's right. There's a Cam connection happening here. But, like, those guys, when they get an opportunity, they're grasping onto it. But really, I also wanted to take that to look at, it's not that the other guys aren't giving energy necessarily, but it's like you're seeing kind of the wear, and I guess I've been harping on this, of like the extended minutes that some of these guys are getting in that starting lineup. And it's kind of, it's not that there's not a solid rotation because you have these guys, but I don't know if maybe there needs to be some level of feel to balance this out more, because it does feel like some certain guys are wearing over the course of the season. And that was something that I was willing to entertain before the All-Star break, but coming out of the All-Star break, we're still seeing the legs feel a little heavy.
Yeah,
and that's
you
a little
could tell
concerning.
last night with the guys that were fresh.
Exactly, and that was one of the things that I saw. Another one that, especially in basketball, I need you to make quick decisions. You alluded to that with Reed Shepherd. He was, kind of taking without hesitation. But I'm like, what stops the guys that you've had from having those, hesitationless play, including swinging the basketball? Yeah. Like they were using the natural advantage of the ball being faster than actual players on the court. And when they got the ball, that ball swung around the horn.
It sure did.
Quickly, so that you could get open looks, which is a novel concept, isn't it? Right? And that's the thing that I've been yelling at my TV like an old man yelling at the clouds various times with this team, where I'm like, you make the pass and you see guys kind of taking a second, like, no, go ahead and swing that thing. Have an identity or being able to identify what's happening on the court before you get that basketball, so that you can you created off balance from the defense, and now you can take advantage of it by getting it to the open space and taking quickly. And I felt like I saw that way more consistently with these, I don't want to say young guys because that's probably, they're all young really, but these guys that don't typically get as many minutes as compared to the starters that typically play.
Well, and I think also the messaging from, I said, earlier, cut them loose. That's not without instruction. That's not without coaching and game plan. But I think players like this, especially Reed Shepherd, I was very much impressed with just how he looked. Forget the 25 points, just comfortable there. I think when you're sitting on the bench, Cam Whitmore fits there as well. When you're sitting on the bench, that messaging that Ime Udoka and coaches are giving you tends to stick a little more.
Because it's your key. It's your key to the PT.
Because the only way you're going to get on the floor and stay on the floor,
I respect,
is to follow through on what you've been done. Where maybe that had something to do with Jalen Green sitting the entire fourth quarter, which was asinine. But either way, it didn't stick. Some of the messaging didn't stick, so he was getting a message. Reed Shepherd penetrated pretty well. And I'm not talking about all the way to the rack. I'm talking about being able to get the ball into a place where the defense collapse and then kick it and swing, as you talked about.
Yeah.
That was confidence. That was a certainty in what he was doing.
Now, one of the things that I have to acknowledge is, and I write it a very particular way. I subscribe to the idea the zone is for cowards.
They started the game with it.
You play zone because you acknowledge we can't guard you straight up, and that was the acknowledgement that they made. But that also helped, right?
Yeah.
Like going to that zone. So I put that in there because if we're going to talk about why this backup Rockets kind of lineup looked better, that's also part of it, and that's one of those ones where I'm not entirely bagging on the guys that typically start. That is a benefit that you have when you're going up against a team that also is coming out not expecting that necessarily and takes some time to figure it out, is that the defense was able to be, I think, relatively solid because they were just like, hey, we're not going to allow the Thunder, a pretty good three-point shooting team, but really they like getting to the rack, especially with Shea, and you take that away with the zone where you're like, no, we're posting someone down here so that it's not as easy for you to get down there, and I'm sure that shifted the dynamics of the game.
I guarantee you that was on the whiteboard in the locker room before the game, what they were going to do defense. They came out running the zone. They stayed, for the most part, not the whole game that I saw anyway, running the zone, and that helped them. It also helps you, in terms of rebounding. Now, they rebounded slightly better, but still got out-rebounded, but they had more bodies down there, and they had more athletic bodies that could get to the ball. So it was early to say, like, hey, why aren't these guys playing more? Because, you just can't do that.
And I don't think anybody would get to that place. I think the exercise is more to see, hey, what are the things that we can maybe hope to see a little bit better from the starters? And I give you the one major one that I felt was a distinction, and let me know if you felt this as well and you're watching the game. It felt like this group of guys playing against the Thunder last night, in the stead of all those guys that had been hurt, had a better shot diet. Just like they were taking less difficult shots, I guess. I think that sometimes what can happen in basketball is that you fall in love with your ability to make some tough shots, and that could be consistent. It felt like you had Jock Landale getting nice shots, and of course sometimes making bunnies in a way that you don't always see with some of your other guys. It felt like when they had an opportunity to get a shot, it was usually a good one that they were taking up, as opposed to maybe one where you're like, all right, we're going to do this pull-up midi or what have you that you'll sometimes see with various guys that typically start. So I feel like that was one of the things that was the major one that I go, hey, I do wonder if maybe that is something that this coaching staff and really more those other guys see and they go, hey, maybe that could be a way that we improve what we're doing here and taking the immense talent that you have and using it a little bit better by making, using that talent towards easier shots so that means that hopefully your shot percentages are better.
I think that's a product of who was on the floor. We've talked about this team a lot about, well, they don't have the guy at the ends of games. Well, they were playing a lot of backups, so clearly the ball's going to move better when there is not even to run the offense to find the open shot. You're not giving the ball to a guy to make a shot.
Yeah, but when you typically have the starters that you usually have, when you have Amen, when you have Dylan, when you have Alperin, how many times is the ball, or I guess how many times should the ball be sticking? Because, okay, maybe you'll say with Alperin when you're running the ball out of the high post or running the offense out of it and you're getting the ball to him, maybe you stick a little bit. But, I mean, what's to say that you should not move that ball quicker and do that same thing, especially if you don't have a guy specifically in the way that you go, hey, you can just go for what you know against the defense.
But you also have guys out there like Jalen Green that is going to be a guy that's going to score a lot of points, so he immediately, when the ball gets to his hands, can maybe try to force something. And I'm looking for it right now. You probably have it closer to your fingertips. Fast break points for the Rockets. I don't think this is a team that could get out and run. And this was just me eyeballing it. I don't have the actual numbers
in this game.
Yeah, in this game.
What, the Thunder?
No, the Rockets. Because when you don't have a lot of fast break points, by default, you're going to have to run your offense more and move the ball more to get your buckets. You know what I mean?
That's interesting.
Yeah. So I just feel like when you don't have a lot of superstars and they recognize that, or a lot of stars or whatever scorers, you're going to have to, as you said, swing, shoot.
Well, I mean, they got 21 fast break points in this one as well. And I feel like even with you having fast break points, that does not mean that when you get into the half-court sets that you can't be better and more efficient with it. I think that these are places that, I don't know, the game gave me an opportunity to see that, hey, there might be some places for you to be better at this. I'm interested to see what these similar stuff, or if that's just kind of a one-off and I'm making too much of one particular game against the Oklahoma City Thunder team that actually still managed to finish the game off and finish this team off. But there's on the back-to-back, yet another one of those. It feels like
you'll find out tonight.
Yeah, they're on the road in Indy. What is the name of that building? Is it still Bankers Life Fieldhouse? I think so. But the reason I did that was just for your benefit. I know y'all don't care. But they're going against the Pacers tonight, and I know that Kelly Iko was talking about it earlier, that you saw and you guys saw Dante out there, and Folly Dante and McVeigh out there on the flight headed to Indy. So there's a likelihood that those guys are playing again, which might mean that you don't have, some of the usual suspects. Real quick, I do want to speak about and Folly Dante. That's a guy who is very, low man on the totem pole on this roster. I kind of like what he brings, like the energy and like with another center, and no shade to the likes of Jock Landale and some of the other guys that you have. Obviously, Steven Adams, I feel like is a cut above in some ways. But I kind of like the idea. He was
eating glass last night. He was getting his,
Yeah, and especially with the kind of centers and bigs that you have that are, with all due respect, not as springy. Having a guy like that really jumped off the screen where I was like, hey, is that something where, and I know not in the immediate future, but relatively soon, could you see more of him filtering in and adding that as, a bench big that brings you some more energy?
I mean, you're putting a lot of players on the court. I'm not you. I'm saying if you do that, your players in the rotation, and I think that's one of those where you just kind of tip your cap to him.
Just good effort. We'll see you next time we need you.
Sock it away for situationals, but that's about it.
No, I'm running a 15-man rotation. Let's divide up this 48 minutes. 15
You 5
ways.
out. You 5 in.
Oh, we're just doing line switches? We doing hockey line switches?
Yeah, we taking this back to high school or middle school.
Next 5, let's go.
Second team. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. A little bit of, I guess, breaking news. Again, I don't know if the sounder is necessary. However, Adam Schefter reporting that the Eagles have rewarded Saquon Barkley with a 2-year, $41.2 million contract extension, which makes him the highest running back in the NFL. And
NFL history.
NFL history, of course. And he's the first $20 million per year running back. So look at that. Look at the running backs last year, reviving the running back position, at least at the very top.
The worm has turned.
Look at that. That's he just single-handedly fixing running backs. Does that give you any level of pause when it comes to the running back that you have here with Joe Mixon?
I don't know about that. I don't know about giving him that kind of money.
Really? You sure?
Look at you, Mr. Anti-running back over here.
All of a sudden, real quick, he was like, I don't know if running backs deserve all that money.
They're irreplaceable. I mean, they're replaceable.
Get one in the 5th round.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So you're in the loop. Coming up next, this is typically the time where we hand it off to our guy Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got for us?
Yeah, so Casey Anthony, you guys might remember her from 2011.
Yeah.
Well, she got a little career change going on.
I should hope
What was the career before?
I should hope.
A bunch of TV shows. Somebody did a study on TV shows and how long should you give a TV show a shot until you get into it.
Oh, I like the scientific research on when you should drop a show. We'll hear that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M Auto Leasing right now. D&M Auto Leasing.
773 Network.
Texans All Access. The offseason is underway. The Combine, free agency, then the draft. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have it all covered. The road to Texans training camp starts now. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy 610. It's your man Figgy Fig holding it down on a Tuesday. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. And earlier we were talking about the Bun B birthday bonanza lineup. And a lot of people wasn't too happy with it, especially once he announced Yolanda Adams. So he posted the post pretty much announcing the Yolanda Adams. And I'm just looking at these comments, man. Oh man, it's a lot of crazy comments. Somebody commented and said, "Bun, we gonna be in there smoking weed."
That's crazy, bro. Because that's not a joke.
No, it's not.
That is not a joke. They will be in there smoking weed.
Somebody else said, at this point, I'll take a jail card from R. Kelly singing on the phone.
Yeah, come on now.
Somebody said, WTF, is this the Soul Train Awards?
That's actually not a bad idea. Yeah, that's actually not a terrible idea. I feel like that could.
Yeah, somebody said, TF kind of party is this? Birthday party is this?
See, that's the question. And look, I'm not saying that it has to have particular birthday party vibes. The question that I keep coming back to is, what is the vibe we are setting? You know what I mean? Like, in theory.
Well, it's got your aunt. It's a birthday party. You know
what this is? It's feeling like a cookout more than it is.
Yeah, all the various.
Yeah. Right? You know how you go to a cookout and the
whole gamut.
The playlist just kind of goes all over.
Yeah,
there's some parts for the older folks.
Yeah.
Or like a reunion, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
There's some songs for the younger folks. There's some songs for the people in the middle.
Yeah,
all that.
That's exactly what it is.
That might be what we're doing.
So we gonna be crying, feeling sexy, then taking it to church.
That's right. That's right. You're gonna be all over the place. I don't even know how people are gonna regulate their emotions in such a place.
Yeah, so if y'all going to this concert, man, just live stream it for me or something like that. Let me know how it goes.
He said it because I will not be there.
Yeah, I won't be able to make it, unfortunately.
Mm-hmm.
So Casey Anthony.
All right.
What are we doing?
Okay.
I'm not sure if y'all familiar with her work.
Is that what we're going to call that?
Yeah, some people might not be familiar. Mm-hmm. So if you're not familiar with Casey Anthony, she was acquitted of the 2011 charges of murder, pretty much, to her daughter, Kaylee Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
And she recently joined TikTok to announce what she will be doing in the future. Are y'all interested? Want to know what she got planned?
No, but you're gonna do it anyway.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I'm gonna do it anyway. So this is Casey Anthony on TikTok, pretty much announcing what she got going on.
This is my first of probably many recordings on a series that I'm starting. I am a legal advocate. I am a researcher. I've been in the legal field since 2011. And
that was when she was found not guilty.
Yeah, I was like, what was the
so
catalyst?
I guess she's been in the field since then.
In this capacity, I feel that it's necessary, if I'm going to continue to operate appropriately as a legal advocate, that I start to advocate for myself and also advocate for my daughter. For those of us, King Anthony, my parents are George and Cindy Anthony. This is not about them. This is not in response to anything that they have said or done. That's not to say that I'm not going to respond at some point to some of the things that they have said and done. The whole point of this is for me to begin to reintroduce myself. I'm doing this both personally for me, but in a professional capacity. My goal is to continue to help give a voice to people, to give people tools and resources that they can utilize so they actually know where they can turn to.
What is going on here?
My first thought was, wow, all these serial killers who are on trial, they're going to go right to her, huh? How can I get off of this?
She calls herself a legal advocate. She is neither a paralegal nor a lawyer.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering is like, what does that inherently mean?
Like, she worked for a private detective on the down low, apparently. Like, and the private detective, I think, is either when involved or did, in fact, work on her case back in the day when she killed her daughter.
Well, come on, dog. What are you doing right now? You want to put some allegedlys on there or something, or she was accused
of? She was acquitted.
My goodness.
Just like OJ was acquitted.
We about to have the legal team down here, up here on our floor expeditiously.
She was acquitted. By the way, not acquitted of lying to police officers about her whereabouts or where her daughter was. She was guilty of that, but acquitted of the manslaughter and the murder and all that. But so now she's a legal advocate.
So I will step away from all of that you just did there. Can you play the very beginning?
Man.
Oh, okay.
This is my first of probably many recordings.
Okay, I thought I heard that right. Calling it recordings made it sound like serial killer-esque.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Like, it sounded like she about to release these tapes.
Yeah, either that or that she thought she was the commander or the captain of a starship or something. In my recordings,
the thing that stood out to me is she goes, I want to reintroduce myself,
and that's
no one wants to know you.
Well, that's not true. That's not inherently true. You can't speak for everyone.
I think I can. No one wants to know you.
One thing I will say is my brain is very stupid because every time I hear I want to reintroduce myself, my name is Ho. Hey, shit. Oh, I cannot stop myself. And that is not this is a lot more serious than where my brain is going, unfortunately.
No, it seemed like she's just kind of trying to get rid of her past and say, hey, I want to introduce myself. I want to reintroduce myself. Like, nah, I keep thinking about.
I don't think it's going to work.
I keep thinking about Casey Anthony from 2011.
Right. But one thing I find interesting though is like how inherent it feels like in our modern day having a social media presence is. Because like I had not considered the idea that is Casey Anthony on social media, and the answer was no.
Mm-hmm.
And then here she goes, seemingly like feeling like she needs to be in this place because that's kind of the language that she used there. Is like, you know. I feel compelled basically to be, and I'm like, have you not been able to like live comfortably? I mean, obviously you know this very well. There was a time before we had this where we live, but it feels like it's part and parcel with living in 2025, which is kind of wild to think about.
Yeah, and she's not the first person that got off on a murder like this. Allegedly. And a lot of people,
please don't come see us.
Yeah, and a lot of these people, they kind of just live under a rock, man. They not on social media. They just disappear. It seemed like she's like, hey, y'all, I'm here.
I'm introducing myself.
You know, the last time I had this and felt like this was when we had, hey, Twitter world is juice, and that's I don't like the similarities. At all.
It's yours truly.
Yeah, no.
It's yours truly.
No.
So we often talk about TV shows a lot, and we often tell people, hey, you should watch this show. And a lot of times people give it one episode, And he said, I ain't really into it like that. And they said, oh, give it a couple more episodes, then you'll get to it. It's starting to get real good. So apparently somebody did a study based off of the IMDb ratings.
Okay.
And they said you should give a new show an average of 6 episodes for it to get good.
6 is a lot. Is that for every type of show? Because 6 hours just to find out if it's good is a lot. I'm sorry. I'm not getting
4
6.
half hours.
But
6 half hours maybe, but even then, that's a little much. But 6 hour long, I ain't doing all that.
That's a long time.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so they came up with 12 shows that took a while for it to hit its potential, and these are
I'm interested in
I guess pretty good shows.
Yeah,
So-
I just had this conversation because they were trying to get in on Mo, and they like, I watched the first episode, and now you got to watch like 3 or 4.
Yeah.
So you're saying that even the greatest shows.
Yeah, so this is the list right here. Number 1, they got Breaking Bad, and they said it took 6 episodes to kind of
hit it stride.
6?
Yeah.
I Breaking Bad is not one of the ones I have in my bag, so I can't really.
It took me a minute. It probably took me longer, to be honest, to get into that show because
you just finished watching it, right? Or
no, I finished it.
Okay,
I watched it a couple years ago,
Okay.
but I was kind of new to Breaking Bad, and I was just like, man, I'm not into it. And then it started getting good towards the later of the season. Number 2 is Doctor Who.
Never saw it.
Doctor Who is like a super long running series, though.
They say it took. Yeah, they got a couple older series on here. That took 6 episodes as well. Number 3 is Friends. That took 7 episodes.
7 episodes. I remember when I started watching Friends, it was about 2 years after it came out.
Okay.
You know, it was one of those where everybody's talking about it, 2 or 3 years or whatever it was.
So I'm like, did you just jump in? I'm trying to recall
maybe it was longer than that because I want to say. Might have already been reruns.
I was like, was it in syndication at that point?
Back then you couldn't jump in like that.
Yeah, it might have already been in rerun. But either way, and so I was like, it didn't interest me. Once I started, then it took a while. Yeah.
Number 4 is South Park. That took 8 episodes for it to hit its
I buy that.
Number 5, Seinfeld. It took 16.
Well, yeah, that whole first season was a mess.
Yeah.
That whole first stride of the show was. It definitely took.
Remember Kramer never even left the building in the first season?
Yeah.
That was his whole bit.
It was a solid bit, but they expanded the world out.
Yeah. Number 6, you got Always Sunny. Always Sunny in Philadelphia. 8.
That sounds right. It took a while for me because everybody's like, you got to watch it. And I'm like, Then once I was in for a little bit, I was like, I love this show.
Yeah, no, you have to become acclimated. It's like getting into a pool. You got to get comfortable with the temperature because this is not normal. I do wonder though how much like all these episodes has to deal with when you watch it, because I imagine if you watch these as they're running, like you have people to talk about it, or at least if you're watching it later, do you have people to kind of talk about it and maintain your interest, or are you trying to find interest just off of the show themselves? Because sometimes if it's just I decided to try a show and I ain't got it in 4 episodes, I don't know that I'm getting to 6 or 7 or 8.
Yeah, it was a couple times I was forced to watch the whole season because everybody said keep watching, and I'm just invested at this point, and I'm just trying to finish it. Buffy the Vampire Slayer, I never got into that show. They said it took 8 episodes. Community, it took 7 episodes to get into it. Brooklyn Nine-Nine, 6 episodes.
I feel like Brooklyn Nine-Nine as a sitcom, I feel like you probably knew relatively early if you were in or not.
Yeah. I thought it was a great show, but I actually
it took a while?
I didn't quite get the characters, and maybe that's part of it. The characters have to develop too over the course.
Yeah.
I was like, well, what is their role here? But no, then I loved it. I've watched every episode.
Yeah, and then the list finished. It took 13 episodes, and I'm not sure. I think that's an hour. Is that an hour?
Might be.
That might be an hour show.
I know it's a television in the Marvel universe.
Yeah, I think that might be an hour show. I don't think it's 30 minutes. And then the 100. That took 9, and then BoJack Horseman took 8 episodes.
Yeah, BoJack Horseman was, but I feel like the things that grab you, and I'm interested in what they consider to get going. The things that grab you with some of these shows grab you early, and then they hook you long enough for the show itself to, I imagine, because I remember BoJack, like I watched it and I was like, yo, this is interesting. And the little animal puns that they do. I was like, oh, this is funny. And then you get into, oh, wow, there's a lot more depth here. And I think that might be more what we're talking about, where we're going 6 or 8 episodes. Because, again, there's got to be something in those first few episodes. Like, I'm not just getting to 6 to 8 to see if you wrote really well. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But I thought that was interesting right there. All right, I'll get y'all out of here on this. So it's a guy by the name of Rashid who was in jail and needed $10K to get to make his bail. Just make his bond. Do you know what this guy did?
Had a lemonade stand sale.
Nah, while he was in jail, he decided to bet on a 16 money line parlay.
Oh, wow.
Wait, did he have
bet on a parlay?
Wait, so hold on.
So he must have been in a state where you could have your phone and
he had a contraband phone?
Yeah.
Now he was on the phone with somebody, and this is how that sounded.
Oh.
Man, just bet $500 on this ticket. Make it I got Raiders over Patriots. I got the Jets over Eagles. Bills over New York Giants. Lions over Tampa Bay. Rams over Cardinals. New York Liberty, the basketball team.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, the WNBA. New York Liberty over Las Vegas Aces. Yeah, make all of it a parlay.
And this brother cashed out at $13,466.
I know he's a sicko.
16 parlay hit.
I know he's a
for
sicko.
Bond.
Because the people that I know that bet WNBA, they're sick people. Yeah. And that's not me saying anything about the WNBA. I personally love the WNBA. Yeah. But the people that bet the WNBA, although that's the person that knows gambling well enough to go, oh, they don't set good lines over there. This is where I can make money. And if you say things like that, you're probably a sick person. And, like, I'm not saying that you need to do something about that sickness. You might be good with it, but I think we need to acknowledge that there's a level of the sickness there.
Like, I'm kind of impressed with it. Like, dang, you did all that. But I'm also a little worried about the guy.
You
because
think?
First, no, it's a couple.
These bars can't stop me from getting these bets off.
Like, I'm worried about that part, too. But also, brother, you in jail. You nice and calm like you been there before. So you just, I would have been crying my ass off. Like, hey, get me out of here. I don't want to be. He was just like, look, I want you put this parlay in. Yeah. I want you to bet on the Eagles. I want you, like, dog, you in jail.
Speaking of sitcoms, this feels like in the sitcom where they're like, where are we going to find this exact amount of money? And there's like a talent show that has that money, except with gambling. Like, I need exactly $10,000 to get.
How about a team parlay?
That is, God bless.
You know how rare it is to hit a 16 parlay?
Yeah, brother, don't do it again. If you go to jail again, do not count on that.
From the 2A1, damn, Reggie, I'm a sicko, but Angel Reese rebounds over is free money.
Hey,
Touche.
It is.
Touche. Fair enough.
Get you a little 20-20.
Yep. Go get you some money right quick. Okay, I like what you're doing there. But yes, I maintain my point. All right. That is the Figgy's Mixtape. You catch it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Hit him up at the Figgy Fig on social media if you see something that needs to go in there, like a man getting out of jail by betting 16 parlays. That's what we bring to you. All right. Coming up next, we're getting ready to hand it off to the fellas' other drive. Let's have a little fun with them next.
Payne and Pendergast.
The biggest thing about Stingley is he'd be the last guy I would worry.
As a quality technician in a food processing center, she knows that making the right call is the best way to avoid a recall. That's why she trusts Grainger's world-class supply chain to deliver the high-quality supplies she needs to help keep her production line, her equipment, and her customers happy and healthy. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Biggie, thank you.
Live from the McCarran Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Lopez, you know whose music this is, right?
I definitely do.
You don't know nothing about this.
He said, what you know about
Before
this?
your time.
What you know about this? This is Journey.
Yeah.
And caller number 10 right now, 713-572-4610 will win a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey at Rodeo in effect. And we're making sure to keep you locked in right here on a Rodeo Ticket Tuesday. We'll have 4 packs of tickets going all through the drive as well, who we'll talk to.
And if you don't win, if you're not caller number 10, don't stop believing.
I mean, yes.
Hey, literally, don't stop believing because you have a chance.
I can't be mad at it. I can't be mad at it.
You got 2 more chances today.
Correct.
And we doing the same thing
6
on
chances
Thursday.
Tomorrow.
Not tomorrow.
Thursday, my bad.
I was going to say,
Thursday.
yeah. Tomorrow's Wednesday.
Yeah.
I mean, Rodeo Ticket Wednesday would be stupid. Come on.
Would it?
Yeah. It's got to have a little alliteration. Rodeo Ticket Tuesday, Rodeo Ticket Thursday. You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Gotta have that. But yeah. There you go. A little bit of that done. Earlier today, question of the day,
Are pet peeves my dad jokes?
Yes. We already said, somebody said that you should give that up for Lent.
I know.
As we were trying to find more things for you to give
the
up
people
for Lent.
what they want, though.
Yeah, dude.
They want it.
713-572-4610. Do you want that? But yeah, we were asking, our question of the day was, what is your sports pet peeve? We were all in agreement with Steve Kerr, the head coach of the Warriors, when he was talking about, hey man, why don't we call traveling no more?
Yeah.
We need to get this traveling back, and that is a pet peeve. There was a few of them that I failed to mention that I did want to circle back around to mention, and one of them I feel so very strongly about because it is an absolute beating. From the 2A1, the guy who thinks they know what coverage is being played by the secondary is clearly wrong. I expand that out to just the person who do sports-wise. And it's not just because they feel like they know more than they do. There's plenty of people that do know a lot sports-wise, and that's fine. But the person that thinks that they know more than they actually do is an absolute beating sports-wise.
It always happens like at a party or a gathering of some sort. You get cornered, because you're the guy that talks sports or does cover sports or whatever, and they start saying something, and you don't want to be rude.
No,
and
never.
They start saying things that are just like ridiculous, and you just like kind of get this blank look on your face, like, yeah, yeah, I guess.
Yeah. So that one, and then one of my favorite ones that was just like, this is fair. They said, when my team loses, that's a pet peeve. And agree, because how dare they? Why would they even do that?
Why would they lose?
Why?
Yeah.
They know I'm here to see them win. Why would they do that to me?
We saw another one that we didn't get to earlier that I don't know if it's a pet peeve for me. I think it's just fans being fans when they burn a player's jersey.
Oh, that was a good answer. No, I hate that.
You do?
You paid for it. Like, what are we doing here?
Yeah, but he's gone.
Okay.
No, like I said, I don't know. I'm kind of like, I get it.
I think that's stupid. Because the whole idea is like, it's a real look at me moment.
Of course it is.
Right? And I understand you want to express your displeasure. But who are you expressing your displeasure with? And also, oftentimes, that player went left in a means that was fairly reasonable. Like, I understand sometimes if a player forces their way out or whatever, but it feels like it's rarely that. It's just a player decided to use the agency that they had to go somewhere else. What are we doing here?
Yeah. No, I see that point. I don't necessarily disagree with it, but a lot of times, you want people to see. You want people to send, et cetera.
Yeah, all right. Like I understand what you're saying. It just doesn't move me personally. And again, that's your property you burned, friend. Like,
you paid for it.
Yeah, and so 346, I guess you could say it does depend on how they left, sure. But even then, I'm like, I feel like there's more productive ways of doing that. But I guess also the counterpoint to myself, not everything has to be productive. That is a fair point that there's to make. We were just talking about in the mixtape a gentleman who managed to post his own bail by working his bookie, doing a little bit of gambling on a 16 parlay. And I was like, yo, that's kind of wild. You in the pen right now putting in a parlay, and I have learned today. Like, if nothing else, I've talked for 4 hours and I've learned. And one of the things that I learned is that apparently betting is big in the prison.
Yeah.
We have a couple of firsthand from the 346. They said when I was in prison, parlay boards were the business. They said we got on ESPN all day on one TV. We watched every sport, which is a great point. Like, if you're, I don't know exactly if that's how sharps work. You know, I feel like they also have other metrics and things at their disposal. But at the very least, you would think if you're doing a whole bunch of watching the sports, maybe you have some ideas on how this
watching that WNBA, watching those Liberty games.
Yeah, that is fair. It was like, no, I know the Liberty gonna pick this one up. And then someone else, a different number. They said they bet a bookie on a 10-team parlay when they were in prison. They said after he paid him out, he did not let him run them no more.
Well, you knew he had to pay him out.
I also have.
You had to figure out a way to pay him out.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you're a bookie, like I almost feel like that's like you're hooked. You're gonna keep coming back, and I'll win those ones.
Yeah, but if you don't have the money to pay, if you lose again,
yeah, that's fair. That is fair. You can't take that that liability.
Keep in mind your environment. You're in prison.
Yeah, that is fair.
Now, was he talking?
But I mean, how bad can it be if you're in prison, right?
Now I wonder, was he
You're
talking
with prisoners that get angry.
I wonder, was he talking to his bookie, or I figure he might have been talking to his girl or something. Like, hey, put this.
Oh, your guy was.
Yeah, that guy was talking to a girl, a family member, something like, yo, go do this for me. But it seems like, hey, there is access to the bookie if you need to put this parlay to get you over. How bad would it is? I imagine though, and this is why I know betting isn't for me personally, because if I already kind of have anxiety when I bet, I don't know how much madder I would be if I did that, and then I had to have, like the less than comfortable accommodations that we can offer some of our imprisoned people. Like, I can only imagine how mad I am if I just missed a parlay or something, and now I got to lay down on this hard mattress or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that would.
Oh, that's even worse.
I'd be so upset.
Yeah,
like
even worse.
That would not gel well with me. Real quick before we welcome in these fellas, Brian McTaggart wrote a really interesting piece about Brendan Rodgers, one of the guys that's in the vying for second base for these Astros, and he was kind of talking about the splits that he had, because obviously he's coming from Colorado, where the Rockies, I always am interested in. If you're pitching for the Rockies, you need to have two different arsenals just because the elevation and the air resistance works different, so your pitches just don't break the same. And I never think about it from the hitting side. His splits hitting-wise were crazy, where they were atrocious in Colorado, but they were really good elsewhere. Hey, are you going to see a Brendan Rodgers where if, being in a place where he's not having to play in that adverse altitude and everything, if he doesn't hit much better and then grab that second base spot to where now you have Dubon being versatile again as your utility man, and maybe this thing goes over. Of course, another one of those, can you hit a 7 on this dice roll? But that's another thing that I had not considered enough, and it seems like another thing that the Astros have been thinking on.
Well, I do like the fact, what he's talking about, being a C-level hitter his whole life. But I by any means necessary, I want Dubon to be a utility guy. I just feel uncomfortable with him as an everyday second baseman. However it plays out, I really do. You got to have that guy. There's going to be injuries. There's going to be guys that sit out for whatever reason. They don't have another. Who is the other utility option that has that kind of experience? Most successful teams, including the Astros, have always had a utility guy. You can go back however long you want to. There's always been one of those. It matters. I get that he's going to have to be the second baseman, at least to start, although we've had the discussion about other possibilities that I would like to see. I don't feel real comfortable with him as a utility guy.
That's interesting. Yeah, because, we heard a spotty yesterday talking about if when Jose plays a little bit of second, then you have Jordan play left and you can open up a DH. It feels like at any time, if you want to give somebody a day off, or if it's going to be a chain reaction of moves in order to accommodate it, which does not sound like the most optimal by any means. Always optimal. Talking to these,
not too much. I like Dubon.
I love Dubon.
I love Dubon.
At second,
I like Dubon getting every day at bats.
Oh, I don't.
For the role, right? He's not hitting in your, but to me, the one time we've seen him get consistent at bats, that's why. To me, I just thought it was just badass crazy that Jake just had that job.
Yeah.
But the year in which Altuve got injured from from the WBC, and he started it off, and he took control of that base and the second base job. And then they got to the postseason towards the end. Then he took over the center field job, basically. And he came up with timely hits, big hits.
That's kind of my point. And I want him to get a lot of at-bats.
But like at the bottom of the order, I don't know. I don't have, again, like an 8 or 9 hitter, 9 hitter to me, to be honest with you. Man, this is a guy that was hitting 300 most of that year. Then I think got down to like 270-something. I don't know. I don't hate the idea. It just seems like they have been for 2 years trying so hard to get him into that utility role, which he's really good at, but it was like, you don't have a better center fielder than him.
No, I get that.
And you're talking about 23, right?
23, or right now, who is the better second baseman than him?
No, right now, and that's why he's kind of slotted there. But in 2023, here I go throwing advanced stats at you. Even
I just like having
97 OPS plus.
Yeah, I just like having go back to Marwin. I mean,
yeah, but even Marwin, he was that utility guy. Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm saying. I like to have a legit utility guy because you're going to need them. You just laid it out. Sometimes somebody's out at second, somebody's out in the outfield.
I just think where we differ is I think you exclusively see him as that.
Yes, I want him as that.
And I think he could be a starting second baseman.
Oh no, I don't think that he won't be a good second baseman. I'm thinking you have to have a utility guy that can fill in a lot of blanks. Put his finger in the dike in a lot of different ways.
You heard it too, right?
Finger in the dike.
Yep. He keeps doing that.
It kind of threw you off your game a little bit last time he used it.
Every time.
And that smirk right there told me he knew exactly what he was doing. Opportunity to use finger in the
language,
dike.
Huh? It's using the old English language, finger in the dike.
That's 100%. Yep. Yeah, y'all all throwing. Clint, you're the only one that hasn't thrown me off
finger in the dike.
Because your man over here sent me a text during one of our segments about the lovely and wonderful Yolanda Adams.
That's just all that talking y'all was doing made me just want to think about what that booty like. I know she's a gospel singer, but that don't mean she ain't got no nasty in her heart.
Yeah.
But y'all talked about it. I'm thinking, hey, we about to hear some Jagged Edge. Let's get married. Hey, all right. I wonder what that ass is about.
That's exactly. I don't mind it.
I'm not familiar with the situation.
Shout out to Yolanda Adams.
You got 4 hours. I feel like Ron's probably going to find a way to get you familiar.
I'm just saying.
Situation.
Y'all was talking her up so much, trying to put her in a gospel box.
Yeah. She's versatile.
What you mean gospel? That is the genre. What you mean trying to put her? What does that mean?
Just saying, hey, I just think she's got nasty in her heart.
Yeah.
And y'all talking her up like that maybe one of
She's got nasty in her heart is where I leave you. In the loop. Done for the day. The Rodeo Ticket Tuesday continues with Clint, Ron, T-Mill, The Drive. All right, you're listening to KILT AM, KILT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station. And right now, The Drive is live.
I know there's some guys out there who know Yolanda a little bit better than we do.
Well, hey, boys.
Go ahead for it. All right, The Drive is live. As you heard there is Clint Stoerner in the building. Got the taco meat coming out. There you go.
Just a little bit.
There you go. Tyler Milner in the building as well. The Drive is live. A lot to get to today, including those of you on YouTube and Twitch. I just know I have a booger in my left nostril, and I am trying to work. I've been trying for 45 minutes, and I just feel it. And I cannot get it out.
Look at me dead straight. Ain't no booger in there. If it is, it's bloody and black.
It's got to be deep or something. I don't know what it is.
Maybe you got a little zit in there. Like you pull a hair and have a little zit in there.
I have tried to do everything short of closing one side of the nostril and just blowing out. It is. If you see me on YouTube and Twitch messing with it, I'm trying to get
Get your napkin, get you a good hard blow.
I'm about to get aggressive with this thing.
By the way, what it is there anything worse than one of those inside your nose pimples that form after you pull a nose hair?
Is that what you think that might be?
Well, no, it's like
it don't hurt. It just feels like it's something in there.
Got your nice little booger in there.
Yeah, nice one. It's lodged in there.
It's dried up in there, man. You must. I got a napkin in my bag. You want to see if you can dislodge that thing?
I'm gonna dislodge it. I'm about to give it everything I got.
I want to see it when you get it out.
Stop.
Come on, man.
No, it's nasty as hell. I want to see it when
if it's causing that kind of problem, I want to know who the culprit is.
Clint definitely was that kid who just put glue all over his hands and waited for it to dry.
Peeled it off.
I had some gap filler on my hands Thursday and Friday last week. I couldn't get it off. I'm surprised y'all didn't comment.
That damn Elmer's.
I saw it. I did.
I couldn't get it off.
I didn't know. I thought you were peeling, so I did. I was like, well, I don't want to say nothing.
Was you thought my palm was just randomly peeling?
I did. I thought I saw it on your hands.
I was using some gap feeler on some cracks and on a project, and I thought it'd be a good idea. That was coming out too thick. You know what I mean? I was spraying. It was coming out too fast, too thick. So to save product, it was about a $4 can. I thought I would use my finger to smear it in the crack so it would go a longer way. And then I got done, and I was like, boy, this stuff is crack filler. Like, this is like some serious adhesive.
Put yourself in a sticky situation.
Very sticky. And I ruined a really good half zip in the process.
Damn. Up, down the drain.
No, it's just a work clothes. That
just turned into a work.
Just old mowing shirt now.
Living you learn, man.
Yeah. Now to protect me from the sun in the summer when I'm mowing my yard this summer.
Text line coming through. Damn, bro. WTF? Who cares? Gross. I just know the audience on YouTube and Twitch is watching, and I know they're gonna be like, damn, man, this dude is going to his.
Everybody gets boogers.
I just wanted to get it out of the way. I don't know what this is. All right.
Everybody poops.
Again, yes, ladies. Again.
I agree with the texter, man.
I
mean, if you're going to talk about it, just stick that damn pinky up there and get it, and let's move on, man.
I don't know what you think I've been in here doing for the past 30 minutes.
I ain't never had one I couldn't get.
What are you issuing?
You made that booger your bitch.
I ain't never had one. I ain't.
Boy, 2 knuckles deep if you got to.
All right, a lot to get to today, including in the 3 and the 5 o'clock hour. Your chance to win tickets to the Rodeo Friday, March 14th. Journey. Now this is one everybody. I don't believe there is a person on the planet, black, white.
It is a white
Hispanic,
folks anthem, though.
It is. No, but I mean, it's just something you can't miss.
I just mean white folks will start belting it out the second they hear that note.
Yep. Right up there with Sweet Caroline. Yeah, it's up there. Shout out to you, those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer, text line 713-572-4610. What are other white anthems that white folks will just belt out? I believe Sweet Caroline is there. I believe Journey is there. Parker Hillis, go ahead and text us in. I know you got one in the holster. I know you're listening. Lauren, I know you're listening. Lauren Stoerner, you got one. Linda, you got one. Country Road, that's a good one. There you go. Let's get them in. White songs that white folks belt out. But 3 o'clock hour.
Thunder Rolls has got to be top 3.
Thunder Rolls. I thought it was Friends in Low Places.
That's a good one. Like he's got a couple of them, but you're right. Friends in Low Places may be his best. You're right.
That's one there.
He's got a few of them now.
Yeah, he does. 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. And I just have one question on Journey before we get started.
That's what the whites used to do.
Please keep sending them in. Are they Montel Jordan? And then when I say are they Montel Jordan, do you have another Montel Jordan song besides the one?
No.
Do you have another Montel Jordan song? This is the only Journey song. I would assume.
I get where you're going.
I would assume that I've probably heard other Journey songs, but if you tell me Journey, like in my mind, I'm like, they about to play this 40 times.
Yep.
I know a lot more Journey, but just because of my mom. So, I get what you're saying. I think that's
do they have other popular songs?
Absolutely.
Because Montel Jordan's got a single. He got that one.
Yeah.
Now you got to get deeper in. Okay, I've heard this before. Yeah. This is Journey. Is that Stevie Nicks?
Nope.
Nope. Wrong band.
Nope.
Yep. Okay.
I believe that is
Who is the lead singer? He's no longer with the band anymore. Who's the lead singer of Journey?
I don't have a name.
He's an Asian fella.
Yeah.
I ain't got a name.
Damn it. How did I say?
He can sing his ass off. It sounds just like old boy too.
Text line coming in. Sweet Home Alabama. Another one. Steve Perry. Yes. Shout out to you, Sally. You had us holding us down. Eye of the Tiger. Shut up, Melissa. I don't know if Eye of the Tiger is one.
No.
I don't feel like that's one that. You think that's one just white folks that start to belt out?
Yes.
I would think
if
more
we're just
so
gonna
just
leave
white
it at white folks yelling out. Yes. Oh, I mean, hell, I ain't never stepped. Well, I guess I have stepped foot in Philly, but that's.
That could be.
Oh yeah,
you're actually,
coming in, living on a prayer, Bon Jovi. That's a good one. Oh, boy, you get a group of of the top side of our listenership, you get some Bon Jovi. Living on a prayer, baby. There you go. That's but I just I've heard that. I was gonna say I have never heard another Journey song.
This topic is about the extent of my music knowledge in this genre, in this era of music. I know it's not. I'm not.
What like? What
I
is 80s?
I was straight. Well, I mean, whether you're talking 80s, 90s, 2000s, but yeah, I mean that's I would guess 80s, maybe early 90s. But I mean, just that I was so either country or hip hop, rap. I mean, some R&B. Like there was very little in between, and every single in between for me, Tyler, was a white folks singing at the top of their lungs when it comes on. That is really the extent.
It's good life experience.
I mean, that is where it's at. If it wasn't get out of your seat and just yell at everybody, top of your lungs, it wasn't getting much run on Park Street.
Text line coming in. Kiss my ass, Melissa. I'm a female listener too. Free
it's a good
play
one.
That funky music, white boy.
That's all.
Welcome to the jungle.
Yes,
These are ones,
absolutely.
but these are ones like that. I lived in Nashville. I went to MTSU. Yeah. I slid in and tried to get some dubs.
You slid in.
And and Journey was a big one. I mean, it could be country. I mean, Gentleman Jim's and Journey will pop on, and here we go. And I'll be honest, the Journey, that one's hard not to just jump on in with them. That one's hard.
I got one for you.
Okay, you about to play them. All right, let's hear, because I am. This is dancing. Yeah, so one text in, Ice Baby.
Yeah, that's one. That's one.
Yeah, but this. Okay, now this feels like
Parker.
This is.
It's got Parker written all over right here.
I was gonna say Tyler.
Yeah, that's got Parker written all over right there. Up on his toes on the dance floor, getting it. Absolutely.
A little Backstreet.
That's Tyler right there.
Oh, hell yeah.
Margaritaville, someone texted. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I get that.
What's the one they play at the end of the night at the piano bar?
Some of them I've been to, it ends up being Journey.
Well, this is not designated to white folks. I tell you that right now.
Why? Because you like it?
This is right.
My whole crew likes it, damn it. Stairway to Heaven, solid.
What am I thinking about? Time to go home.
Just see you tonight. Okay. All right. Let's
all right. Put a medley together.
He sure did.
I got the white people anthem ready.
Yeah,
Sally
absolutely.
said,
Wild
Wild
woke
Cherry.
up White H-Town.
Wild Cherry, Glenn Robinson, Piano Man. Melissa checks in. I said y'all can kiss my ass, Melissa. Okay. Well,
what?
I'm just saying what people are saying.
Tyler, what song am I thinking of? End of the Night.
A lot of the piano bars I've been to, it's Journey.
No, it's not. It's slower. Go home. Like time to go home type stuff.
I know what you're talking about. We played it at our wedding.
Time? Closing time?
That's it.
It's
closing time.
Closing time. Yeah. I don't know.
No, that's not what I'm thinking of. I'm talking like an old. It's old like Sinatra or something is what I'm talking.
New York.
Yes. I think that's it. There it is. That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
What's the words right there?
Oh God, what is the news?
Start spreading the news.
Start spreading the news. Yeah, there you go, Frank.
I think that's it. That's what I was looking for right there. Looking for that and discovered another. Tyler's
number one king of the
That's it right
hill.
there. Yes.
There you go.
Yeah.
All right, 3:00 hour. We have gone completely off the rails, and I don't mind it. That's, I believe, what has gotten us top 20 of all afternoon drive shows in the country. And when I say top 20, I mean 20.
The top ranked show in the city.
Apparently, we edged out 21 by 2 points. So 20 right there, that gets us there. All right. 3:00 journey and really enjoy a good night of white anthems coming up on March 14th. Oh, it didn't jar it at all. At all, it didn't jar it. All right, some news coming out of the NFL that could affect the Texans. The latest one here, and I want to get you all's thoughts on this on the text line. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, Clinton Tyler as well. Sources say that the Jets are continuing their overhaul as they bring in their new head coach and changing up their entire staff and going in a new direction. They are releasing their wide receiver who they traded a ton for in the middle of last season, Davante Adams. He is going to be on the block. Clint, we've talked since the season ended. One of the priority spots for the Texans is another receiver or two to go along with Nico Collins, because right now it's Nico, it's John Mechie, and it's Hutch. How would you feel? We saw Debo was going, and we know you really liked the Debo thing. I did too. Many of you didn't. Some of you did. What about Davante Adams? 32 years old, will be 33 in December, excuse me. How would you feel about that potential move? Because I got to believe there's got to be at least a conversation. If the Texans were in on Debo Samuel, I would at least believe they've turned over a stone to look at that one. What's your thought on that?
Even remotely close to going to happen. I don't think they're going to even entertain it. But
you don't.
But no, I do not. But I do like the thought of pairing him with C.J. Stroud, and more importantly, or not more importantly, but as importantly, pairing him being Davante Adams with Nick Caley, right? I mean, a lot of the guys that we talk about, Diggs was one of them. Cooper Kupp would be one of them. I think Debo Samuel would be one of them. These are all guys that you need to move, you need to get creative with, you need to create for them, right? And that's great if you've got a good play designer and a good creator and somebody that has the feel and the ability to call those plays, right? If you want to simplify things for C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley, you put Davante Adams opposite Nico Collins. Now, what you have now is you've got two guys, big-bodied players on both sides of the quarterback, and you're daring the defensive coordinator to close the middle of the field and add an extra defender to the box to stop the run or to stop the receivers over the tight end over the middle or whatever. You're daring them to do something other than a two-safety type defense, right, at that point, because you've got two guys outside that can beat you over the top. You got one that's probably the best back shoulder catching wide receiver we've ever seen in Davante Adams. You've got guys physically underneath with the slants, the quick game stuff. And I would say that you're really playing – it's a move to me that would really be playing into C.J. Stroud, the pocket passer. We want to talk about C.J. Stroud and the legs and this and that. C.J. Stroud is not a guy that you design around his legs. C.J. Stroud is a guy that in a perfect world, you set his ass back there 7 to 9 yards behind the center in a nice, clean pocket, and you let him cook. You let him dice it up. The legs. It would simplify things for Nick Caley. It would simplify things for C.J. Stroud. It would play into the strengths of C.J. Stroud. And I think it would be an unbelievable compliment opposite Nico Collins.
You like the thought of it. Like that would – that's
assuming the money, because I mean, look, he's damn near. He's damn near
not the money, but what you.
Oh yeah, Could I like Davante Adams in Houston opposite Nico Collins? Absolutely. I could get real good and turned on over that. You roll those two guys out there. I think C.J. Stroud gets better. Nick Caley, the biggest gamble that you've made, probably to damn sure in the DeMeco Ryans era, the biggest gamble that you've made is Nick Caley coming in as the offensive coordinator. He gets better. Joe Mixon gets better. Your offensive line again gets better because now you've got guys that, hey, I dare you to show me pressure and vacate the half safety. To either one of those, either Nico's side or Davante's side. Yeah, play man in the red zone. You got guys that can win one-on-one, but with their body, not with better than a lot of wide receivers do. So yeah, hell yeah.
From the text line is another Stephon Diggs without the attitude. Ending in 7-2. Expound on that. Give me a little bit more of that. What do you mean by that he is aging or somebody that is productive? What do you mean? I'm just trying to get a little bit more from that text. Real quick,
I encourage everybody to go back and when New York got hot last year late in the season, look at some of the way he was playing, look at some of the catches he was making. Go back and look in 23 with the Raiders when he wasn't, with a knee issue. Some of the catches that he was making with freaking Aiden O'Connell and whoever else throwing the football to him. Yeah, it's just, I could get real excited about another big-bodied receiver being here with CJ and Nick Caley. Yes.
Real quick, from where you started, why do you think you don't have, like, it seems like your percentage level and thought that this could happen is extremely low. Why after everything you explained about the fit and how that would make this offense look, why do you think they wouldn't be involved in it if they were involved with Debo?
Well, I think he's going to command $25 million a year.
Ooh, you do?
In a multi-year deal. And I don't think Houston's going to commit to that.
32, 33 years old. Do you think Devontae Adams still gets that?
I mean, he was 22 in 2 contracts ago. He was 28 this contract a year. I think he's probably going. I think he fetches 25. With the way the league's trending, everybody's getting paid more. I think he fetches 25 a year for 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the market looks like. Obviously, the market, whoever needs a wide receiver of that level, it'll come to fruition.
But you think it's money in multiple years?
Yeah, I think you had. Now, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I mean, you got a steal in Nico Collins' contract right now, and I mean, you overpaid Dalton Schultz and Laramie Tunsil. Those are the 2 guys that are eating up your cap space on the offensive side of the football. Everything else is very reasonable. Yeah, I mean, I think there's room.
If it's 1 or 2 years, then that's maybe something that they may be into. All right, coming up, the Rockets played the number 1 team in the West, and they gave up 51 to who I believe will be the MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. How do we judge last night's game? How do we judge that? We'll discuss that coming up next.
Hey, Twin Peaks, y'all, it's one of my favorite places to watch.
Podcast. Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Hey, Houston fans. I am so happy.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, Tyler and Cheryl, we're going to need you all hands on deck to keep us updated. We will get to the Rockets, but apparently, according to Cade, Show You 11, news in Houston.
I just saw your freaking tweets.
We have a cow that has escaped at the rodeo, and it was last seen running away from NRG Stadium.
Hey,
towards OST.
Old Spanish Trail, by the way.
Spanish Trail.
So if you're over NRG way on that anywhere near Old Spanish Trail, look out. And I'm gonna tell
there's
you,
video footage because I need to figure out who this black fella is. I don't know what this big burly black dude tried to run beside Beside, as Clint called him, Dirty Red, the cow, and he just got taken. Oh, my God. You watching the video, Tyler?
No, I
he got taken down. He's on the side of him trying to be some damn hero, and he gets run over.
First of all, this is a grown-ass cow,
That's
folks.
a grown
This ain't the, what do they call that when the teenagers and the middle schoolers get out there and they get in the square and they pull them cow back into the calf scramble or something?
Yes.
Oh, God, he ran over those cones,
This ain't no calf. This thing is a set of horns short of being one of them you see the bull riders get on. This is a big fella. And
shoot, I'd have got in my car and went home.
That's
chasing him down.
Hey, that old dude you talking about right there?
Look at this. What is wrong with him?
I know. He probably beat up a few people in his time, and he thinks he's pretty tough. And he thought, let me see if I can't catch this real bull. He didn't realize how strong that thing was.
God, dog.
That cone got him too.
He's skin. That's a skin. That's a skinned shin right there.
Only an H-Town, man. We got a cow on the loose.
Honest to God, Randy, whoever it is, I need somebody to let me know when we have captured this cow.
Last spotted on Old Spanish Trail.
He's running away from NRG.
We got an APB on a cow, folks.
He's dipped. Ladies and gentlemen, last seen running. We've got Dirty Red the cow. Last seen running.
Hey, I don't know who the black gentleman is you're talking about that tried to for some reason, like he was going to put the bull in the head. I mean, the cow in a headlock. He was going to wrestle it. He was going. He'd been watching them boys at the rodeo that bull wrestling. They jump off that horse and wrap around his neck.
It's going to hit him with that Dusty Rhodes bulldog.
He was going to do it off. He was going to do it off of his feet. And Ron, they done made him. They done made him the. Hey, you know how when they post a link on social media?
Yeah.
It started out just a picture of like the cow or a picture of rodeo cow on the loose.
Yeah.
Now they've got the picture of old boy after he's fallen off the cow's neck and on his way to the ground.
There has to be a camera footage on this. Somebody needs to be going live.
Do we have a chopper?
No, I'm serious. If he's left NRG and he's dipped towards Old Spanish Trail.
Be vigilant out there, y'all.
Where is he?
There's video of it. That one that's on there, it's posted. He's running.
Where is he taking a stop to?
He's northbound on Old Spanish Trail. Be vigilant.
Could you imagine if you were driving right now in your brand new Toyota Tundra, and you saw that damn cow coming? What the hell?
We got to get this black fella on with the fellas. We got to get him on the phone,
please.
I mean, that's got to be what.
Because I need like the same thing, and this might date some people. The same thing Jay Leno asked Hugh Grant when he got stuck with that hooker. My first thing is, what were you thinking,
Ron? No, I think he's got a much better chance if he doesn't hit that cone. He hit that cone and it was over. This has got to be.
No chance.
Hey, now he knows what it's like to try to tackle Derrick Henry. He knows what it's like.
What you about to get, man? He's got no
That's what he was going to grab onto. Now he knows what it's like to try to tackle Derrick Henry.
Good God, man. Derrick Henry would have went the other way.
You could say that this cow is moving. Damn, and I knew you were going to do that to me. Son of a bitch. I thought that was a damn good one.
Why did you do that to the show?
I thought it was a good one.
We were just having a good time.
He's moving.
And now you're doing it the second time.
He was moving.
Who was moving? The guy.
Well,
I think his name's Greg.
The older gentlemen that were in the road were moving out of the way. The cow was moving.
I am glued to this story. There has to be some. Someone said TSU and U of H are on lockdown because of a runaway bull. Is that true? Because I'm going with it. Have they locked down TSU? Are there some elementary schools near and stuff? The kids are out for recess, probably not at training. Miss Roberts. Oh my God. How long? But no, honest to God, I'm serious. How do you catch him?
Well,
they got lassos.
You get some guys on horses, number one,
with lassos,
and you like.
So we got to get some of these guys from the rodeo.
You don't run along next to him.
Well, I get that. Yeah, I figured that. That was. I mean, what kind of person? And I'll just say this aloud, since we're rolling. He generally does not fit the profile of what you're thinking would happen. But what would possess you to say, I got to go run him down? I'm gonna be the
trying
one.
to be a good Samaritan.
I'm gonna be. It's like it's like when somebody throws a ball in basketball to a 5'10" guard under the basket. Okay, so then what are you gonna do once he catches it? What are you gonna do once you arrive there? How are you going to get him down? That man is lucky that bull didn't get around his neck. That bull like to kill his ass.
No, there ain't no question. It could have trampled all over his ass. There ain't no doubt about it.
Yeah. Oh man.
Oh, that's funny. That is good.
I'm serious. If this cow is still he's caught by now. This is 21 minutes
I don't know,
ago, right?
man.
Unless he's just.
I wonder if he's stuck to the roads and the highways, or if he's gone off road.
Well, they said it like he was like they said he's last seen heading towards the Old Spanish Trail, like he evaded police or something.
He did
straight up APB.
He evaded police and that black guy Eric.
All units. We got beef heading south.
Somehow Eric's gonna get in trouble for this for making that cow. Damn, Eric, what are you doing, man? It's all your fault. He risked his life.
They had to get that cow to the Texans next year to lead them out. Him and Eric leading out the Texans.
I want to know who put that cone out there, Eric.
Them high school students that do the calf scramble, they got a chance at some practice right now. Get out there, kiddos.
The craziest thing, Joe Texas said, "Hey, Ron, there are black cowboys. Listen, I'm going to shear you. I don't believe this.
I don't think he was a cowboy.
I don't believe this fella's one of the black cowboys.
I think he was a parking attendant that stands out there and directs traffic and said, "Let me see if I can't catch that." I think
he's somebody that has faced somebody like a Suge Knight before and thought he had it. The best line is Clint said, "I think he'd have had it if he didn't have those cones."
Got in the way.
Coming up, the Rockets. That's next.
All right, breathing is one of the most essential parts of living, y'all. You got to breathe well to sleep well. You got to sleep well.
Guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios. Sports Radio Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into the Drive. We will keep you updated on Dirty the Cow. I haven't seen anything. It is clearly going viral. I am seeing news organizations all over the country pick this up. And this cow running through.
Somebody stop that man! Here comes.
And by the way, those of you on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, you all are fools who are making Texans comparisons with this cow.
What? I haven't seen that.
This is the best running game we've seen at NRG since Arian Foster. Damn. Coming also. Somebody let Damian Pierce study this film for next year. Hey, man, that was old Damian Pierce. Damian Pierce would dodge a lot of bigger black guys right off and knock them over off as he's running through.
We couldn't run the ball.
Come on, guys. The cow went through that guy like it was Kenyon Green. Guys, come on.
That's a good one.
Stop laughing that hard, Tyler.
Keep them coming, please.
Maybe my favorite. Somebody said they saw Bun B on the loose trying to hunt him down for fresh Trill Burgers tonight at the rodeo.
100% certified fresh, ain't it?
I mean, fresh. Sean G says, I'm Team Cow now. Let him out.
Run, buddy, run.
Oh, God. All right. Last night, I want to get your thoughts. I saw some people text some things in before the coverage of the cow story. Last night, the Rockets played the Oklahoma City Thunder, the number one team in the West. SGA, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, is the leading candidate for MVP, and he did not hurt that last night by scoring 51 on the Rockets. But the Rockets clearly had a ton of guys out, Clint. Like we said before we left that Fred and Tari Eason would be out. They did have a day off on Sunday after playing the Kings on Saturday, but they do have a back-to-back playing OKC last night and then the Pacers today. But there was no Şengün, no Amin Thompson. Well, I wasted all my breath and energy about him really stepping up with guys being out. Obviously, no Fred. Dylan Brooks set it out as well. They didn't play Steven Adams either. So they had a lot of their top, maybe 6 or 7 guys in the rotation out of this game. We saw Cam get some run. We saw Reed Shepherd get some run in this game. What was your takeaway, if any, from yesterday's game?
Well, look, I think first takeaway was I had a real solid underdog entry, rocking and rolling, and 2 of the guys that was in my entry were in sweatsuits that were not tearaways. Didn't have the Rocket logo on them, if you know what I mean. Thompson. I think it was a get well game. I think it was a game where they're playing all these back-to-backs. Their style of play is absolutely ridiculous, given the wear and tear of an NBA season. The youth, I think, doesn't allow these guys to for lack of better phrases or terms, listen to their body along the way. And I think some of those guys are probably physically starting to hit a little bit of a brick wall here. And I think Ime Udoka's trying to manage that the best that he possibly can. So that was my thought when I looked up and saw who all was having to play. I mean, look, you had Reed Shepherd, Jock Landale. I mean, these guys were starting in the game. So obviously there was a decision beforehand made, like, hey man, we're shorthanded, 2, we're beat the hell up. Let's use this as a get healthy game.
And see, that's where I kind of had an issue with. Is this happens around the league now. This was pretty big, Clint. You don't generally see 5, 6 guys just out like your top guys. And what I did not like was, and this is maybe one of the first or maybe one of the few times I've had an issue with decisions I feel Ime Udoka's made. And that is, all right, you got a back-to-back. You're coming off a day off on Sunday, and you play, to me, see, this is late in the season. Your team is kind of struggling anyway, kind of coming down the stretch. You really, to be honest with you, you kind of want to start putting a streak together and winning some of these games before you flirt with the thought of maybe dropping into the play, and I don't think they will. By the way, that lead is now 4 over the Warriors and the Clippers after yesterday's loss. But to me, it's like, all right, we got a back-to-back. We got the Thunder and the Pacers. It seemed like the game they punted on was the Thunder game. Because we already see the injury report out now. Clint, Amen Thompson, he ain't even on it. There ain't no game time decision. He ain't even on it. Şengün, he ain't even on it. Tari Eason, he may be on it, but at game time, no, he's not even on it. Only people who are on it is Jock and Fred VanVleet, and they're not going to play.
Yeah.
All the other guys are going to play and going to be available tonight. And my thing is, man, if you're going to choose one, hell, play the Thunder. Go get a challenge. Go play the best team in the West and go and try to get that game. And when I say it, to me, it felt like they had no intention, Clint, in trying to win this game. And the kicker is Jalen Green's in the game. And they say, hey, man, your night's over at 3:49 in the third quarter.
Oh, my God.
He didn't play the final end of the third. Yeah. They got the lead down to 6. It was 112-106 with just over 8 to go. And they just shut Jalen Green down like they were like, hey, man, we ain't even going to try to get this one. But we're going to load up, try to get the Pacers. I didn't like that. That just doesn't seem to be what this team has been about and is about, just in terms of hey, man, we're a tough team. We fight. We all of that. And they just punted on this game. And they're going to try to go like hell and beat the Pacers. But hell, man, challenge the Thunder. I couldn't even get over to the point of saying, hey, man, Reed Shepherd showed us some good moments.
Yeah.
Cam had some good moments, whatever. They just didn't try to win the game.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they definitely threw the towel in on this one. There's no doubt. There's no doubt about that. I'll be honest with you. I tuned out when I saw what was going on. I think I watched the majority of the first half. But so I was unaware of that they pulled Jalen Green out in the third quarter. It seems like that decision there is a little trivial, right? I mean, it was obviously an in-the-moment decision. I don't know if he tweaked something or what the heck was going on, but I think, I'm typically not a load management fan, obviously, which we've talked about multiple times. This is one for me, man, where I don't know if they have much of a shot. I mean, much of a choice moving forward down the stretch, Ron. I mean, I just don't know with the way that Şengün plays, with the way that Amen Thompson plays, with the way that exception, but he's not playing back-to-backs anyway because of the injury that he was dealing with. The way that a handful of these guys play, they're just I don't think they're going to last. I don't think these young guys know how. Like Dylan Brooks is a guy that knows. To me, when I watch Dylan Brooks, it's like he knows when to get uber physical and kind of when to kind of manage that. Even when not his minutes, but when he's on the floor. Like you look at Şengün and you look at Amen Thompson, it's like it's all gas, no break all the time. And the only way for those guys to get any level of rest or any level of recovery is to take the uniform off of them. So I just don't know if down the stretch if these guys are going to be available and fresh enough to give yourself a chance in the first round. I don't know that Ime Udoka's not going to have to do this more times than just this time.
Yeah, I guess for me it's just why the Thunder? Why the OKC game?
Yeah.
Why like that to me is like why that? I mean, you're going to want your team to be. I'm not saying the Pacers stink, right? But this is a team that hell you hope you may run into if you face them in the second round or something like that. I didn't love that part of it. That was odd to me. But we'll see, and they'll run through everybody. And I know some of y'all don't want to hear this. LeBron James, he's played 3 straight back-to-back. 40 years old.
LeBron's like a kid in a candy store right
Foot
now.
and ankle.
He sat out the All-Star game though, and Şengün didn't. Right. Şengün played hurt.
Yeah, he did. Yeah. Text line coming in. Rockets
20th and Şengün's first.
Rockets can't catch the Thunder anyways, and probably will play them in the playoffs. Who have an amazing coach and team. They don't need to show anything. Guys, we're past show anything. No confusion. They're not holding plays in football. They're holding plays back. Like I don't know, man. Maybe I'm making too much out of it. I just didn't like that as the fabric of what type of team they've built themselves to be, to just kind of just chuck up the deuces and give that one up in every single way possible. And when you're saying they're not going to catch the Thunder, yeah, I'm not saying they're going to catch the hell. Nobody's going to catch the Thunder. They're 10.5 up on the Lakers or the 2 seed. But they got some teams running behind them. Like, I don't think it will, Clint. But it is now on the table with this stretch that the Rockets have been in since even dating back to before the All-Star break, that they're in a position where it's on the table where this thing could get hairy to where they're in the play-in. And they're not they're not automatically in that top 6. Like that's where that is. So
let's see who goes tonight. Let's see who goes tonight and see what. Yeah, I saw the report. It looks like everybody is. But we'll.
We want the Pacers. We want.
Go get them. I'll make a couple bets.
Did your boy hit? We got to address you. That was pathetic last night.
No, he did not.
Because he had a putback. I think he scored the first bucket. He scored dunk.
4 real quick. That's what I was saying when I was watching it. He wasn't on the floor hardly at all in the first half.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what, like him and Jalen Williams were 2 guys that I also had in that yep. Which, by the way, Underdog canceled. Jalen Williams wasn't on the floor much early on, and he played 1 minute early on in the game, but now he killed it in the second half and ended up getting, I think, 20-some-odd points.
What are y'all talking about?
Hartenstein, man. Afro-German.
No, what's his name? Dr. Putback.
Dr. Putback. Yeah.
Dr. Putback.
No, he didn't. But that's what it was. It was weird. Like, it seemed like both teams last night, to some degree, with the exception of obviously the MVP, who he obviously is playing for more. He had 20 points in the first quarter, ended up with over 50 SGA. But, like, it seemed like both teams were load managing to some degree. I don't know if it was a reaction to what the Rockets were doing.
Maybe, yeah.
Or what, but they didn't. I'm paying attention to what Afro-German's doing because he was I got a bet going here, and all of a sudden he disappeared off the floor for an extended period of time, and I'm like, what the hell are we doing here?
Yeah. All right, coming up, we'll keep you updated on the Bull update. If you have any updates, you can text in on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line, 713-572-4610, or on YouTube and Twitch. And we'll look at some of the Texans offseason and realistic moves that could be on the table. We'll discuss that next.
Yeah. Only one station in town was live in West Palm Beach for the AM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
As we sit here, is there any confirmation from anybody on the whereabouts of this cow that is on the loose? I will say someone texted in about 4 minutes ago to the show, catching up on the show, but the runaway cow happened right by my job. We're right next to the stadium. He just ran by us. So
Stop it.
This cow is not still on the loose. Are they going to have to use like a tranquilizer gun or something to slow him
No,
down?
they're gonna get some horses out there. They're gonna catch him and.
Yes, Brandon Scott is unaware. Just to catch folks up like Brandon Scott from the rodeo, runaway cow. Cow escaped from NRG last seen on Old Spanish Trail.
Wait a minute. I know about the cow escaping. I'm trying to figure out why you want to shoot the cow already, man. We got enough cowboys and ranchers out here that can get the cow down without a tranquilizer. I mean, you went to the most drastic result.
For 31 minutes into it, and he's moved himself down to the 610 loop. We got to do something.
But have you heard of any victims?
I want to hear something.
Man, don't kill the cow yet.
I'm not trying to kill him. I'm just trying to slow him down.
Man, Ron wants a damn hamburger. We got a cow on the loose that we got to wrangle here, man.
I want a hamburger, but I don't mean I want it from that cow. I'm just saying.
Be fresh?
Would be, but I don't need it that fresh. But I'm just saying, what are we doing here? Do we have an update? Cheryl, somebody.
I just refreshed the story. No updates.
Too, repeatedly.
He's still out there.
Somehow Clint keeps finding the front end and the later end of the young black gentleman getting run over.
So here's the update, boys.
This cow's on the lam.
Whatever Clint starts with.
The gentleman that now has one missed tackle early in the game on this. He has one missed tackle. He actually had him squared up. D'Amico would be proud. He actually had the cow squared up, and the cow was running right at him. And then he got shook out of his boots, and I think that's what triggered him. Said, hell no, it ain't going down like this. He turned and then decided he was going to see if he could catch the cow. He catches the cow, and the damn cone got him.
That's not the sworn mentality, man.
It was. Hell, hey, I tell you what, them other two parking attendants weren't swarming.
Yeah, no doubt.
My man dipped to the heel.
Hey, no, he's the only.
They swarmed away.
No, he was the only swarmy. He was the only swarmy sunbuck in that street. Everybody else was getting the hell out of the way.
Yeah, I would have never guessed he would have been the swarming one on the cow. That was that is
no more swarming.
That's enough. Yeah, that man said with the missed tackle. He sure gave it all he had, though. God almighty. Wow. Damn. All right, we will keep that up. Like at some point, man, we gotta get a safe update on this.
Oh, yeah. This story's got to come to an end somehow.
Somebody tweeted us and said that they work on the rodeo staff, and this happens every year.
Oh, yeah. I've heard this happening before.
This is my first. I'm a first-timer here.
I didn't know about every year, but I've definitely heard about some old cows getting loose from the old Rodeo Houston.
Yeah, that cow had some vengeance. Sean G. breaking the top Texans free agent targets, and we are going to talk about that coming up, what the Texans can do in the offseason, but Sean gets a jump on it. The top Texans free agent target for them is stating online it's that large cow. Run blocking is top tier, but pass blocking is questionable. So he might fit right on in.
Seems like you might have a discipline problem.
I hope the best free agents on the market are running towards NRG, not away from NRG.
That is the greatest thing. Old Spanish Trail. Seen headed
northbound.
Oh,
all units.
Check that. Spun around southbound. All right. I want everyone to participate in this. You can. Well, hell, if you don't want to, you don't have to. But let's say you get two moves. You are Nick Caserio. You are D'Amico Ryan. You got two moves, and this is make moves via trade, via free agency.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, like off-season moves before the draft. You could do that. You get two moves, and I mean realistic moves, right? Not that, hey, I'm going to make a trade for us to get Jamar Chase in. No, I'm talking realistic moves. You have 2 moves out there that are teams that are players that could be on the block or free agents out there. And there are a lot of them out there, right? We just heard Devontae Adams. That's one who just hit the market. We know Cooper Kupp is a trade candidate. There are a lot of there. You got 2 moves to make. Realistic moves. Which one you going with? Can I tell you one of mine, Clint?
Yeah, give it to me.
My first thing is free agent, and I would go after the guard from the Colts, Will Fries.
Okay.
I think, to me, he is the top realistic guard candidate on the market, with Trey Smith being franchise tag in works trying to get a long-term deal with the Chiefs. He is the next one on the list, a above-average run blocker, above average pass blocker, and a good little extra part of it, you're taking him away from the Colts, a division opponent. But I think he feels the biggest need on this team. And as I've said before, I'm also taking draft into account, and I would much rather them have somebody that's a proven player in the league that has had proven pretty good idea of what you're getting, and that would be where I would go. That would be my first priority right now. It does not look like he is going to get franchise tag. That is where I would go if I were the Texans.
Yeah, look, I would not be mad at that at all. I'm gonna go a little different route. I would go center Drew Dahlman that was in Atlanta.
That's not bad.
And again, I know. Look, but before everybody starts jumping here, I understand. That he is an accomplished run blocking center. He obviously that's his strong suit. So there is some pass protecting growth and development that needs to take place there. I think that's going to be the case with every one of these young guys. But I think the center is key here. I think getting a center that can, 1, communicate, and 2, get the job done, I think is key. If he can communicate, the ripple effect across the guards and tackles is absolutely tremendous. Again, Nick Caley has handcuffs on as long as his center can't communicate, right? Regardless whether it's a strong suit, is run block and pass block, doesn't matter. Until you find a center that can communicate and has done it at a high level, you're going to have problems. And so I would go with center Drew Dahlman, and then I might as well go ahead and give you my second one. If you're going to take Fries, I'm going to take Kevin Zeitler. Zeitler.
So you're going. So you're 2. If you got anything you want in the via free agency trade,
yeah,
you're going 2 guys interior.
I'm going center guard. One of them, and I know. Look, these are realistic. Right, we're talking about, it's been with Detroit. We're talking about a guy that is 34 years old, but put up some of his best advanced stat numbers, the last couple of years. And so Kevin Zeitler's, is it Zeitler or Zeitler?
I think it's Zeitler, but
either one of them. He's older, so he's going to be a cheaper route that they can go. So I think it's realistic. I'd go center guard right there.
And your new line would be.
I'd go have my 2 tackles that I paid big money to.
It would be Tunzel and Titus.
Tunzel and Titus Howard would be my 2 tackles. I've had Zeitler at right guard. I'd have Dahlman at center, and my other guard would be a competition, but probably would be Juice Scruggs. I would bring in more. I would bring in more depth. No, Patterson would be my backup center, but yeah, he could be a backup guard.
Because he came in.
Patterson could be your swing center guard that could back up all 3 middle positions. Yeah, you could do that. But yeah, I would go 2 offensive linemen. If I had it my way, I'd go 2 offensive linemen.
Interesting. 2
interior offensive linemen. Put my tackles back where they belong. One being a younger, not top of the market caliber center, and the other option being an older, obviously cheaper option at the guard position. But I would make that move.
I want to give my second one, but I want to put a pin into your first one.
Okay.
I want to discuss that one further because I put out a poll. I completely forgot I did, and that gave me a thought of it. My second one, first, realistic. These are realistic ones. You can throw yours out as well on the Jim Adler, the Texas Hammer text line 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. If you have the ability to make 2 moves, your Nick Caserio, your D'Amico Ryans, 2 moves, whether that be getting somebody in a trade and realistic guys that are on the trade block and guys that potentially are free agents that you could bring in. 2 moves. What are the moves that you would make? My second one would be defensive tackle Jonathan Allen. I think that is one that is realistic.
That's a proven one.
And that is a proven one. And as we've talked about it, I don't know how many other areas across the defense you feel like that you really need a lot of assistance on, maybe safety. But I love sticking him in the middle of the defense. I would love putting him and thinking about pass rush. And he's somebody who played the run as well. But, I mean, starting to get a sports Woody with the thought of, on one side, Danielle Hunter, on one side, Will Anderson, and then on the inside, Jonathan Allen and Danico Autry on pass rushing downs. Just as a football fan and a guy who loves pass rushers and defense, that is a fun group of 4. That looks like a group that could do what the Eagles did to the Chiefs. Yeah. And I think it is realistic. He comes in cheaper than what Deebo Samuel was going to for trade. So those would be my 2 moves. I'd go for the guard, the top guard on it, and then Jonathan Allen on there. I wanna get to some people. Someone just texted, you guys are acting like God, all this cap money. There's a big article on Bleacher Report on how the Texans are in trouble with the cap, even though they've got a quarterback. Okay, a young quarterback. Okay, you can go ahead and believe that they don't have the ability to go get a guard and and a tackle. You go ahead. You go ahead and believe that. All right, you can read whatever you want to. You go ahead and believe that.
Hold on, Joe.
You make sure you add that up with other teams in the league, and you go ahead and believe that. But I'm gonna stick in here reality.
Well, let's say you're right, Texter. Let's say you're right.
You're not.
The Texans need to do, if you're right, the Texans need to and would do things like Seattle did today, cut 4 players and cleared up $28 million worth of cap space. Like the thought of the Texans aren't gonna make free agent moves this year to fill voids, whether it's interior offensive line, wide receiver, or defensive tackle, to think that they're going to sit steady and take cheaper than what I just said. I just 34-year-old guard, for crying out loud. I mean, like if you don't think that they're going to make those kind of moves and can make I mean, I don't know what the hell you think. Like that's wild to me. Like I just don't like the thought that the salary cap is going to keep in the necessary moves, whatever that may be, right? To give this team the best chance to take the next step. To me, is crazy.
What did you say, Tyler? The Cowboys just cleared like over $20 million with the restructure of CeeDee Lamb's contract.
I believe that's right. Yeah,
who just signed a deal last year. They restructured that.
Yeah.
I don't have time to have
whether you're restructuring your big money guys or you're cutting guys that can clear cap space. Either way it goes, the Texans are going to find a way to bring in. They're not going to fill the D-tackle void, which, by the way, is probably bigger than I give it credit for. It's DeMeco Ryans. It's his side of the ball. I mean, DeMeco Ryans is pretty adamant about it when he spoke at the combine.
Said it starts up front.
Yeah, I mean, made it sound even more dire than I thought. Right, but the interior defensive line, the interior offensive line, and the wide receiver position. And I think you can add even safety out there, given the free agents that they had that are the Texans that are free agents now. Like, do you really think they're going to go out there and they're going to fill this void with like super cheap players in the draft and then expect to go out there and like forget about the winning aspect of it? Like, do you think they're going to take a shot on an interior, like a couple of different unproven offensive linemen on the interior and then roll C.J. Stroud back out there and let him get pummeled again? Like, I just don't know. The salary cap stuff is wild to me, man. And I'm not as stern about it with you, like it's not even real. But, man, I mean, to think that they can't figure out a way to fix the interior offensive line because they're just so cap stretched, and we're talking about Drew Dahlman and cap. I mean, what are we doing here?
They did it last year. They restructured guys to give them even more cushion. They did last year. It's wild. I did want to touch this this. I like your center thing. I'm growing a little more stronger on the center thing. I think you just looked at it and thought, boy, guard was so rough last year.
Yeah.
That they might, but center on the offensive line is more important than your guard. Like it's a you would rather if the three of them up there are your best player, you'd rather it be your center than one of your two guards of the three of them.
Yeah, total package. Yeah,
of everything.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, I'm Jarrett Patterson. Truth be told, I wish I had more inside information on Jarrett Patterson. There is a chance. Now, I don't think that Nick and D'Amico, from an ego perspective, are gonna just. I think they're gonna try to force Juice to be a center. But there's. Well, I mean, he's just physically a significantly better player than Jarrett Patterson. But the reality of it is I don't have a problem in my offensive line with a lesser player physically in Jarrett Patterson, who, by the way, gives all-out effort every damn play and is going to make more plays than he's going to miss. But if he's an elite communicator, I would say, hey, I'm cool with Jarrett Patterson at center, and I would do some other things. I just don't know how they feel about Jarrett Patterson. I don't know is he a very, very cerebral player, and is he that good of a communicator? If that is the case, then I would guard instead of a guard center.
All right, remember, coming up in this hour, you will have your first opportunity of two in the day. In the 3 o'clock hour, in the 5 o'clock hour. Your first opportunity coming up in this hour to win a 4-pack of tickets. 4-pack of tickets to see Journey coming up March 14th. So stay alert and ready for the cue to call, but you'll have your chance in this hour to win 4 tickets. Coming up, it is Franchise Tag Day. The deadline is today, and word on the street, the number 1 potential free agent is available. We'll discuss what that means for him and the NFL coming up next.
All right, have you found your next home?
access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610, the Texans.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Those of you scoring at home, and we need you as well, no update thus far. But I would assume this has been resolved with the runaway cow.
All depends on if you went off-roading, I'm telling you.
I did. I went 3 straight minutes during the break trying to find any kind of update. That's it. I did want to update you all on this, and this is something that's interesting coming from Aaron Wilson. Texans have interest in bringing back defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, per sources. And he has a market around the NFL. Texans were outbid last year by a few million as he signed with Cincinnati. Didn't play a lot, only played 7 games, had viral meningitis, but he is fully healthy, according to this report from Aaron Wilson, from that, which took him out more than half the season. But we know, as we just talked about in the last segment, I suggested maybe bringing in Jonathan Allen. This has the Texans have an interest in bringing back Sheldon Rankins, who 2 years ago was with the Texans. Year one with D'Amico, had 6 sacks that season, played 15 games. He had some minor injuries there. I do remember him just going off on Joe Burrow and getting 3 sacks in that game himself against Joe Burrow. But you're actually that move, Sheldon Rankins, 30 years old, and he'll be 31 when the season starts. But your thoughts about Sheldon Rankins potentially?
Well, one, I know he is a Nick and D'Amico kind of guy. I mean, he is a true blue, natural, authentic leader of men. I mean, he is a great communicator. He fits exactly what they want from a Texans player, and so I don't doubt one bit that he would be in here, and they would want him in here. We had him in a post game show one year, and I was blown away with just the stories and about Will, and just the way he just talked the game and talked about the locker room and talked about the young guys, and he just naturally is one of those dudes that I would say is an alpha in a locker room. Definitely an alpha like in the D-line room. I don't know that he's a beat the chest, going to lead the team, call the team up in the locker room, but definitely a guy that lives it and sets the standard every day. And so I know D'Amico and him would be more than happy to have a guy like that back in the house, assuming that the numbers are right. So yeah, that wouldn't surprise me one bit.
Yeah, they know him, familiar with him.
Yep.
And they wanted him last year, and I would imagine the price tag wouldn't be as high as what did he get last year? 2 years, $26 million. I would imagine the price tag won't be as high. So that is one to look out for. That may be the route they go to. They're going to have to add some additions there. All right. The bigger news around the league, Clint, is the Minnesota Vikings deciding not to franchise tag Sam Darnold, who helped lead them. What did they go? 15-2 or 14 and I think 15-2, didn't they? No, 14-3. I think they lost. Yeah, they lost to the Lions the last game of the season, but led them to one of their best seasons in a while. Got into the playoffs. They lost to the Rams in the opening round, but they are not franchise tagging him. Obviously, they drafted J.J. McCarthy in the first round last year, and he was playing really well until he had that meniscus issue that put him out for the rest of the season. He is not franchise tagged. It is though in the report saying that the Vikings are still interested.
Yeah,
potentially, but he does have some options, right? The Steelers are looking for a quarterback. The Raiders, we all know the Steelers, Raiders, Giants, Jets. We heard those names being talked about. Titans as well. Those names being talked about with Matthew Stafford. I don't know. Maybe the Colts too. That name that they were thrown out with Matthew Stafford as well. This is a lot up to Sam. I think Sam's going to get probably paid good money, but also it's a big thing of where you're going to go. He's had one really good year, and that was with Minnesota and under Kevin O'Connell and company. I wonder what Sam's thinking and what would be the best move and the best spot for Sam.
Well, I mean, Sam's got to go get paid again, right? I mean, that ultimately, Sam. I think
a big one, yeah.
a lot of times it's for players, veteran players, like it is more about, hey man, let's go somewhere where I can win. But I think Sam's got to really play into, I got to go get paid, and.
God, he's still only 27.
So, yeah, it's just a little different dynamic with Sam. Here's the thing. As we have this conversation, to me, the conversation is less about Sam Darnold specifically and more about if Mike Tomlin and the Steelers are serious about winning moving forward, they got to go get a veteran quarterback. This whole bringing Justin Fields back, or hell, even bringing Russell Wilson back, but bringing Justin Fields back and dealing, trying to develop him kind of deal. I mean, that's just, I mean, that is a wild shot in the dark kind of deal. Huge gamble. I think when you look at the market, you got Aaron Rodgers on the market, you got Sam Darnold on the market. The Steelers they don't have to have like MVP caliber quarterback play in order to take the next step and get beyond just being above 500 or just sneaking into the playoffs. Like they don't, I mean, and the other part of that is I don't believe that I don't believe this quarterback move is a draft a guy and get it right or Tomlin's gone or sign a veteran. Now, he may move on. It may be time for them to split one way or another. I just believe that Tomlin's got more job security than some of the guys that are just out there fishing for quarterbacks. And so the Steelers are the team to me. And I know there's a lot of them you got listed here, Steelers, Raiders, Giants, Jets, Titans. The Steelers are the team to me that, man, if you don't go out and get one of these guys, whether it's Sam Darnold, again, Aaron Rodgers, I really question whether they're trying to win.
Well, and also in Sam's boat, because obviously, Clint, as you know, Sam's going to have.
By the way, Sam's boat.
Yeah, it
they're
really
still open?
It is. Yeah, we've done shows there.
I don't know, it's been a couple years. Are they still around?
I think we did one last year. I think we've done it in the last year. They got those great bacon wrapped shrimp. Anyway, that dipping sauce. Anyhow, this is going to be up. Some of this is going to be up to Sam as well. And it's what Sam looking for. You brought up one part. Is he looking to get a payday? At 27, about to be 28, this could be one where Sam is like, I got to get paid big money. And is that the priority? Or is the thought of who I'm with, like what weapons I have? Is he thinking, I need something similar to what I had with the Vikings and coach and players around me? Or is he also looking somewhere where he's not looking over his shoulder, where he has maybe like Baker and what's happened with Geno, and he has some sort of stability? Yeah. Maybe that's important to him, to go somewhere where it's not like, because I could see the Steelers or the Raiders, somebody saying, yeah, come on in. Our dream would be for you to do for us what you did in Minnesota, where we have the young quarterback there, but you play so well, you win us 14 games to get into the playoffs. And then we drop you. Because it could be like, hey, I want to go somewhere where, like, they're committing to me to be the starting quarterback. Mm-hmm. I'm 27 years old. Like, that could be it there. Would you do that with Sam, be someone where you're like, I'll treat this like Baker. I'll treat this like Geno.
Absolutely.
I to where it's like, I'm not going to go and draft a quarterback. This is going to be.
I think Sam played well enough to do that. I think you can win with Sam. I mean, I don't know that I'm going to sign Sam and expect him to take me to a Super Bowl and expect him to win 14 or 15 games like he did in Minnesota. But I think they are that. If you're talking about a team like the Giants or a team like the Raiders, who, let's be honest, you're 2 or 3 years. The Jets, you're 2 or 3 years away from even being relevant as it pertains to making a run at a Super Bowl. Would I prefer to go that route than to draft Davis Mills and play Davis Mills? Absolutely. Yeah. Absolutely. No question about it. I would say that I would do everything that I can to avoid my franchise from going into just the depths of dysfunction that most teams can't climb out of. Like, have a hard time climbing out of. Like, I would do that, and Sam can keep you from that for damn sure.
Yeah, at least the way he played last year.
I mean, you look at it, man, the Jets, the Giants, I mean, they're a year or two away of what they've been doing from just being the damn Browns damn near.
Browns always feel like they've been that way. They were in the playoffs.
Browns are the one team that just can't get out.
But they were in the playoffs last
year. Did Jameis get him in the playoffs?
Not last year, year before.
Oh, the year before that.
Texans beat the hell out of them.
That's right. Yeah, with Flacco. Yeah.
You thought the Texans was going to lose?
Yeah.
Texans here. All right, coming up, it is the final segment of the 3 o'clock hour. So you will have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey. Stay tuned. Coming up next, you got a chance to win rodeo tickets. That's next.
All right, you want to take care of your family around these parts. You want to make sure.
accounts. That's family banking from Chase.
Account subject to approval. Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
Exclusive furniture where low prices live.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Well, if you are hearing, I think this is Steve Perry. I don't know if this is Steve or this is the guy who fills in for Steve now. But if you're hearing this right now, that is Journey. That means this is your cue to call. Phone lines are open, 713-572-4610. Caller number 9. You will have a chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey this year, Friday, March 14th at the Houston Rodeo. All you got to do is be caller number 9, 713-572-4610. As we got going earlier, said right here, this is right here one of the Mount Rushmore. Get a big group of white folks together, and they're going to belt this out word for word. Others text in. Enter Sandman is on that list. Someone said closing time we talked about. I thought Sweet Caroline and this were 1-2 on that list. But you could be enjoying yourself. Caller number 9. Tyler will take care of you. 713-572-4610. You go see Journey. If you are not able to win on this occasion, you will have a chance for the final time today in the 5 o'clock hour to win four pack of tickets to see Journey coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. If you are not able to win right now, 713-572-4610. Young Tyler will take care of you. All right. Clint, this thing just keeps getting worse for Nico Harrison. I know Nico Harrison didn't know his name. Last night, the only thing that saved Tyler Milner from not getting, I believe, destined for a straight sweep of missed bets, as he was, 1 for 5 last night, is Kyrie Irving, who played 9 minutes because he got injured with the left knee. They said a left knee sprain yesterday, but then this morning, Clint, it was declared a torn ACL, and he is out for the season. And it's not funny because it is just messed up. But this Nico Harrison has gotten, what has happened to him in just over 30 days is insane. This is the guy who made the trade for Luka to the Lakers to get Anthony Davis in and preached about, hey, we want to be a more defensive team and all this stuff to get rid of Luka. And Anthony Davis, 7 days after the trade, he comes back to play and suffers that injury to his adductor. And they said they're going to reevaluate that. Clint, he may be out for the year, is what the thought is, especially now. They already had injuries to Derek Lively, who had a right foot stress fracture, injury to Gafford within this same period, another one of their bigs who's been injured. By the way, on March 3rd, Dallas announced that they were raising season ticket prices.
Doesn't seem like there's
all at the same time.
No, it doesn't seem like there's much ability to read the room here, awareness, if you will.
They're raising ticket prices, and then later on in that day, Kyrie Irving tears his ACL. And Clint, I mean, I don't know what else. I don't know what else can happen. This thing. Also, a little side note: the Lakers were in the 7th spot the day of this trade. They now wake up in the 2 spot, and they are 17-4 in their last 21 games, and have only lost twice since Luka was traded there. It is just bad to worse.
Yeah, it is. And as you're talking, I'm thinking, it's pretty self-explanatory how bad this is. I mean, this general manager, really, he shouldn't have a job after he traded Luka. I mean, we are talking about, what is Luka, 25? We're talking about a 25-year-old top 5 player in the NBA that carried your ass to a finals last year, and you don't like the fact that he drinks and smokes a little hookah, and so he doesn't have the work ethic that you like. So you ship him to L.A. and give the Lakers their future, their pathway to championships for the next 10 years. For Anthony Davis, obviously, but Ron, the more I think about it, I don't know that the injuries aren't saving his ass.
Because it'd be much worse if they were just losing.
If all these guys stayed healthy, and at the end of the year you could see literally right there record wise, Luka, the impact of Luka going to the West Coast and you can't lean into injuries and say, well, just be patient with me and see how this thing works out when we're all healthy and AD is full go and he's part of the team. So I don't know that these injuries aren't buying him a little bit of time.
Tyler, I don't think anything is helping.
I don't know that anything. I don't think there's anything out there that can help you after trading Luka. But clearly, he survived that, or he would have been fired the next day.
I mean, I'm not from the owner. The owner, they signed off.
They signed off, right?
They were with it. I'm just talking about from the view of it, especially his fan base and how people view him. I don't.
Oh, I don't know. He can't be saved there.
I said this to you earlier, Tyler. I said this to both of you. I was talking to our boss Parker, who has ties to Dallas. I said, man, he's got to be reaching in Dallas to the fans.
Yeah,
he's got to be reaching Jack Easterby territory. The way that Houston fans.
Well, I bet it's worse.
That's what I said. You think it's worse? The way that Houston fans thought about Jack, I feel like Nico Harrison in the last 33 days. May be on that level. And listen, we sat here through it. We remember Jack. The Jack stuff ran into a lot of tough stuff, but it felt like Jack was involved in a lot of the tough stuff. And we would see what people would send in and text and Jack Easter Littlefinger. There was a real strong sports hate from the fan base to Jack Easterby. And I'm trying to remain generous by leaving the word sport on there.
I think it's when you talked about it earlier. Look, I think it's a great conversation because at first I'm like, nah. Look, I mean that's you're talking about DeAndre Hopkins getting chipped up out of here ultimately.
Is that the worst of the thing that Jack?
That's where I'm going with it. No, I mean Luka was obviously bigger than anything Jack did, but you can not argue. Hell, I know Jack Easterby is a strong reason why J.J. Watt wanted out. He's just he is a very, very, very big part of why Deshaun Watson wanted out. Now nobody was talking about that because what then happened.
You're talking about the Deshaun Watson.
This is before. Yeah, this is before. So when you talk about Luka, it's Jack Easterby played a big role in why a 25-year-old all-pro quarterback that appeared to be the face of the franchise for the next 10 years, why that guy was demanding a trade as well. So now Nick, I think, had a little bit to do with that, and the relationship Nick and Jack had a little bit to do with that. But so I think it's a lot more comparable than at first glimpse,
Because the Luka thing is the worst. The perspective is the worst thing. But I think both of them did things to just potentially drive the organization. I think Nico did it in a place of he really in his mind believed this was the course of action.
Well, I don't give.
They're
both ignorant. One of them was trying to say he prayed about it, and the other one is just ignorant. I don't care either way it goes. The difference here, where I think Ron, the Dallas thing is significantly worse, especially when it comes to the fans. Man, you were in a finals. 6 months ago, man.
So 9 months.
Exactly.
I mean, we were over here beating our chest. Bill was over here beating his chest about winning the division,
and they were down 24-0 to the.
Yeah, Chiefs, you think about the Dallas. You think about the Dallas fan base, the Mavs fan base, man. They were in a finals with the next 10 years with Luka of, hey, man, this guy can not only is he great, sure, he may be a little out of shape from time to time, but he can carry us to a finals. They went from that to watching him play in a Lakers uniform in less than 9 months, less than 8 months. Yeah,
and everybody going down.
This Nico Harrison thing is significantly worse because of where the fan base was when it happened. Like, I think Deshaun had the Texans fan base and had all of us in a good spot. But I mean, he wasn't repping in an AFC Championship or in a Super Bowl.
Kick Rock says that with Jack Easterby was more than just sports hate, and I think there was some extra to that with Jack, but ultimately it was however much control he had. The organization was going to. I mean, I think he got. You talked about saved, Nico. I think he got saved by. Hey, what saved them and saved Jack is we thought, boy, this might be a long situation, and that he didn't get, McCown in as the head coach, which seemed like was maybe destined, and instead of that, they got him up out of here, and then D'Amico and CJ got here and spun things around quickly.
Yeah,
like that was a big help. But if this would have been Josh McCown, which it seemed like they were trying to get to.
Oh, yeah, look, I mean, let's be honest. Let's be honest, man. I mean, when it comes to this conversation right here and the Jack Easterby stuff, it was – you can't tell me that everybody turned a blind eye on Jack Easterby after all the crap he did for no reason. This was I don't know for sure, but there ain't no way in hell that D'Amico Ryans was coming here as long as Jack Easterby was in that building.
That's what the whites used to do.
Yeah. And they finally nipped it. Maybe somebody needs to nip Nico in the bud too.
Yeah,
and it might happen. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, Ron, I stumbled up on something yesterday, man. I mentioned something yesterday. And we didn't get a chance to really dig into it. But is there a concern here in Houston on the offensive side of the football that free agents may choose to go elsewhere? Let that stew for a little break here. Y'all think about that. 713-572-4610. Text in once we get to chopping it here in a minute and let us know what you think. That's next right here on Sports Radio 610.
But while you're at this,
Here, an Odyssey sports station.
Holy sh**.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
One of them old Tickety Tuesday parties, y'all. Giving away them Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo tickets. Is it Journey again in the 5 o'clock hour?
You're damn right.
Turn that thing on over there. Turn that thing on. Journey in the 5 o'clock hour, man. Y'all stay tuned. 5 o'clock hour. Call all your friends, your mom, your family, and them, and make sure they're listening at 5 o'clock hour. grab you some Journey tickets, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo every Tuesday and Thursday leading up here. And are we doing this throughout the entire run here? Because it's already cranked up. Are we doing it through the whole run here?
A good amount, at least. I know we're doing this the next few weeks, at least.
Well, needless to say, we've definitely got a couple more weeks of it every Tuesday, Thursday. Make sure you're dialed in. Big shout out to every YouTube, as Tyler likes to always show nipples and things like that. I hope it doesn't offend anybody. But there it is right there, little dimer. We greatly appreciate y'all tuning in that way. If you listen on the AM or FM dial, appreciate you there as well. What I'd like for everybody out there to do is make sure that you download the Odyssey app, AUDACY. Take us anywhere and everywhere that you go, always one click away. There's also some really cool features on there, from the podcasted segments to the rewind feature. If there's interviews or segments that you miss, you can go back and catch those any and every time that it happens. Also, Eastside done won them tickets, Ron.
There you go.
Oh, Isaac over on the east side. I'm gonna guess that's Isaac and not Isak. It ain't like Paredes. That's Isaac on the east side, baby.
East side, bad side.
One of his last name is Hertz.
Isaac Hertz.
Channel View.
Oh, just the city. I'm trying to find the joke so I didn't step on myself. But I got you. Just the town.
What a good one.
No, just the town. I like it. I like it. I didn't know.
It might have been part of the Hertz family.
Well, I started thinking, does he have a brother named Isaac? I don't think so. But that's But anyway, he may be kin to him somehow down the road there. Over on the east side, a lot of us are kin, if you know what I mean. Guys, we were having a little conversation yesterday, and by the way, today, some of the news that's coming out, Deebo Samuel. Obviously, yesterday, Deebo Samuel signed with the Washington Commanders. But today, Davante Adams, is that what it is?
Yes, sir.
Just officially released by the Jets.
Yep.
Davante Adams released by the Jets.
Cutting him. Yep.
So, the thought here is that, again, every year, whatever position of need that the Texans have, there seems to be players that are first ballot Hall of Famers, all pros, kind of some are in the prime of their career, some are on the back end of their career. These types of players are coming available. And when you look at Deebo Samuel, I know a lot of folks out there, because the Texans didn't sign him, and he ended up going to Washington, they don't like Deebo Samuel. But I tell you, one of the guys that I trust the most, that I know watches a lot of film, does the due diligence, is Dan Orlovsky. And Dan Orlovsky referred to Deebo Samuel yesterday or the day before as the best receiver in the game in terms of when the ball's in his hands after the catch, what he can do after catch, yards after catch, impact after catch, threat after catch. That's who Deebo Samuel is in Dan Orlovsky's mind, who watches and covers the game as thorough as anybody out there. So if you don't like Deebo, that's cool, but that guy was available, and the Texans were in the running for Deebo Samuel. Now Davante Adams is on the streets, and I think he's going to command $25 million. I'll be very confident it's going to be $20 to $25 million, somewhere in that range, but probably a multi-year deal. With Davante, know that there's a chance that the Texans would even entertain it. He doesn't strike me as a guy that they would entertain anyway. But they went and got Diggs. That wouldn't have been on my radar last year. So you never know. But here's my point, right? The conversation yesterday, we kind of just glanced over this briefly. And didn't spend much time talking about it, but I wonder how you guys feel about it. And when you look at the Houston Texans, you're talking about an established organization at this point in time that is, again, the favorite in the division, a team that's expected to be a threat in the playoffs, maybe not a threat to a Super Bowl, but a threat in the playoffs, a team that's looked at as, you've got some of the main pieces, your head coach, your quarterback, your corner, your edge rusher. You've got some really nice pieces to where, in free agency, you would think players that are on the market could look at the Texans and say, okay, I like the direction of this organization. But specifically on the offensive side of the football, Is there a chance? None of us know, but I am curious to know. Is there a chance, Ron, that Deebo Samuel, who again the Texans were reported to be in the mix, them and the Texans and the Commanders, and there's obviously history there with DeMeco Ryans. Is there a chance that Deebo literally picked Washington over Houston because it's a better situation offensively?
Yeah, I think so.
So you're telling me
I could see maybe the quarterbacks, maybe, but I think there could be a thought of, hey, this team was just in the NFC Championship game. This team has a more proven OC that is a creative OC that does different things. We saw the different things he did with Jaden Daniels, what he did with Kyler Murray before that. So I could see the complete package. Now, I don't think the Texans have a poor offensive staff. I think it's probably something that if it came down to that for him, he probably looked at hard. But I think it's fair, the combination of Daniels and the OC there potentially may have been the thing that if it was up to Deebo, he won.
Yeah, I think there's a chance that this is could be a real problem with the Texans on the receiver front in a sense of what they need to do at the receiver position.
What part? Because it ain't CJ, right? You're just talking about Nick Caley, or
I think it's a little bit of all of it. CJ's not as sexy right now as he was a year ago. I mean, it just wasn't. It wasn't a eye-opening, attention-grabbing type of season from C.J. Stroud. Regardless of whose fault it was, it just wasn't that. Like, I think right now, to your point, I think Jaden Daniels, I think guys look at that and watch that from a distance and go, hell yeah, I want to go play with that. So I think C.J. slid a little bit. I think the big elephant in the room here is the offensive staff. I don't know if they're good or bad. I have no idea.
Yeah.
I think they were bad last year. Line coaches are no longer here. And again, I've said it a million times. If you look across the board, the lack of attention to detail, the inability to adjust, the inability to execute the basic fundamentals and techniques at every position was suspect. And so you hire Nick Caley, and no matter how well thought of Nick Caley was around the league or even in the building over there, I don't think Deebo Samuel sits there and goes, yeah, man, Nick Caley, I'm going to go over here with 1 year left on my contract to play and earn whatever I'm capable of earning at 31, 32 years old. I'm going to trust Nick Caley to do it.
Yeah.
And I don't think C.J. Stroud is right now viewed in a high enough light for guys that just solely bank on C.J. Stroud in that. So I just wonder with Deebo, like knowing that DeMeco Ryans knows Deebo, there was an existing relationship there. They were in the mix. Like, you got to think that it was a serious consideration for Deebo to come here, but he goes elsewhere. And when that happens, it gets me to thinking, what if Davante Adams? What if the Texans were interested in Davante Adams? You know, would he choose to go somewhere with a little bit more established offensive system?
Any of these guys, Cooper Kupp, any of these guys.
Any of them. Yeah, I mean, Cooper, there's obviously
that would be a real eye-opener. Cooper.
Yeah, no, I think this is a real once you get beyond, everybody out there gets beyond like, oh, I'm just going to either you don't like the Nick Caley hire or you're just like, I'm just going to blindly. I don't think free agents that are either late in their career or are in a contract year in their career are gonna be chomping at the bit to get to Houston. With Nick Caley ultimately being the play caller here.
Well, from where you're going, let's talk this out real quick.
Okay.
If you are one of these players, right, and look at it in that situation, all right, if you're Deebo, you're sitting there, all right, quarterback. What? And you brought it up. I guess I didn't really think through how much of the shine is off of CJ and how people view right now quarterback. Do you think that one is an easy decision?
That's 100%.
For players, for receivers. You think that was
receivers?
Easy?
Yes, absolutely.
That would be who? Daniels?
Absolutely.
Really? Ball placement
specialist? Yeah, no. I think right now, Jay. I think right now Washington overall is a very similar situation. In the head coach and the quarterback, and I think the offensive coordinator blows them out of the water.
So you think guys looking at quarterback, and then So they win pretty comfortably to you in quarterback, and obviously they do with Cliff.
Without a doubt with Cliff. Yeah.
And the other weapons around it?
Terry McLaurin.
Versus Nico, versus Mixon, maybe. But, I mean, obviously the quarterback and the OC are probably more important there. So, I don't know. We'll
NFC, lesser quarterbacks. You got to win. You got to beat. I mean, all you got to do. Are you really in your division? You climb the Philadelphia Eagle Mountain, and you can be considered yourself.
I don't know how many teams out there the Texans would have to compete against for that. With that they would have that type of quarterback and OC combination. But I don't know. Maybe I guess I didn't. I wondered how much of the luster has been wiped down off of CJ to other players around. Like I wonder. I wonder if
it's a combination of the two. If we're having that specific conversation, to me, it's CJ is not near as sexy as he was a year ago, and Jaden Daniels is a new kid on the block. That's the sexiest thing out there.
Yeah,
he's going to keep plays alive. You look at Cliff Kingsbury. I saw this the other day. For all my people out there that don't like screens and balls thrown behind the line of scrimmage, I think Washington either led the league or was number 2 in balls thrown behind the line of scrimmage. How much did you like that offense? How much did you like Jaden Daniels? The screen game is really important. Great fit for Deebo Samuel in terms of what they do. So I just wonder. And we haven't had that conversation. We had a lot about we had a lot about Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud as a rookie, but we haven't had it really since with the Nick Caley, C.J. Stroud 1 year removed from an unbelievable year. Like, what does that look like as the appeal for free agents in the on the offensive side of the football? I don't think it really is going to. I don't, with the exception of maybe a couple of offensive line coaches out there that are just like, I got to go play for this guy to further my career. I don't know that's going to the interior offensive line or any of the other positions are going to be affected, but the wide receiver position seems to be one to me. Could be a lot of free agents would rather go elsewhere because of the uncertainty of Nick Caley here. Yeah. Devontae Adams is on the street again. I don't know if that's even a consideration. Word on the street is he wants to be on the West Coast, or obviously he could potentially follow Aaron once again. They've got an unbelievable relationship. So it's not likely that he's going to end up in Houston.
Seems like he wants to win too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing with Devontae Adams is you got to start. Where can you play with a top tier quarterback that's on the West Coast that is a team that's going to assure that you get into the playoffs and give you a chance to win a Super Bowl.
Who is that?
And they got to be receiver needy, right? So I mean, you get that gets narrowed down pretty quickly.
I was going to say,
the Chargers. Pairing with McConkey, maybe?
Yeah.
I mean,
that'd be the biggest one.
Yeah, I mean, the 49ers, if they can shake free they shook free of Debo, and if they're trying to shake free, which good luck with that. They're trying to shake free with Brandon Ayuk as well, fresh off a knee injury and a monster contract. Good luck with that. I don't know if that can happen, but maybe there. So, you just start looking around, and I just as I was sitting there last night, I was like, man, I wonder how many, legit, we're talking true playoff caliber teams, Ron, 10, 11-win teams that have the need at the receiver position. How many players are going to prefer to go elsewhere than here because of your again, uncertainty at the play caller position? I think it's real. I think if in decision of Debo to go to Washington, assuming that the Texans were in as hot and heavy as the report said that they were. So we'll see. Hopefully that's not the case, but the Texans don't need one. I think they need 2 wide receivers, and one of those guys needs to be a game-changing wide receiver. Your tight end's not going to get any better. Your running back is who it is. Now, you can use him in the pass game a little bit more. That would be nice. But you're in desperate need of a real game changer, whether that's a first-round pick, second-round pick, or somebody that you trade for at the wide receiver position. We'll see how the Texans how and if the Texans can fill that void.
I hope their tight end can get better.
You hope what?
I hope their tight end can play better than it did last year.
At least not be so damn soft.
Anybody want to bet on it?
No.
Can you catch the ball a little bit better? Get a little bit more production?
Can you actually chip a little bit on your chip blocks?
I'm not even begging.
Ain't nobody more comfortable over there than
catch and run, baby.
86, man.
See, catch and run, baby.
86 is comfortable. He ain't got to worry in the world, man.
Just thinking about getting them video games.
Nick's back. Just a little slow year, man. Get on, play some video games in the off season. Get recovered.
Nick Caley's background is working with tight ends. Mm-hmm. Maybe he changes his life.
Well, we need his specialty to be calling plays now.
And helping 12 million. And helping my man. All right, coming up, we will update you on one of the big stories over the weekend and potentially look at what we saw last night from the Rockets. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all, check it out. Listeners are always asking me about QC Kinetics, man, about these treatments.
Cast.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A story we talked about yesterday. Wanted to give a quick update, fellas. Told you about Travis Scott open hand slapping the living daylights out of Cody Rhodes.
He didn't hold back.
No, he did not. I told you there was a bit of a shiner on the side. Details from that. According to Dave Meltzer, and this coming from Bleacher Report, Cody Rhodes reportedly suffered a busted eardrum and black eye after a hit from Travis Scott during the Elimination Chamber match.
Wow, dude.
Oh, my God.
I knew he hit him hard. I knew that I saw somebody suggested, maybe it was you, Clint, or somebody on the text line, that he could have busted an eardrum. Yeah, he did.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, eye socket, eardrum, jaw. I mean,
it was all on the tape.
Nailed it.
The thing is his head was sideways like he was laying on a pillow, but it was a hard mat. There was zero give, and it was like Travis Scott was dropping a hammer on the side of his face. Not literally a hammer, but his hand as the hammer. Like, gosh,
some hammer
dang,
work,
man. Like, I got to hear from Cody. I done seen videos of Travis and The Rock and Triple H and who was the other? Somebody else in there. Travis was ranting and raving about this deal, man.
Yeah, well, Cody will talk Friday at SmackDown, but I need to hear a little bit more from Cody. Clint, judging by the videos I've watched of Travis Scott, it would not appear that Travis knows that he drilled him as hard as he did.
Or maybe he knows, and he's. I mean, when Triple H and The Rock are congratulating you, I guess you're probably pretty safe.
Yeah, but we've come out of it.
Still ain't got that booger.
I did.
He is still. He just grabbed
something. Just
you ever picture
Keep working at it, man.
He had his thumb in one nostril and his pointer finger in the other nostril.
I've been there.
What the hell is he doing?
Something got me.
Been there.
I think something flew in.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
But no, they were talking to him. They come out of character. Rock was Dwayne again.
Yeah.
And Triple H was Paul. But Travis comes out. Oh my God! It was such a vibe. It's something I never felt before.
Yeah, well, I felt it once I got in the ring.
You're right.
He said he's putting a wrestling ring in every one of his cribs. He said, I'm going back to Houston and I'm putting a wrestling ring in every one of my cribs. And I'm going to gain 100 pounds and come back.
Glenn, I'm sorry. That did not look like a person who just walked through the curtain after just, damn man, I laid one on him.
Yeah, like concern. There's no level of remorse or concern.
Like there was like, hey man, you think he's good?
First 48, he'd be going to jail. No, he showed no remorse. He showed no remorse. I'm telling the judge, you showed no remorse.
I'll be there waiting. Like, dude, man, my bad.
It's got to be right. I
don't think he realized.
What are we going to do? What are you going to do if Travis Scott shows up in about 2 months and he looks like 50 Cent, all swole up and big and rest? Cody, they got to turn this into at some point, right? Cody's got a cheap shot.
Oh, Cody's got to receive.
He's got to come back.
Oh, he's got to receive.
What are you going to do if it's on stage at a concert? Like to end a Travis Scott concert.
I think it'll be in a ring or around wrestling.
How great would that be if Travis Scott has a big concert and literally as he signs, all right, y'all, I'm out of here. He turns to walk off and Cody Rhodes comes out of nowhere, drops it on him.
Hey, because last year during this feud, The Rock smacked the hell out of Cody.
I remember you telling me about that.
And then Cody came back the next week and smacked the hell out of him.
Yeah. That's when The Rock called his mama or something, didn't he? Or sent the.
Hey, I never forget. Oh, Roman Reigns was in the ring with him too. He looked over. He said, "Hey man, you good?" like he ceased being Roman Reigns and was Joe. Like, "Hey man, you good?" like that was. But that was wild. But man, that man busted eardrum and black eye after that hit from Travis Scott.
The hell is that?
I don't mean to interrupt, but we do have breaking news.
Is this our breaking news sounder now? I hadn't heard of this one.
This time it is. We got breaking news.
It's not Texans or you have the big voice guy. What is it?
Well, If you've been listening with us on this Tuesday afternoon on Houston's #1 afternoon drive sports talk, The Drive, Stoerner and Hughley, you would know that there's been a cow on the loose.
No, do we have a resolution?
On these Houston streets. We have a resolution
from
KHOU Show. Rodeo said that a cow got loose around 7 a.m. this morning.
That was early.
She has been quickly corralled. She has been restrained. She has been caught up with. No more tearing up these Houston streets for this cow. She is in custody and heading back to NRG Stadium. We have resolution.
You know what? I knew by the way she took off that was a broad. I knew it the whole way. The way she was avoiding him.
Running from you like that.
The way she took off, I knew that
bull would have ran through.
I knew that was a dame. I knew that was a broad. So they captured her. She's good.
Yes.
They ain't gonna let her ass out. They gonna put her in solitary confinement. Your ass can't get out.
I got a little more. I got a little more detail.
Oh, you got
I got a little more detail here from my boy KG Joseph on Twitter.
I guess her name's not dirty, but go ahead.
Well, he's on the livestock committee, so they got a name for this when one gets loose. It's actually called Johnny Football. You'd appreciate that.
I respect it. Yeah.
This one here, and I'm gonna read this because it's obviously accurate because you just said 5 minutes, right? This one got out within 5 minutes of them starting the unloading this morning.
She had a plan.
And she ran straight towards the gate. The gate man didn't hear the radio call to close it. So who that wasn't the gate man that tried to tackle him down the street, was it? Trying to keep his job.
It ain't that deep, dog. It ain't that deep. You better go drive a FedEx. It is not that deep at all.
By the way, you said she wasn't out long, or she was called to not get injured.
That is the damnedest thing. She was waiting to get out. Where was she going to get?
She had a plan.
I think she was going to go get her some.
Yeah, maybe she knew a bull down the street or something.
This must be her. She comes every year. This must be her trip. She got a dude here.
From the looks of it, she was headed towards that old hotel on the corner right there.
She heard of some old bull down at the post just trying to get down there.
Wait, old Sprannis Cheryl, that's north of NRG, isn't it? That bull was heading north.
Maybe she heard of a bull up in Tomball.
Stop talking about this.
She was trying to get to some bull she heard about up in Tomball.
This fool's
heard he really lays it down.
That bull was heading north.
I was trying to figure out what kind of bull she was looking for. She was heading down to that quickie motel down there.
Trying to get a quickie.
Yeah, she'd had a chance back in the day.
She wanted to be a cowboy, see if this bull could buck her off.
Picked up some dinner over there at Slim's Chicken and swung around.
If she was heading up towards River Oaks, I'm out, boys. I'm out. I ain't your bull, baby. I ain't your bull.
Some bull she knew of back in her younger days that she heard was up north now.
Yeah, man.
If she was heading towards that Papados down there
let's
on
just be
16,
honest, man. Let's be honest. She a hoe.
River Oaks, I'm out.
She's a hoe. That cow's a hoe, man. That cow, this is her little circuit. She got one in San Antonio she's trying to get to. She got one here.
They just came from San Antonio.
Yeah,
San Antonio rodeo just happened.
I mean, going in rope is what. Got another one there. Well, I'm glad they're safe and they didn't have to use the tranquilizer.
She got her old coastal bull down there on the water.
I hope she got her thirst quenched, or else she's just going to do this all over again.
All I can just imagine that cow sitting there. All right, I'm waiting for her to open up. And I can get to old Herschel. I'll wait for
sneaky heifer.
Herschel.
Coming up next.
No one makes me move like Herschel.
There has been a report involving Stephon Diggs and the Houston Texans. We'll tell you what that report is coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, I've got a couple of I flipped a couple properties. I got some rental properties. I've dealt with contractors before. I've dealt with painters before, and I'm telling you, they're not.
Helped by AmericanEagle.com has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world, then I highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Wow, those of you who have been with us, she's safe and sound. And that is a she. I personally, not confirmed, believe she was out as a lady on the town trying to find her personal Herschel.
Yeah, girl.
Somewhere around here, the cow that escaped. 7 a.m. I'm glad we got a timestamp. 7 a.m. Again, Clint has never been more spot on about something in his life. We have got to find that gentleman. We have got to find that gentleman, and I mean, I'll give Tyler a bonus. I'll give whoever a bonus to find that gentleman who I'll buy you a turkey leg. Find that gentleman who tried.
I hear they're expensive.
Who tried this morning. I'll find a deal. Tried this morning to stop her from getting, but everybody knows when a broad has business on her mind, she's got business on her mind. She ran through his ass. As Clint said, we had one missed tackle. I do wonder how many missed tackles we had on trying to get her. We had a couple of guys back there make some pure business to feel. But
he now knows what it feels like as a DB trying to tackle Derrick Henry.
Yeah, got a feel on that.
She was coming through like a wrecking ball.
She was, but safe and sound. She is good, and
I'm legitimately going to spend some time tonight on trying to track this guy down because that would be.
I think you should. Awesome. If you're out there and you're wondering what the hell we're talking about, go to @ClintStoerner on Twitter. I posted the video. The cow was loose. A young man tried to, first of all, fronted her up, tried to square her up, and she went around him, so he thought he'd chase her down, and then a cone got in the way and tripped him up. It is a – if that damn cone wouldn't have been there, I don't know what he'd have done, but
couldn't stop the run.
Well,
it's a hell
clearly
of a
your assessment of it earlier, thinking that he had a shot if those cones weren't there, is wrong.
Well, he's a bigger fella. I'm thinking if he'd have got around that neck, he'd at least slowed her down. Now he may have got trampled, but he would have at least slowed her down. That damn cone got his ass.
Not stopping her. He
Get your foot placement right.
If that young man would have stopped her horny ass. And stopped her with his bare hands without a rope or an additional horse. Just stopped. His ass needs to be out there on Sundays.
The
hell with Sheldon Rankins. They got a defensive tackle right there in their own backyard. Right here.
Hey, I'm watching her. That cow actually is like a DB that's out running the wide receiver on a go route. Man. The cow just kind of pinned him to the sideline, and he tripped over one of them cones and went down. No flag on the play.
No, there was no flag.
No flag on the play. That damn cone, though. Boy, could you imagine? I mean, this is one of those deals, like, you get – he had to know he was in over his head. Like, at some point, he had to realize, like, what am I doing? He realizes that – and them cones outside NRG are about 3 foot tall. I mean, them are some big-ass cones. I mean, all of a sudden now he's chasing this cow and she's squeezing him to the sideline to these cones. I mean, at what point do you think this old boy said?
To the side.
I mean, at what point do you think he realized he was in trouble?
By the watching of the video, and I've watched it no less than 117 times. By the viewing of the video, I don't think he ever. I think he felt like he had it the whole way.
Couldn't stop the run.
When he started to go down, he had to fear for his life.
And I'm gonna tell you what, KHOU, y'all are some.
I mean, that's concrete,
y'all are
man.
some a-holes. I'm telling you right now.
No, this is the kind of reporting we need.
No, the freeze shot that they had on the front cover was that man coming off the side with that cone flipped up halfway in the air over his head.
The cone, the cow, and the dude all in the same picture.
I said, come on. Somebody had fun with that thing. Somebody still shot of that. That was the photo they had. That damn cow.
Is that Larry and Stafford?
Hell no, that ain't Larry.
You sure that ain't Larry?
We'd have saw that. He'd have had his jersey on. We saw that long ass name on the back of that jersey.
I think doesn't he volunteer at the rodeo sometimes?
Nah,
I think that may have been Larry.
Listen, I'm gonna tell you this right now. Listen,
I think that may have been Larry.
Let me tell you
Hey, he's striding out, big fella. I think that may be Larry.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. Me and Larry.
Does he have J's on?
May disagree with a lot of different things.
They're all black J's. I can't tell if they're J's.
Larry and Stafford is not moving towards the stopping of that cow.
Well, he fronted her up down. If you watch the video,
Larry's not fronting her up. Larry, no.
Forget the Larry aspect of it. Because if you watch the video right from where it started on my social, watch right where it started. He is literally squared up and she's running right.
I don't know what he's
What was the worst decision, to try to square a cow up like that, or to turn and chase it from behind?
All of it. Yeah. The square up like you're going to take a charge is just foolish enough because you're trying to get trampled. And then to say, no, you ain't going to beat me. I'm going to get your ass.
I've been working on my footwork.
That damn cow changed lanes on his ass. He was on that inside lane, and she pushed to the wide side.
Oh, my God, man. What was he thinking about? I'm serious. We have got to find a way to get Eric on here.
Trifling heifer.
Oh, my God. Can't get in front of her.
Ruin that guy's Tuesday.
You stick your foot out, trip or something. God, oh. All right, Stephon Diggs. This is a report from Matthew Berry. Stephon Diggs' return to the Texans is regarded as 50-50. This is according to sources. 50-50 Stephon Diggs' return to the Texans. And that to me is not surprising, right? Like, we all kind of looked and thought, all right, Debo could be an option, and clearly they had some interest there. Cooper Kupp, I would imagine there's at least conversations with Nick Caley being with him and kind of understanding his game. And obviously Stephon Diggs, that's somebody they had last year. They know who he is. They know what he brings to the table, both in the locker room and then on the field.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
This is goes on to the Texans like Diggs and want him, but there is a real market for Diggs despite the injury right now. So 50-50. So it looks like they are at least entertaining, which is, like I said, not a surprise, entertaining bringing him back.
Look, I've said it before. I have no problem with Diggs coming back. Now I have a problem with Diggs coming back and that being the only move that you make. I mean, coming off of injury. I think we saw a small glimpse into what Diggs was last year, and Diggs is still a good player. I don't think he's anywhere close to what he was in that vertical aggressive passing attack in Buffalo, where he was an All-Pro multiple years, or a Pro Bowler multiple years, and an All-Pro couple years. But anyway, the point being, I don't think he is still that player even before the knee injury. Now coming back off, but there is some serious value in who he proved he was off the field, especially when you've got, again, John Mechie, Tank Dell, those kind of guys, and especially when odds are the Texans are going to draft a wide receiver. Where the jury's still out for me, Ron, and you may help me talk through this thing. I've painted two scenarios where I think at the wide receiver position, I would like to see the Texans sign a veteran that could be a 3 and draft in the first or second round another wide receiver. Or sign a veteran that would be a good 2 with Nico, and then draft maybe something later on in the draft, or sign one of the lower level free agents that could be a 3 or 4 type of wide receiver. I'm not real sure, because you got to factor in the knee injury, coming off the knee injury, and he's older. He's not a guy that's going to bounce back the way. Part of getting old, part of Father Time is you don't bounce back the way you used to. So I don't know how comfortable I am with the Texans making Diggs the answer at the wide receiver void right now.
Did you think he would create more separation than he did?
Yes. I like I challenge anybody.
How does that get better?
Diggs was open.
Getting older and coming off.
He's a smaller receiver that is not. I don't know that Diggs has ever, like, he's shifty and in the quick game and in the underneath game and in the game where he can, the Tank Dell game where you can stick your foot in the ground and get and change directions. He's shifty in terms of creating separation, but like, I don't know. You look at that Diggs when he was putting up huge numbers in Buffalo. That was because they were driving the football. He was just making great catches in traffic a lot. I don't know. Like, yeah, no. The answer is no. That's where I'm at with the Texans. I could see the Texans with Nico at the top being in love with Diggs in a similar fashion that they were in love with Brandon Cooks back in the day, and all of a sudden this is the answer at the wide receiver position, and you look up and you're in training camp and you got an aging wide receiver that's coming off a knee injury that needs more rest days. Part of his superpower was the fact that he practiced every day and practiced harder than anybody else. Like, I don't know if that's going to be the case coming off a knee. Diggs' dynamic and value has changed significantly for me. Now, we may get to mid-year and I'm dead ass wrong and Stephon Diggs is as good as he's ever been. Where I got the problem is if the Texans going into the season bank on Stephon Diggs being the Stephon Diggs that they signed or even before, and the backup plan is inefficient. The backup plan is not good enough.
Yeah, I'd imagine you have to go into it at least with the thought process of whenever he does come back, like the odds are that he is even at the level that he was at when you got him last year. May not quite be there. Like you have
odds are it's not.
Yeah, I mean that's what I'm saying. You got to go into it thinking of that, and then as they said right there in that report, hell, he's got a healthy market. Despite the injury.
Well, yeah, we'll see what the healthy market looks like. I mean, I don't know.
I'm just talking when I just say that, like, what is that money talking about? Right?
Well, look, I'm just telling you, like, I don't see, and to be fair, I was not as high on Stephon Diggs as a lot of people were. So I'll be completely transparent. Like, I don't see $20+ million value in Stephon Diggs coming off a knee.
Yeah. And it was weird because training camp, we were watching, we were close up, we're like, ooh, man, he is getting in and out of them breaks.
Yeah. He's an all-pro practice guy, no doubt about it.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the game, like Nico Collins is that guy here. And everybody, in my opinion, like I compare everybody to Nico, are you creating separation? Are you running easy opportunities for the quarterback the way Nico is? And if you're not, then we can't pay you as if you are. Yeah. And I don't know. Stephon Diggs for me would be a really good 3 that I would bank on and hope that the knee comes back 100% and he could be your 2.
Yeah. All right, coming up, a little 5 o'clock fire, and remember, I'm gonna tell you right now, 5 o'clock fire. In this next segment will be your final opportunity of the day to win a 4-pack of tickets to see Journey. We will do that in the next segment, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for the Rockets as they have a back-to-back tonight, losing to the Thunder. We'll get you ready and let you know who's available tonight for the game against the Pacers. And apparently there's interest for an ex-Texan to come back to the Texans. We'll give you the latest on that coming up next, right here live on The Drive.
Fellas, low testosterone, it takes a toll on your health, your job, your marriage, your ability to be a dad, an uncle.
Visit Indeed.com/credit.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
On 610 with Pendergast to run the show.
We have a liftoff.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty Show and OT Mill, a.k.a. Psycho T.
Not money bags today.
I wasn't going to say it. We will get to you in a bit. Well, you need to. I was asking for 70% this week, so
I did not achieve that.
And no, I'm not adjusting it. You was gonna have to come through with a couple of 100s.
All
right, just like Mo Kieran. You have to come
keep
through.
It 100.
Keep that thing 100. Yeah,
we keep it 100.
All right, we have the latest. It is 5 o'clock fire. The cow, if you are rolling with us, has been. She's in a good spot. You missed it earlier. There was a cow at the rodeo that got loose, that was seen running away from NRG, headed towards Old Spanish Trail. Clint said northbound. I'm not sure if that is actually the case. I think
Old Spanish Trail is northbound from
I think so. That might be the case, but they were able to. She got away from a few people. One gentleman who I refuse to call a hero, just a fool, in my opinion, trying to stop her.
He was trying to be a hero.
He was trying to. You got to get out the way of that. What was he thinking? We were looking to try to get him on the air because that made my whole day. But outside of that, also, I haven't said this. Wanted to say congratulations to the Houston Cougars. Last night, they won back-to-back Big 12 Big 12 regular season championships. They send their seniors out for the second straight year, kicking Kansas's ass. Last year, they kicked it all the way up and down downtown Houston. Yesterday was a little tighter.
Ocho tried to tell you, man.
Ocho made some money. Ocho was very fortunate. For some reason, the Kansas Jayhawks men decided to play with some sort of energy and effort, which generally they don't do. But they still played the same dumb, low basketball IQ basketball that they play every game out. But when you play hard, it showed to be more competitive.
Go Cougs!
They win by 6. That's right. I think they got a chance to beat Baylor to go 19-1. Wins is the most wins ever in the Big 12. So shout out to Roberts and the rest of that crew over there that won last night and had a great senior night for Kelvin Sampson and the crew. But the Rockets, they also played last night. We'll get past that. They play tonight on a second half of a back-to-back in Indiana to face the Pacers. The Pacers are a top 4 or 5 seed in the Eastern Conference. Pretty good team. And this should be a fun one. Last night, the Rockets had held just about everybody out. Alfred Şengün was out. Amin Thompson was out. Dylan Brooks was out. Fred VanVleet was out. Tari Eason was out. And Steven Adams didn't play. They had tons of guys out of that game. Got a lot of action for Cam Whitmore and Reed Shepherd, who played pretty well. Tonight, as of now, what I'm seeing, the only player that is ruled out is Fred VanVleet. He has the ankle. He just came back, has the ankle again. But Fred is the only one ruled out, the only one on the injury report right now. So he won't go. But everybody else will be able to go tonight. Again, as I said to you, listen, they are now only 4 games up for that 6th spot. They have now dropped to the 5 spot. We were just talking about this team and just beaten Cleveland twice, beat KC, and they were sitting in the 2 seed. We're getting closer and closer towards the end of the year, and they're in the 5 spot right now, trying to hold off the Clippers and the Warriors. And really, man, to me, Clint, they just need to get into a groove like they were early in the year of playing consistent basketball, good winning basketball. and they've just been so up and down of late.
Well, they got to get guys healthy. I mean, at the end of the day, whether we're talking about Fred VanVleet, who's not on the floor, or we're talking about, guys that are just banged up and it's night to night, and even when they do play, it's hit or miss. Like right now with Şengün's back, and this is about the second or third time throughout the year that he's had some issues. And I don't know how real it is this time. That's just the excuse they used for him to sit and get and recover last night. But at the end of the day, we've said it a million times. This basketball team has got they're a really good, deep, physical, defending team that has a chance when they're whole. When they can rotate guys in there, when they've got all of their different options, and Ime Udoka has all the different options at his fingertips in terms of how he wants to deploy these guys on the offensive end of the floor, and they're all playing at a high level on the defensive end of the floor, they can compete. When you're down one or two guys, it is extremely difficult. And last night, as you mentioned, they were down four of those guys you mentioned. 5 of those guys you mentioned are in either starting or heavy rotation, heavy minute guys. And so getting healthy is obviously the key down the street. Day up in, I don't care where they end up, just getting healthy and having a shot when it matters the most is what's important.
I know for me, I had a hard time getting over the fact that they punted on that game last night. Like they knew they had a back-to-back, and they decided to punt on, to me, what the tougher opponent to try to attack the Pacers, coming off of a day off. But we did see some young guys go. Were you able to get, I don't know, excited, whatever? Were you able to take some real positives moving forward from the guys who did play, who we haven't seen get in a lot, especially the young guys?
Yeah, I think the only ones that have a real shot at seeing time, like real minutes in important games and games that matter, is Reed Shepherd, Jack Landale, and Jacques Landale. Is it Jack or Jock? Jock Landale and Cam Whitmore. I think those 3 guys are the 3 that have a chance of really getting some run. And I mean, for me, I've been high on Whitmore since middle of last year, right? Like I don't understand. I guess I do understand now that I'm watching the Rockets more often. But it's hard for me to not want to see him on the floor more. But I understand they're deep. They got some guys.
Just if he can harness, like.
Yeah, but even if he can, is there room for him? The way they got to win with the physicality on the defensive end of the floor, the length that the guys that you need, that you have when he's not on the floor, is big in terms of their style of play. So how does I don't know. So I look at I think Jacques Landale is the one that's got a chance to help this team down the stretch.
Yeah, we'll see. They got. Obviously, Şengün and Steven Adams. We'll see.
I mean, do you think he can he play himself? Like Steven Adams has left a lot to be desired. I'll be honest. When I'm not going to act like I studied Steven Adams, but when I see him on the floor, I'm a lot more confident in Jock than I am Steven.
Well, I mean, he's a veteran that's been around and a physical presence out there and played in a lot of playoff games, and obviously, like. And the games matter. Şengün's going to log a lot of minutes anyway. So it's only a few minutes out there. So I think right now Udoka will trust Steven Adams more than he will trust
Big Jock.
Landale right now. Jock Landale. I can't even say it. Jock Landale more than he will trust him. Tonight, I don't know if you're going here, Tyler, but that over under that one going to be fun. Get your track shoes on. Because this is the Indiana Pacers who like to score under like 7-8 seconds. I mean, they are running and gunning and getting them up. They were the highest scoring team in basketball last year, and with Halliburton, they love to get it up and down. So this was at 232. That should be I don't know if I would do that. You just don't know what kind of shooting the Rockets will put forth, but I think that is going to be a high scoring game. So big one tonight for the Rockets. All right, there it is, your final opportunity right now. Caller number 3. Caller number 3. 1, 2, 3. Caller number 3. 713-572-4610. Caller number 3 wins a 4-pack of Journey tickets to, which is on March 14th, Friday, March 14th, to the Houston Rodeo. Journey, 4-pack of tickets. Caller number 3, 713-572-4610. The phone lines are open. Tyler will take care of you. Your chance to join Isaac, who won earlier today. Final opportunity of the day until Thursday at 6 a.m. Your chance to win 4 tickets to Journey. Caller number 3, 713-572-4610. Tyler will take care of you.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, this is coming from Aaron Wilson reporting. The Texans have interest in bringing back defensive tackle Sheldon Rankins, and he has a market around the NFL, so the Texans potentially would be competing. They tried to bring him in last year, just fell a little bit short of the Bengals' offer. He only played 7 games. He had viral meningitis, and that kept him down. Through this report, Aaron Wilson reports that he is fully healthy from that now. But this is a guy that they know, 30 years old. He played for this team a couple of years ago. He had some injuries, and that one played from him a couple of years back, but he was able to get to the quarterback at times. He had 6 sacks from the interior, 3 in one game against Joe Burrow. Sheldon Rankins, we've talked about maybe the only spot on that defense outside of maybe safety that may need some help is that interior D-line. Your thoughts about potentially bringing him back?
Well, one, I think it's real. I remember having him maybe even twice on the post-game show a couple of years ago and just being really, really impressed with him. And you can see immediately that he's the kind of guy that at that point in time that Nick and D'Amico were making a priority, right? Now, I don't know if that's still the case when you've got, a Will Anderson that's 2 years deep into the league and you've got some different leadership, but look, I think Sheldon Rankins fits the kind of player that they want, both physically on the field and mentally, emotionally, spiritually off the field. I think he's the kind of individual and the kind of player that D'Amico and company admire and ultimately respect. And so I think this has real legs. There's an opportunity here, especially D'Amico's on record of talking about wanting guys that he can rotate through, multiple guys that he can rotate through. You're going to need a couple of those because there's a couple of key guys from last year that are free agents. Sheldon Rankins would fit in nicely there.
Yeah, listen, if their thought is, all right, we're going to really build up big time on and put a lot of resources, real resources like money, free agents, trades, high the offensive line, which is the biggest priority, receiver, which is, I think, the second biggest priority, and they say, we're going to try to build very similar to what we did last year in the interior, where we have more bodies than to have a big-time player. Because, listen, I know I've said the cap isn't real, but, I mean, obviously I think you can go and get things done, but, you can't have a high price player at every single position. So if there is a thought of to offset, we're going to really push our big resources to those big priorities and then get solid players where we are just really solid at that spot. I can understand that. For me, as I said earlier, I'd love it if they went out and got a guy like a Jonathan Allen, who is on the trade block with Washington, and somebody that can be, I think, a real big-time force. But if you're going to tell me, hey, man, we're thinking about throwing real big-time resources at center and at guard and at wide receiver, all right, okay. Yeah. And then this is how you fill in around those other spots you made.
This is the one position, to your point, Ryan, the interior defensive line position. Yes, I'd love to see him go sign a top-of-the-market guy at every damn position. But this is the one position this year of need that I don't think is viewed as a gotta-have. Like interior offensive line, wide receiver, gotta-have. Play the style of football that you're going to play with C.J. Stroud taking snaps. You flat-out gotta-haves. The interior defensive line is a need, and ultimately, if we're talking top-end guys, it would be a luxury. So The Sheldon Rankins range. Now I think you need multiple Sheldon Rankins. Like you need that 4-man rotation at your interior defensive line position.
Feels very Tim Settle-like. Feels very
Foley Fatukasi, Tim Settle. I mean, even Mario Edwards, the way he played when he was young. Like you need, 4 of those higher level guys. The problem with the Texans in the defensive line was, from a health perspective, whether it was banned substance issues or if it was injury or whatever it may be, like you ended up with guys that were 5 and 6 on your depth chart playing way too much when it mattered the most.
Yep. Tommy, what's his name?
Tojai.
Yeah, he was playing in the playoffs.
And then what's my man from Notre Dame?
Yeah, Kurt Hinish.
Kurt Hinish. Yeah, those two guys were seeing some pretty good minutes, I think, late in the season and even in the playoffs. And that just, that's when you're up against teams that have their horses that are playing bulks of minutes in those situations, you're at a loss.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, news of the day. It's so funny. We were just talking about yesterday how this shift in running backs have changed. How the view of running backs in the game as being a position that wasn't as important has now shifted. Saquon Barkley, he has agreed to become the highest paid running back in NFL history. A 2-year, $41.2 million extension. As you remember, he just signed a big deal for $30+ million last year, which was a big deal for running backs that we weren't seeing before. He sets the Eagles' single-season rushing record. They won a Super Bowl, and he was their best player. I think he finished third in the MVP voting. And he becomes the highest-paid running back in the NFL, all in 1 year, 2 contracts in that time frame, and he absolutely deserves it. And I wonder, as we talked about yesterday, is this going to be a trend to start paying guys? Especially I'd like I used to mess with Tyler because of his zero exception to the rule. But you don't generally see guys, and he's got to be pushing 26, 27 years old right now. You don't generally see running backs get contracts like this at that age. And I wonder, is that something that's about to be a shift?
Yeah, look, I don't think we're going to see a major shift. I mean, we're talking about one of the best, most talented, most gifted running backs that the league's seen.
Oh, Lord, he's 28.
I mean, but look, you're talking about Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry. I mean, you're talking about some backs like just physically gifted in a way that not many backs that are currently playing the game are. And so I don't think there's going to be a major shift in the position, but I do think it's a major shift in how the top 3-4 guys in the NFL and obviously Saquon Barkley this year, your top 3-4, maybe even 5 running backs every year. I think teams are going to be more apt to pay them and pay them well. Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt it's fair.
You know what I mean? Be
right.
Fair. Like there's like Jamar Gibbs on his team. Everything he does is special, and you could say there is not anybody else that's as important or as needed on their offense. But 2 or 3 years ago, Clint, he would have gotten paid far less than what St. Brown would get, or far less than a tight end would get. And I think now it's becoming fair. I think you're right. Like I don't think like just Tony Pollard's about to start getting broke off, but the guys that should.
Yeah, that's the top guys. I think we're going to see a big difference, and I think that difference comes in. Yeah, sure, it's going to be several million more, but it's going to be more about. Man, they've had to beat down the door, man. They've just been beating on the door forever, and now I think teams are going to be a little more aggressive in signing them to keep them around or pursuing them if they don't have one. So, the truth of the matter is, I mean, Saquon Barkley's just absolutely filthy.
Yeah, deserves it all.
Good for him. Yeah, deserves every bit of it.
And hopefully the guys that deserve it come behind him and get their money too. Mike in Cypress, congratulations. He is our winner of the 4-pack of tickets to see Journey coming up March 14th on Friday. Have fun, Mike, out there. Coming up. All right. There's on the free agent landscape. Somebody the Texans could make a move on. Some of you had issue with Deebo Samuel and weren't into that. Some of you weren't into Diggs. What about Devontae Adams? Let's discuss that next.
All right, Texans.
handcrafted for your comfort and guaranteed for life. Texans All Access. The offseason is underway. The Combine, free agency, then the draft. Mark Vandermeer and John Harris have it all covered. The road to Texans training camp starts now. 6 to 7 every night on Sports Radio 610.
Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 6 here.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Word on the street. Jets, they're releasing Davante Adams. He is going to be a free agent. He is going to be with a new team next year. And when you have a guy who is he's borderline a Hall of Famer, a great player in this league that plays at one of the positions of need and priority for the Texans. And when you know that the Texans were one of two teams who were aggressively pursuing Deebo Samuel, who plays the same position, then I think the Davante Adams thing is at least something that is very, very possible to be on the table, at least discussed or talked about. And I think there's a lot of places to go here. I wonder for you were big on Deebo Samuel, and we talked about him, hadn't talked about Davante a lot. In terms of fit for the Texans, for you, who do you like Davante better than Deebo, as much as Deebo? What's your feelings between those two before we kind of move into this?
It's a different love. Yeah, I mean, look, I think when you look at Deebo Samuel, super complimentary. I think he would give you options. You got to be real creative with him. You can use him in so many different ways. He would help your run game and your pass game. He would help you with the pressures in terms of the screen game. A guy that a good, experienced, early to be experienced, but a good offensive play caller that's really creative, that knew what he was doing with a weapon like that. It would really turn me on for that guy to be in a Houston uniform. So I like the Deebo. I like adding Deebo because of how complimentary he would be. I'm concerned about Deebo because I don't know Nick Caley well enough to know whether he would be able to make all that happen, right? When I look at Davante Adams, I don't think he's a Nick Caserio, DeMeco Ryans guy. I think he's going to command $25 million a year plus. I think he's going to be a 2 or 3 year guy somewhere, and so I think that's going to push the Texans out of the mix. But if we're just talking football, right? I would love for the Texans to lean into C.J. Stroud as a pocket passing quarterback. Let's forget all which I don't think they're doing, by the way, is any kind of designed runs or taking his athletic ability into consideration when designing the offense. But really lean into him being a guy that is a ball placement specialist from quarterback. You've already got Nico on one side. If you were to put Davante Adams on the other side, you would dare teams to take a safety off the roof and go single high safety and add a defender to the box, whether that's to pressure or it's to stop the run. You would dare them to do that. You have Nico Collins on one side, Davante Adams on the other side. These are two true outside receivers that you could just line up, stay stagnant, and run the route tree. These are two I think true man-beating wide receivers. I think they'd be hellacious to stop in the red zone if you got more than one of them. One of them's tough to stop. If you got two of them, it'd be nasty. So, I think most importantly with Davante Adams, where Deebo Samuels would have been a real challenge for a guy that's never called plays, I think Davante Adams would be a very easy wide receiver to call plays for if you're Nick Caley. So, again, I don't think it's going to happen, but I would love for them to sign sign a guy like Davante Adams, and that would tell me that they're leaning into their quarterback strong suit as well as their offensive play callers' inexperience. I think that would be my excitement level there would be through the roof.
Yeah, obviously, when you just think about it as you just broke it down on the field and everything, it would make, to me, a ton of sense. All right, that it would fit the bill of the second receiver that they need, and you go into it and you're looking at me like, hey, I like that. My thing is, one, like, does Davante Adams come in here and potentially understand his role? Does he have to understand his role? Does he need to understand that probably each and every week the first priority in the passing game and game plans is probably get the ball over to Nico Collins? Is that something that he's good with or can deal with? Like you said, I think Debo probably would understand that. He's played in an offense where, like, sometimes he wasn't the first option. I don't think Davante has played in that.
Well, just to your point, like, I think with C.J. Stroud, your offense is going to be geared towards throwing the football enough to keep two wide receivers happy. I mean, whether it's Nico wanting more or Davante Adams wanting more or Debo Samuel wanting more or Stephon Diggs wanting more, I think C.J. Stroud is going to be, like, whatever offense they build around C.J. Stroud, I think they're going to throw it enough to where they can keep multiple guys happy.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah, I think they can, right? We saw it with Tank and Nico a couple years ago. The only – and I would imagine that they could make this work. They would be able to make this work if it happened. The only thing is, from year one, we felt it, like, pretty clear when it was like, hey, you just play quarterback and throw the ball to the open man, and you throw it to whoever's open or all that. It was a wonder of, all right, do I need to get such and such involved? Do I need to get the ball to such and such? Do I got to get Tank some touches because he had touched the ball? Do I got to get Diggs and make sure Diggs is getting some targets? I would just that's one thing I hope is avoidable from last year. And to me, I do think that Davante Adams, I think there is an expectation for him to get a certain amount of targets. Yeah. Like you said, he may, but I think there is an expectation of that. And when you have a young quarterback who I think potentially may have had some struggles with that last year with a coordinator who has never called plays before, right? That to me is just something. It would not stop me from doing it if you had a chance to do it, but it'd be something to really look at.
Well, the interesting thing here is, like, if you look at the Texans' issues as it pertains to being able, like, I don't know that Bobby Slowick ever had the ability for an extended period of time, like the whole time he was here. I don't know that he ever had the opportunity to really nail down, hey, we need to get this guy touches or that guy touches. I mean, whether you look at the wide receivers and how often they were injured, or you look at the offensive line problems, I think it was few and far between the chances that Bobby Slowick had to really dial up and get creative. Now, so I say that to say I don't know that if he had the ability or not. I have no idea, right? I mean, but it doesn't. To me, I just look at C.J. Stroud and C.J. Stroud, the way they should be a top 5 team.
Throwing even with Nixon,
absolutely. He should catch 3 or 4 of them. By the way, a game like they're like using him more in the pass game should be more of a reality. But like every year, you've got teams that constantly play from behind, so the numbers, the Matthew Stafford in Detroit like type situation where numbers are just they skyrocket because you're always playing behind.
That one year, Sam Howell threw a bunch because he was behind.
Well, look at Joe Burrow this year. I mean, the team was awful. They were always in a competitive game, and he's trying to carry the offense. So I don't know what his final numbers were, but whatever they were, it was because there was no slowing down when you were trying to protect a lead or because you had a comfortable lead. They were always trying to play from behind. So just generally speaking, of the winning teams that are, like, say, playoff caliber teams, I would think that this is going to be a little more pass-oriented football team than a lot of them.
Yeah. All right, that's the Davante Adams latest. We'll see where he ends up. I do think the Texans are at least talking about it, and I think that's with all of the wide receivers on the market. All right, we'll continue here. Try to win you some money, man. We got to address best bets. That was rough last night. That was really, really rough last night. We got to figure something out. We'll continue coming up on the drive as we continue rolling through on a ticket winning Tuesday. That's coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, here in Texas, baby, when we kick back, we know how to take.
They've been a game changer for us, and they can be for you too. Visit AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW-1. That's 877-WEB-NOW-1.
Live from the Mokaram Injury Lawyers Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
A little bit behind us as we continue 6 o'clock, right after us Texans All Access. The Chronicles, Jonathan Alexander, will join the fellas to talk all the latest with the Texans. So that's coming up at 6 o'clock. And then Area 45, Bijani, Creighton, and Chris Santiago will take it from there, 7 to 11. Make sure you stay tuned live and local. Right after we get done, it continues, baby. And we'll get to T Mill's best bets as well. And we got to address this, Tyler. This was this is the worst I've ever seen.
It was not a profitable night
from you. We're in the red. This is 1 for 5. And let's just be honest. The one was damn near due to a torn ACL from Kyrie Irving that allowed him to only play 9 minutes in a game, or he may have gone off, and you would have gone 0 for 5.
Thank you for your sacrifice, Kyrie.
No, I don't think he's thinking. Yeah, Nico's damn sure not thinking sacrifice.
I don't care about that turd.
God. I'm really starting to feel bad for Nico as the days continue to go. What's next, man? Good God. But
I hate starting a week like that, man. No. It's all uphill now. I got to get back in the grind.
But you got to catch up.
And I will.
I was asking for 70%. I think I'm going to have to maybe do like I did with the Rockets, when I'm doing with the Rockets, recalibration for the rest of the year and the rest of your week. 60. Can you climb out of this hole? Damn, Tyler. Can you please climb it? There are people who text in and depend on you.
I know it.
Ocho wouldn't even text you by name today about this.
Damn, Ocho.
Just put that
We'll get back on track here in a little bit. I promise you that.
Put words in your mouth, Ocho, but I just felt like it. See, it did. You want some money? Ocho won some money last night on U of H in Kansas.
Bet Kansas, huh?
And I told you I didn't feel good about that Rockets. I told you that. And you were all right. Till they just now. Granted, for you, in your defense, you didn't know that Ime Udoka was throwing in the towel and waving the white flag prior to the game.
Yeah, just calling it before the tip.
That's a tough. I feel like that one is one. I don't know how you do it, but very much like what happened with you, I feel like that one should be taken off the board. I think you should be given the option.
I don't know how Underdog does it, but when you have an entry and play, even if they play and get injured early, in the first quarter or something.
But that's with individual, right? They don't do that with team. They don't do it.
No. But there's clearly a way to do it. When a team you bet on rolls out literally one starter that they typically start, then. You should be able. You should have the opportunity in the first quarter of the game to cancel your bet.
And then they tell that starter, "Hey man, and take the night off."
Well, the crazy thing is that my kind of luck is I'd be the one that would have called and been like, "No, I want it back." I canceled the bet, and then they win convincingly.
Well, it was 112-106 with a little over 8 in the fourth. I know. Tyler's like, I don't know.
Got a chance.
Yeah.
Not so much.
And I'll tell you, I told you, I don't know how I felt about that Hornets one.
Yeah.
They got away.
That DeRozan bet was a bad beat because that was over 21.5 points. Of course, he just needed one more bucket. He finished with 20.
Yeah. Well,
just needed a freaking
got both of us on that one, cuz.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that, Dirty.
Not Kyrie Irving, though. Kyrie Irving won you for it.
Thank you for your sacrifice.
Or maybe just bet against Nico. Maybe that's where the luck is. Just bet against anything poor happening to the Mavericks or that would be bad to him. Like, hey, maybe Luka goes for 70 tonight. If Luka goes for 50 tonight, what they'll be doing to Nico.
What a turd of a GM they got up there in Dallas.
I mentioned that man in that eulogy, man. That's where I said, well, this had to have reached Jack Easterby territory.
What an idiot!
Clint, before we get to Tyler's trying to get back on track with best bets, we just talked about Davante Adams. We heard about Deebo Samuel. How much do you think? Because again, when you look at the Texans, back-to-back division winners. They are in probably a division where they're going to win again. The odds are they're going to be in a playoff city and place to live in, especially with an athlete with money. Go to that rodeo and you'll see. Go to any big event like that, you feel like that, you'll see a lot of these guys come and stay. There's a lot that's a positive thing for them. Do you think Nick Caley is something that is something that the Texans are having to overcome with some of these free agents, especially when it gets down to I'm picking this team over another team? Is that something? Because the Deebo Samuel thing, I know that tipped off in your head to where, hey, a lot of the stuff is even, except there's a big difference probably between the history of Cliff Kingsbury as an OC at least and creative play caller compared to the unknown of Nick Caley.
I think it's as real gets. I think when you narrow this thing down to, okay, let's say playoff caliber teams, because look, Deebo Samuel, Davante Adams, Cooper Kupp, these guys aren't going. Last year it was the running backs, right? I mean, Derrick Henry and Saquon Barkley and Joe Mixon and Diggs, like these guys aren't going to play for teams and going to choose to play for teams that don't give it a real chance to at least get to the playoffs and get in the tournament, right? At the very least. So
unless they're just about a money grab.
Well, yeah, but I mean, that's what I'm saying. Like, I mean, how many of those guys, like Devontae's not about a money grab, right? I mean, most of these guys have already made a boatload of money, and the reason that they're playing, nobody will play in a dysfunctional ass organization anywhere. And that's just an awful life beyond winning and losing. It's an awful life, right? Like, we're talking about guys that have choices, right? And so when you narrow this thing down to teams that we're talking about the final 12 teams in the league, let's call it that, right? 12 teams in the league. And now, okay, who's wide receiver needy? Okay, now you're down to 6 or 7 teams. And who has the cap space to pay it and the won't? Who's in the game? Like, I just think when you start narrowing this thing down, the Texans' offense is not going to be a place where guys want to come to play that have choices. Like if they have other choices to go, to play in the playoffs with a playoff caliber team. Like I don't know that C.J. Stroud can carry, a little bit of that, but he can't carry it all himself. I mean, Nick Caley is an offensive coordinator. Nobody knows what the hell the offense is even going to look like.
God bless, brother.
Right? You got to just take Nick Casario's word for it. If you've never met Nick Casario and you're a player and you walk in and sit down and you're talking to Nick Casario about the staff that he just built and what Nick, I mean, how far does Nick Caley, man, he is highly sought after in NFL circles. Okay. What's his offense look like?
I think right now
we're in the process of building that. And then you go to Washington, it's Cliff Kingsbury, and go, here's Jaden Daniels, here's what we did last year. Here's what I did with Kyler Murray. Both of those guys were in the running for one of them was a Rookie of the Year. Hell, both of them were Rookie of the Year, weren't they? Did Kyler win Rookie of the Year?
I think so. I can't
remember. But they didn't win. They were in the MVP conversation. So I just think that those are real conversations that guys like Deebo and Davante and Cooper Kupp and all these guys that are proven winners and have pelts on the wall. Yeah, I think that's real conversations that are ahead. I think the Texans they right now they don't have a lot to offer them.
I think right now the real hope is that guys want to come play with CJ, which I think there is something to that. Right now more than the OC just because of the unknown. But
yeah, I think they do, but I think there's just as many that want to play with Jaden Daniels. I think there's
we just watched one.
Yeah, I mean, you look around the league, I think there's just as many that want to play with playoff caliber quarterbacks. So,
but like for me, it's like, all right, hey, if you're head up with like the Steelers, that's another team that was in on the word with the Deebo Samuel. Oh hell, maybe you got a shot.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep.
So. Yeah, we'll see if that is something that the overall portion of the offense outside of C.J. Stroud, that is something that is a potential thing they have to overcome right now until people get a more understanding of what their offense is going to be. All right, Tyler, let's get back on track. What do you got? What do you got on here? Let's hear T Mill's best bet.
Yeah, as I often tell y'all, scared money don't make money. Last night sucked.
Sure didn't last night.
But we get back on track tonight. I feel good about it. 5 more for you. 5 NBA bets around the NBA this evening. First 2 against the spread. Suns +3. They'll be at home taking on the Clippers. Next, the Rockets +4.5 tonight at the Pacers. As Ron's been telling you, only player right now for the Rockets for sure not going to be in this one is Van Vliet. Then I got an over for you. It's a very low number. This might be my favorite one. I feel pretty good about it. Raptors at Magic, over 209 points tonight. Over 209. And then 2 player props, just like yesterday. No blown ACLs to win this time, please. Giannis, the Greek freak.
Please, I don't think the NBA